Your Majesty, the northern barbarians have breached the pass with 200,000 cavalry. Bailiang is lost. The messenger dropped to one knee, voice booming like thunder. The grand hall fell into a heavy silence. At the very back of the prince's ranks, I stood watching the blood-soaked messenger, his armor broken and battered. The smell of smoke and blood from the northern frontier seemed to pour into this resplendent palace along with him. Chancellor Xiang took a step forward, his tone grave. Your Majesty, the northern barbarians have torn apart the treaty and seized the chance to march south amidst our nation's internal strife. With Bailiang lost, the 12 regions face imminent peril. On the dragon throne, my father suddenly rose to his feet. The 50-year-old monarch, with frost now streaking his temples, carried the signs of weariness even his imperial robes couldn't conceal. But at this moment, his eyes burned with fury. Outrageous. Minister of War Li Wu stepped forward briskly. Your Majesty, the north cannot be abandoned. If the barbarian cavalry marches southward, the vast plains will be turned into a hell on earth. Send troops. We must deploy forces. Slaughter those savages. The ministers roared like thunder. My father turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. Li Wu, how many troops can we mobilize? Your Majesty, Li Wu replied. With the uprisings across the nation, we can only draw from the 200,000 elite Imperial Guard stationed in the capital. Deploy 100,000. Your Majesty, no. Xiang dropped to his knees. The capital is the heart of the nation. If 100,000 troops are drawn away, the defense of the city will be left vulnerable, and the consequences will be unimaginable. My father's fists clenched, audibly cracking. Then what should I do? Watch helplessly as the north falls. At most, 20,000, Xiang said through gritted teeth. 20,000 elite troops to hold the line, to buy us time for reinforcements. My father closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Approved. His gaze swept across the military officials present. Who will take command? Silence. Those same generals who had been shouting moments earlier now lowered their heads, staring at the floor. 20,000 against 200,000. Infantry against heavy cavalry. This wasn't a battle, it was a death sentence. My father's expression grew darker with every passing second, his knuckles whitening with tension. Just then, a voice exploded inside my mind. System activated. Mission: volunteer to lead the troops. Reward: beginner's gift package. Failure: system will permanently deactivate. I froze for a second. 1 week into this new life, and the cheat system finally kicked in. Without hesitation, I took a step forward. Father, your son volunteers to lead the troops. The entire court erupted into chaos. All 5 of my princely brothers turned to me in unison, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Eldest brother, Chu Xiang. 6th brother's gone mad. 2nd brother, Chu Ming. That useless thing took the wrong medicine. 3rd brother, Chu Wei. It's over. Father's going to explode. 4th brother, Chu Wu him? With what? His brothel visiting skills? 5th brother, Chu Wan. He's lost it. Completely nuts. The ministers whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with disbelief and ridicule as they looked at me. The useless prince wants to lead the army? Is this some kind of joke? He can't even stay upright on a horse. My father's glare bore into me, his hands starting to tremble. Chu Yun, do you even understand what you're saying? State affairs are no child's play. A useless person like you, who hasn't even read a single military strategy book, dares to speak of leading troops. Outrageous. The thunderous roar reverberated through the hall, making even the ceiling tremble. I straightened my back, meeting his gaze head-on. Father, in times of national crisis, even though I am not talented, I do understand the meaning of courage and responsibility. The people of the northern borders are bleeding and suffering. As a prince, how could I sit idly by and seek personal safety? Even if it means certain death, I will fight. The hall fell into a suffocating silence once more. My father stared at me, stunned. The fiery rage in his eyes slowly shifted into something else. Are you truly resolute? My father asked, his voice low and rumbling like thunder. I will never regret it, I declared firmly. He looked at me for a long time before suddenly bursting into laughter. Good. A show of real courage and guts. I thought you were only good for gambling and horseplay, but in a moment of peril, you reveal such fortitude. It's decided. The hall erupted with flattery and bootlicking. The sixth prince understands the gravity of the situation. A pillar of the nation. There's hope for the northern borders now. Inside, I was screaming furiously. System, for the love of everything, don't screw me over. Host, rest assured, loading in progress. 10%, 20%. The morning court dismissed. As I descended the steps, a chilling voice slithered up from behind me. Little brother. I turned around to see my eldest brother, Xiang, approaching. His eyes were cold and calculating, like a serpent sizing up its prey. Don't think that pulling a little stunt will get you ahead. The position of crown prince isn't something trash like you can touch. I squared myself, meeting his gaze undeterred. Big brother, you aren't the crown prince yet either. So stop acting like one. Xiang's face turned red with anger. You've got a death wish. Let's see how far you last once you're in the northern borders. You'll be nothing but a corpse. I didn't bother to respond. Turning on my heel, I walked away. From a distance, I could see my other four brothers exchanging baffled looks. Wait, what happened to the sixth prince? Didn't he used to cower like a mouse whenever the eldest showed up? Well, dead men don't care about disgrace. Guess he's just snapping for show this time. I climbed into the carriage and slumped against the cushioned seat. System, are you done loading? Almost there. Don't worry, host. Closing my eyes, I reflected for a moment. In my previous life, I was a miserable corporate drone, working 996 until eventually getting hit by a truck. In this life, I'm a worthless prince, soon to be sent to almost certain death. But with the system, there's still hope. Northern borders? Barbarian cavalry? Bring it on. Let's see who bites the dust first. The carriage came to a stop. Through the crack of the curtains, I saw the grand crimson-painted gates, their golden name plaque glinting in the sunlight, the prince's residence. The estate was sprawling, with elegantly arranged pavilions, corridors, and flowing streams around artificial hills. A top-tier residence that screamed luxury. I lifted the curtain and stepped out of the carriage. Two figures hurriedly approached me. Spring Peach, wearing a light green dress with her sweet, cheerful smile, and Summer Lotus, in a pale pink outfit, lively and spirited. My personal maidservants. Your Highness is back. The next carriage is already prepared. Spring Peach announced warmly. Peach chirped excitedly. The peach blossoms outside the city are in full bloom, covering the mountains and plains. The dessert shop newly opened in the west of the city makes the best peach blossom cakes. Summer Lotus added with a sparkle in her eyes. The two girls chattered around me, their faces brimming with anticipation. The original host of this body may have loved leisure and fun, but right now, I was not in the mood. Not today. Their smiles froze. Not going. Summer Lotus's lips parted slightly in surprise. You've been waiting for this for half a month. I have things to do. I brushed past them and went straight inside, heading to the study. No one is to disturb me. The two maids stood there dumbfounded, exchanging confused glances. I paid them no mind, striding quickly toward the study. I shut the door behind me. System, is it ready yet? System loading. Progress, 95%. A pale blue interface floated in midair, the progress bar inching forward at a torturous pace. 96%, 97%, 98%. Time seemed to stretch. Each passing second felt suffocatingly long. Finally, 100%. System successfully loaded. It's done. I nearly laughed out loud in relief. Quick, tell me, what's the functionality? Warlord system. Choose any historical general from Huaxia's history as a template. Gain their talents, martial skills, and physical traits. Earn attribute points by defeating enemies to strengthen capabilities. A general template system? That's it. No summoning ministers or generals. No exchanging for weapons or supplies. This is the first-generation version with limited functionality. I twitched at the corners of my mouth. What kind of con is this? I'm a prince, and you're sticking me with a pure combat system? Fine. Something is better than nothing. At least this could turn me from a good-for-nothing into a mighty warrior and boost my survival rate on the battlefield. What about the beginner's pack? It will be issued once a template is chosen. Then, I'm going all out with the strongest one. Guan Yu. Peerless loyalty and righteousness. Lu Bu. Unrivaled under heaven. Zhao Yan. Unyielding valor. Nah, none of them quite cuts it. What I need is strength to lift mountains, courage unmatched under the heavens. System, I choose Xiang. Confirm selection, Warlord of Western Chu, Xiang. Commencing body transformation. A torrent of fiery energy surged inside me, remolding muscles, bones, and meridians in an instant. Moments later, the roaring energy simmered down. While my outward appearance remained lean and refined, my internal structure had undergone a complete overhaul. I clenched my fists. Crack, crack, crack. The popping sound of my knuckles echoed, each flex radiating immense power. I could punch through steel, tear apart beasts. This was the power of the Overlord. Talent acquired, divine strength, massive increase to strength, physique, and explosiveness. The more you fight, the stronger you become. Beginner's pack, Overlord spear, Overlord armor, immunity to poisons, 10 cubic space for storage. Incredible. Suddenly, ZZT, system malfunction, energy insufficient. 3, 2, 1 system shutting down. I froze. Don't play games with me. Hey, system buddy, come back. Silence. System. Ran off. I tried to summon it. Overlord spear. Buzz. An 81 gene heavy long spear materialized in my hand out of thin air. Its shaft was as thick as a child's arm, adorned with ancient cloud patterns, and the spear tip radiated a cold, sharp gleam. Holding it with one hand felt effortless. Good. My strength remains, the space ability too. Only the system is gone. Whatever. It's enough. From now on, I'm no longer the useless prince. Chuyin Palace. Consort Li Ziwei lounged sideways on a soft couch, her moon-white palace robe perfectly outlining her slender figure. Despite nearing 40, her beauty was unblemished, her arched brows like distant mountain mist, and her eyes carrying the warmth of autumn waters. She was leisurely flipping through a book. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. A eunuch stumbled into the hall, flustered. Why the panic? Li Ziwei frowned. His Highness, the sixth prince. He volunteered during morning court. He's requested to lead troops to fight against the northern barbarians. Li Ziwei froze for a moment before laughing lightly. You must have misheard. My son is terrified of blood. Why would he ever volunteer for battle? I swear it's true. His Majesty has already consented. The entire palace is talking about it. Her smile froze. A loud buzzing filled Li Ziwei's head as panic overtook her. Battlefields were hell on earth. Blades and arrows spared no one. That was her only son. If anything were to happen to him, how could she go on? Who forced him? Who's setting a trap for my son? She shot to her feet, her expression turning cold and sharp. Whoever dares scheme against him, I'll peel off their skin. Go. Summon Chu Yun immediately. Half an hour later, I stood at the entrance of Chu Yun Palace. The gatekeeping eunuch hurried to greet me. Her Highness has been waiting for a long time. She's in a very foul mood. I stepped into the royal quarters. As soon as Li Ziwei saw me, she rushed over. Chu Yun, you've gone mad. You've got a good life here, and yet you want to throw it away? Who's coercing you? Tell me, and I'll fight them to the end to seek justice for you. Looking at her anxious face, my heart stirred. A mother's pure love like this was particularly rare in the cold, calculating inner palace. While the other consorts forced their sons to compete for the position of crown prince, all my mother ever prayed for was my safety. Mother, no one forced me. It was my own decision. Li Ziwei's eyes widened in shock. Is this truly my son, the one who only cares about food, drink, and amusement? Have you lost your mind? Her voice trembled, her fingertips icy cold. The battlefield isn't a theater. Those are real blades, real blood. In the blink of an eye, heads will roll. Are you trying for the crown prince's title? She seized me by the arm. Son, just tell me the truth. If that's what you want, then so be it. Your mother will lay down her life to help you fight for it. But don't gamble your life. Don't go to war. I shook my head firmly, my gaze unwavering. Mother, I haven't lost my mind. The good-for-nothing who only cared about indulgence is gone. I don't want to disappoint you anymore. I've signed the pledge of military command. Words once spoken cannot be taken back. I held her hand tightly. Gene. A traditional Chinese measurement of weight. One gene is approximately 0.5 kilograms or 1.1 pounds. A trembling hand. Please trust me this one time. Li Ziwei stared at me intently. as if trying to see through my very soul. The hall fell into a dead silence. After a long while, her eyes reddened, but she smiled, a kind of relief I'd never seen before. My Yuner, you've finally grown up. Her voice choked with emotion. If this is your choice, Mother won't stop you. But remember this, come back alive. I will. She clasped my hand tightly. Stay tonight, at least. Have a meal with your mother. All right. In the imperial study, the emperor was reviewing memorials. His crimson brush momentarily paused. Your Majesty, the sixth prince has gone to Lady Li's chamber, Gao Fu reported with a deep bow. A small smile played at the corners of the emperor's lips. Li Ziwei must be frantic with worry, trying her best to talk her son out of it. That gentle woman harbors the fiercest protection for her son, like a mother wolf guarding her cub. Xiao Gao, the emperor set his brush down. What do you think Chu Yun will choose? Will he press forward to the battlefield, or come to me, begging for forgiveness? Sweat formed on Gao Fu's forehead. This old servant dares not presume. A ruler's word is not to be taken lightly. The emperor's gaze turned cold. If he goes back on his word now, I will lose all faith in him. My princes may be ordinary, but they must never be untrustworthy. Go to the harem and gather news. Report back immediately. At once, Your Majesty. Silence reclaimed the study. The emperor looked at the memorials on his desk, but couldn't focus. Old Six, do not disappoint me. A stick of incense later. Gao Fu hurried back. Your Majesty, the sixth prince remains firm in his decision. He's already convinced Lady Li and is currently dining with her. The emperor's head snapped up. Lady Li didn't stop him. No, Your Majesty. The prince's resolve was unwavering. Though deeply concerned, Lady Li chose to support him. A pause. Then, a satisfied smile crept onto the emperor's face. Old Six, you've truly changed. Send my decree. The emperor's voice rang with authority. Deputy Commander Wang Hu of the Imperial Guard shall lead an elite squad to accompany the sixth prince to the northern battlefield. No matter the outcome, ensure the prince's safety. As you command. The emperor remained seated on his dragon throne in the now quiet study. 20,000 soldiers wouldn't change the tide of the war, but a prince leading the charge carried a different weight. It was a declaration of royal determination, a statement of imperial will. When news of this reaches the front lines, it will undoubtedly boost the morale of our troops. If they can just hold on until reinforcements arrive, the crisis can be resolved. By dusk, I stepped out of the Chuyun Palace, walking along the winding pathways of the inner court. Greetings to the sixth prince. Palace maids and eunuchs bowed as I passed. Once I walked beyond earshot, the whispers rose behind me. The sixth prince is going to war? Is this real? He's already signed a military pledge. The sun must be rising from the west. I ignored them all. Just as I reached the palace gates, a figure blocked my path. The crown prince, Chu Xiang. Well, sixth brother. His face was full of mockery. Out so late in the imperial harem. Are you here to ask our mother to plead with the emperor for mercy on your behalf? Having second thoughts, he burst into laughter. You gave such a passionate speech earlier, and now you're scared? You've been afraid of even killing a chicken since you were young, and you think you're headed for the battlefield? I looked at him coldly. Which eye of yours saw me pleading for mercy? I, Chu Yun, always keep my word. As for the northern border, I'm going to settle it myself. Just wait and see. I'll return victorious. With that, I brushed past him. Chu Xiong's face darkened. Victorious? You should focus on surviving first. How dare a useless layabout like you even think of touching the crown prince's position? Dream on. I'll be waiting to hear the news of your death on the battlefield. Beside him, an obsequious eunuch chimed in. His Highness is absolutely right. The sixth prince knows nothing about warfare. It's certain death for him. Reward him. Chu Xiong clapped the eunuch's shoulder in satisfaction. At the sixth prince's residence, two figures rushed toward me. Spring Peach and Summer Lotus, their eyes red and swollen like peaches from crying. Your Highness. Spring Peach choked. What were you thinking? I looked puzzled. What thinking? The news that you're going to the battlefield. Summer Lotus wiped her tears. Everyone's saying you're marching off to die. Bah, nonsense. I glared at them. The battle hasn't even begun, and already there's this defeatist talk. A bunch of gossip mongers. Your Highness, the battlefield has no mercy. If something were to happen to you. Stop. I held back a laugh, annoyed. Can you wish me well for once? I'm going to build a name for myself, not to die. The two maids stared at me, dumbfounded, as if seeing me for the first time. Is this still the frivolous and idle prince they once knew? Your Highness, you've truly changed, Summer Lotus murmured. We're coming too. Spring Peach held on to Summer Lotus. We'll go with you and take care of you. What good are maids in a war? I rolled my eyes. Stay here and wait for my return. No more wild thoughts. Finished speaking, I turned and walked away, leaving the two maids frozen in place. His Highness has really changed, Summer Lotus whispered. Spring Peach nodded. Yeah, we used to have to beg him to study anything, but now he's volunteering for war. No matter what happens, Spring Peach said firmly. If His Highness wants to do something meaningful, we'll support him. Let's hold down the fort here and wait for him to return safe and sound. In the last moments before dawn, the sky was as black as ink. In the east, the horizon was beginning to show a pale, pitiful glimmer of white as the biting cold wind swept up clouds of yellow dust, cutting at faces like blades. Outside the capital city, the imperial military camps were already alive with chaos. Smoke from cooking fires billowed everywhere, mingling with the rich scent of rice porridge and the sting of burning wood. Thousands of soldiers sat on the ground, holding coarse ceramic bowls, silently shoveling food into their mouths. A deathly silence permeated the air. Damn it, someone spat harshly onto the ground. Getting drawn for the northern battlefront might as well be a death sentence. What? I heard the one leading the troops is still the sixth prince. A crude soldier lowered his voice. That worthless brat who only knows how to gorge, drink, and visit brothels. A useless prince leading us to our deaths. This is just ridiculous. Shut up. An old soldier downed the last spoonful of his porridge. While we can still eat, we eat. Once we reach the northern front, who knows when our heads might roll. The entire camp was steeped in despair. Morale hit rock bottom. Central Command Tent. Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard, Wang Hu, stood clad in full armor, his warblade at his waist, staring intently at the sand table before him. The responsibility for the 2,000 Imperial Guards heading north rested solely on his shoulders. General, Deputy Ma Dong gritted his teeth, his tone sharp. That useless prince is only here to cause trouble. He has neither skill in governance nor in war. What's he doing on the front lines? If something happens to him, we'll all be dragged into the mess. Wang Hu's gaze turned razor sharp. Shut up. Keep such thoughts buried deep inside you. The moment these words leave this tent again, it'll be martial law for you. Ma Dong immediately fell silent. His Highness, the sixth prince, is the face of the royal family. Wang Hu's voice was icy. His Majesty has personally ordered me to keep him safe. This task is now yours. Guard him with your life. Yes, sir. I will carry out the order. Go and check the supplies. Come noon, we begin the march. Yes, sir. Ma Dong turned and left. Inside the eerily empty command tent, Wang Hu looked out at the overcast sky and let out a long, heavy sigh. This journey. Who knows if any of us will make it back alive. Prince's Manor. I rose early, already seated at the dining table, devouring my breakfast like a starving beast. Today is the day I lead the troops north. I felt no fear, only my blood surging powerfully through my veins. As a son of China, I grew up listening to stories of warriors defending the homeland, of great battles and sacrifices. That innate instinct to fight was now awakening within me. Spring Peach and Summer Lotus, my two young maids, stood nearby, their eyes red from unshed tears, fidgeting as though they had words left unsaid. Setting my bowl down, Spring Peach immediately stepped forward. Your Highness, the battlefield is so dangerous. Please, take care of yourself. Your Highness, remember to eat on time, and as it gets colder, make sure to dress warmly. Summer Lotus' voice trembled, her tears threatening to fall. I know. With that, I stood and strode directly into my chambers. Inside the room, a set of jet black Overlord armor hung on a wooden rack. Forged from refined steel, its overlapping plates shimmered like dragon scales. On the shoulders were menacing beast heads, and the chest bore ancient, imposing patterns. The armor exuded an unmistakable aura of death and destruction. Piece by piece, I began to don it. To my astonishment, The armor felt almost alive. The plates automatically adjusted and conformed perfectly to my body. Within mere moments, I was fully suited up. The 60-pound armor on my body felt as light as a feather. As I stretched and moved, the armor moved seamlessly with me, flexible and without hindrance. Equipment created by the system truly never fails to impress. I stepped over to the polished bronze mirror. The boy staring back at me was no longer the frivolous, carefree youth of before. Clad in his dark armor, his stance was as sharp and upright as a spear, and his piercing gaze radiated overwhelming determination and strength. Exuding an aura of dominance, as if destined to rule over all, I threw open the doors and stepped out. Dear heavens, Spring Peach shrieked. Your Highness, you look like a war god come to life. So dashing. Summer Lotus stood frozen in awe. Everyone in the estate was left in stunned silence, their faces filled with astonishment. I ignored the crowd's reaction, gave the butler instructions to safeguard the manor, and strode purposefully toward the rear courtyard. My warhorse was already prepared, a sleek jet-black steed with fiery red mane. Swinging onto the saddle, I gave a swift command. Hiya! The sound of hooves shattered the morning silence as I galloped out of the prince's residence, heading straight for the military camp. A single stick of incense later, I arrived at the Imperial Guard camp. The gates were tightly shut, towering over two Xiang, approximate 23 feet high. The walls stood firm, while a blood-red military banner flapped ferociously in the wind. Halt! Two guards crossed their spears to block me. This is a military zone. No unauthorized entry. I retrieved the golden command token, its engraved Chu character gleaming. Prince Chu Yun, sixth son of His Majesty. The guards froze in shock before dropping to their knees with a loud thud. Forgive us, Your Highness. This lowly one deserves punishment. General Wang who? Is he in the command tent? Yes. General Wang is there. I'll notify him. No need. I spurred my horse forward, riding straight into the camp. As I passed through the gates, I could hear the guards' awestruck whispers behind me. Whoa, that's the sixth prince. So imposing, nothing like the rumors at all. Look at that armor. It must be a divine masterpiece. I rode through the ranks of 20,000 soldiers. The once disorderly formations immediately snapped into attention as I passed. All eyes fell upon me. Who's that? Judging by the gear, he's got to be at least a general. But he's so young. And that armor, absolutely fierce. The beast motifs seem alive. The murmurs grew louder, but I kept my gaze straight ahead, riding directly to the central command tent. Leaping off the horse, the clink of armor echoed audibly as my gear shifted with the movement. Halt! The sentries at the tent entrance moved to block me. I displayed the golden token once more. Prince Chu Yun, sixth son of His Majesty. Your Highness. The soldiers stepped aside immediately. I entered the tent. The moment General Wang who turned and saw me, his pupils contracted sharply. The sixth prince he remembered had always been languid and fragile, lacking any semblance of authority. But now, from my pitch-black armor to my piercing gaze, I radiated an utterly commanding presence. This subordinate, Wang Hu, greets Your Highness. Rise. I rested my halberd against the table with a heavy clang. This northern campaign marks my first real military endeavor. I will rely on your guidance, General Wang. This subordinate wouldn't dare. I gestured to my attendants to withdraw before getting straight to the point. Is the army ready? The 20,000 troops are fully assembled, provisions and weapons accounted for, and we are prepared to march at noon. Looking at this seasoned general, I spoke with candor. General Wang, though I bear the title of Commander-in-Chief, in matters of war, you are the true expert. The actual authority within this army remains yours. From formations to marching orders, I will not interfere. I have the strength of Xiang, invincible in one-on-one combat. But wars are never fought by one person. Leave professional matters to the professionals. Wang Hu felt a weight lift off his chest. His greatest fear was that I might issue reckless commands. To his surprise, this so-called useless prince was actually so level-headed. Your Highness is wise. This general will protect you with my life and face the enemy head-on. I'll leave it to you, General Wang, I said with a calm nod. The blaring sound of war horns echoed from outside. The army was about to march. The battle was about to begin. Inside the central military tent, the flickering flames from the torches created long shadows. I stood at the head of the table, suppressing a laugh as I observed the stunned expressions on the generals' faces. Sixth Prince? This is really the Sixth Prince. Are you kidding me? That weakling has become a fierce warrior. The whispered remarks of disbelief between the officers didn't stop. Some were discreetly pinching their own thighs to ensure that they weren't dreaming. Others stared intensely at the dark armor I was wearing, as if unable to believe their eyes. Deputy General Ma Dong leaned toward Wang Hu. "General, are you sure you didn't mistake someone else for him?" Wang Hu shot him a glare. "Nonsense." He patted Ma Dong's shoulder and asked, "Enough chatter. Is the army ready?" "All set." Ma Dong straightened his back. 20,000 soldiers have already lined up outside the camp, ready to march. I swept my gaze across the room and addressed those present. "Gentlemen." The tent instantly fell silent as all eyes turned to me. "The northern barbarians have invaded, forcing our people to abandon their homes. We, these 20,000 men, are going to defend the city and repel the enemy. I know there's danger ahead, but as long as Chu Yun is here, I fear no challenge. Follow General Wang's command during the campaign. I'm new to all this, so I'll rely on your support and cooperation." "Understood." At precisely 3/4 past noon, the deep, mournful sound of war horns tore through the sky. 2,000 soldiers immediately assembled, forming disciplined formations that were as orderly as a forest. Their weapons gleamed under the noon sun. This was the most elite force of the Great Qian, with every soldier radiating an intimidating aura. Wang Hu raised the command flag high, yelling, "The entire army, northward to the northern frontier." "Yes, sir." The thunderous chorus of 10,000 voices shook the heavens. The army began its march. I rode on horseback at the very front, the mighty overlord's spear resting across my knees. Unlike the luxurious option of traveling in a comfortable carriage, I adhered to military regulations as the newly appointed commander. Wang Hu urged his horse to trot alongside mine. "Your Highness, the journey from the capital to the northern border will take about a month." I nodded, my gaze fixed firmly on the distant horizon. 20 days later, the further we traveled, the more devastating the scenes became. Waves of refugees flooded the roads, clad in tattered clothing, trudging barefoot with heavy, uneven steps. Elderly people bent over with exhaustion, children wailing, and women clutching their meager belongings as they struggled forward. The term displaced masses seemed too abstract in books, but seeing them here, living, breathing people crying, starving, collapsing, and clinging to life, each scene struck a heavy blow to my heart. "Where are they going?" I asked Wang Hu. "The government will set up resettlement camps." Wang Hu sighed. "But there are so many. The grain is scarce. Many people will end up homeless on the streets." "How's the situation in the north?" Wang Hu's face darkened. "The barbarian army has breached 3 counties and is advancing on Hebei. If we hurry, we can reach Jing'an before Hebei falls. The local forces are that useless?" "It's not that they're useless, they simply can't fight." Wang Hu gave a bitter smile. "Most of them are hastily gathered militias who lose their nerve just seeing the barbarians. Years of buying peace with tribute has made them complacent." My heart sank. Isn't this history repeating itself, like the Song dynasty? Centralized troops are strong, but the regional forces are weak. Sure, the central government prevented local warlords from splitting the land, but the moment a foreign invasion comes, the local troops can't hold up. And now the Great Qian Empire is plagued by internal chaos, with the central army spread thin, playing firefighter. The northern defenses were already undermanned, allowing the barbarian army to exploit the gap. In Hebei City, panic engulfed the city. Crowds jammed the streets in a frenzied rush towards the gates. Belongings littered the ground, trampled into the mud. Cries, shouts, and curses melded into a symphony of despair. The rich and powerful had already fled. Left behind were the poor commoners, those resigned to die in the city or doomed to face death outside its walls. The barbarians broke through 3 counties. Hebei's next. What do we do? Heaven help us. Run? Where to? The countryside is crawling with bandits. Leaving the city is suicidal. The wailing grew louder. At the governor's residence, Zhang Zhun paced back and forth, his official robes wrinkled from worry. It wasn't that he didn't want to flee. His wife and children had already been secretly sent away. But as the governor, abandoning the city meant his entire family would be executed for dereliction of duty. "Give the order," he shouted. "Gather all the able-bodied men and send them to the walls." On the city walls, Zhang Zhun bellowed hoarsely, "Fathers, brothers, I, Zhang Zhun, will not abandon this city. Our only option is to defend to the death. Every able-bodied man to the walls. The elderly and children, wait at home and stay ready. The Imperial Army is on its way. If we hold out, we live. If the city falls, no one, man, woman, or child, will survive. For your families, defend the city." In the eyes of the despairing citizens, a glimmer of hope ignited. The able-bodied men grabbed hoes and kitchen knives and rushed to the walls. Women and children boiled water and cooked meals. The entire city mobilized, hauling stones, carrying wood, heating oil. Zhang Zhun, watching the scene, felt his eyes burn with tears. He knew these untrained civilians could never stop the barbarian army. 3 to 5 days was the best they could hope for. But he couldn't say it. He couldn't retreat. Every extra day they held out was an extra sliver of hope. On the main road to Hebei County, dust billowed into the sky, and the thunder of hooves resounded like a storm. Thousands of barbarian riders surged forward, their saddles weighed down by gold and silver loot. Haha, the people of Great Xian are nothing but cowards. Their lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The women in gold of Hebei will soon all be ours. The main force, an endless swarm of soldiers, stretched as far as the eye could see, a black tide rolling forward like storm clouds crushing the horizon. At the forefront, the commanding General Yelu Aguda radiated confidence. Breaking through 3 counties in half a month, this achievement alone was enough to make his name legendary. Northern barbarians. "Faster," he roared, cracking his whip. "Take Hebei City. Once we're in, loot as you please. Women gold, they're all yours." The barbarian soldiers howled in unison, like beasts unleashed from their cages. 2 days later, morning, a thin mist draped the air like gauze. The silence was shattered by thunderous hoofbeats echoing from the end of the main road. Barbarian raiders. The sentry's scream tore through the sky. Panic descended instantly on the citizens outside the city walls. Some, torn between fleeing and retrieving more belongings, froze in place. But hesitation turned to horror as a black tide surged over the horizon. Hundreds, no, thousands of warhorses pounding the earth, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. "Run!" The crowd broke into chaos. Families bolted, dragging children and abandoning luggage as they raced toward the city gates. The gate guards turned pale, their spears trembling in their hands. "Hurry inside. There's no time left." On the city wall, the commanding officer's bloodshot eyes fixed on the flood of barbarian cavalry drawing closer. "Close the gates. Shut them now." "But, General, there are still civilians outside." Bang! The officer's boot connected with the protesting captain, sending him sprawling. The general's voice was cold and unyielding, his veins bulging with anger. "If we don't close the gates now, the entire city will fall. Obey my orders." The massive gates began to groan shut. "Open the gates. Please let us in. My son is still out there." Desperate cries tore through the air. But the iron gates showed no mercy, inching closer and closer to sealing shut. When only 2 zhang, around 7 meters, remained, the barbarian vanguard was already within 300 meters. "The gates are still open. Charge!" The bearded barbarian centurion brandished his curved saber, his eyes alive with greed. "Hebei City is ours for the taking. First spoils will be ours. Kill them all." Hundreds of barbarian horsemen surged forward like predators on the hunt, closing the distance to just 100 meters in an instant. Bang! At the very last moment, the city gates slammed shut with a deafening crash. Outside, despairing citizens pounded on the cold, unyielding iron. Inside, soldiers threw their weight desperately against the heavy door bar, securing the city. The barbarian centurion reined in his horse, surveying the terrified civilians trapped outside. His lips curled into a cruel smile. "If we can't take the city, then let's enjoy ourselves out here." Swords flashed, blood sprayed. An old woman was trampled beneath horses. Children became prey, hunted down like sport. From atop the city walls, the defending soldiers could only stand helpless, fingernails digging into stonework so hard that their hands bled. They despised the invaders with every ounce of their being, but they were powerless. Huh. The people of Great Xian are nothing but lambs to the slaughter. The barbarians mocked and jeered, flaunting their dominance beneath the walls. For 3 days and nights, the barbarian vanguard taunted relentlessly. They paraded mutilated bodies outside the gates as a show of cruelty, waved stolen goods triumphantly, and fired arrows provocatively at the city walls. The soldiers atop the walls were seething, their eyes red with fury, itching to charge out and fight to the death. Yet the general's commands were as firm as iron. Anyone who leaves without orders will be executed on the spot. Their forces were too few. Their equipment, subpar. Any rash action could lead to disaster and the fall of the city. And so, they endured, clenching their fists, grinding their teeth, waiting. The fourth morning, the earth began to tremble. A sentry raised his head to look out, instantly struck with a petrifying chill. On the horizon, a dark, surging mass of troops rolled in like an unstoppable tide. Countless banners waved in the air, blotting out the sky and stretching for miles without end. It's over. The soldiers' voices trembled. Just their spit alone could drown us. Zhang Zhen climbed to the highest point of the city walls, his heart sinking like a stone. The entirety of Hebei City's defenders he managed to assemble amounted to less than 15,000. Among them, scarcely 1,000 could be considered real fighters. The city walls stretched for 20 miles, thinly spread soldiers hardly able to cover such a vast area. If the enemy launched an all-out assault, they could hold out for no more than 2 or 3 days. Outside the city, Yelu Abaoji sat high on his horse, his gaze sweeping condescendingly over the ragtag defenders on the wall, most of whom looked like starved peasants. Huh, huh, huh. He threw his head back and roared with laughter. Farmers dare to block the path of my northern elite. They must have a death wish. The great commander is right. Look at them. Just one glance and they're shaking in their boots. Stinking peasants with hoes for weapons. Give them 10 times the men, and they still couldn't hold this city. His officers jeered mercilessly. Yelu Abaoji's voice turned icy. Send a message to that county governor. Surrender the city, and their lives will be spared. Resist, and not a soul will survive. The deputy general rode to the foot of the city walls and bellowed. Hear this. My master has decreed. Offer the city, and the lives of all within will be spared. But defy us, and when this city falls, every living thing will perish. Zhang Zhen sneered coldly. He didn't believe a word. These savages had burned, killed, and looted endlessly along the way. Surrender would only lead to an even crueler death. I am the governor of Hebei under the great Qin Empire. He used all his strength to roar. It is my duty to protect this land, and I'd rather die than surrender. If you want Hebei City, you'll have to step over my dead body. Yelu Abaoji's expression darkened immediately. He drew his curved blade harshly. Attack the city. Leave no one alive, not man, nor beast. Kill. The enemy swarmed like a tidal wave at the city walls. Siege ladders slammed against the battlements, grappling hooks biting into the stone. The invaders climbed with ferocity as the defenders fought back desperately. Stones were thrown down, smashing skulls. Boiling oil poured, searing flesh and charring bodies. Arrows rained down like a swarm of locusts, felling the front lines of enemy soldiers. Hold the line. Anyone retreating will die. Zhang Zhen bellowed as he swung his sword furiously. The common people joined the fray, hauling rocks and shooting arrows. No one backed down. Yelu Abaoji's brows furrowed. This ragtag group of misfits and peasants was holding back his elite forces. Push forward with everything we've got, no matter the cost. He was fuming, veins bulging in rage. I'd like to see how much longer they can hold out. From dawn to the afternoon, the waves of attacks didn't cease. The defenders suffered heavy losses, their energy drained to the brink, yet they held steadfast, refusing to retreat. Useless. All of you useless. Yelu Abaoji's eyes burned crimson with fury. Send the order. Surround them from all sides and attack the entire line. This city will fall today. The war drums thundered as the invaders launched an all-out assault from every direction. West Gate is under heavy attack. East Gate is going to fall. North Gate needs reinforcements right away. The defenders began to crumble in an instant. 15,000 men guarded the four walls of the city, each post stretched thin like paper. The barbarian warriors surged onto the walls like a relentless tide. The flash of blades lit the air, mingled with spurts of fresh blood. Soldiers defending the walls fell in waves, their dying screams tearing across the heavens. Leading his last contingent of personal guards, Xiang charged toward the breach. "We fight to the death," he roared. Covered head to toe in blood, he cut down several barbarian fighters. But the enemies were overwhelming in number. One by one, his guards fell. A massive axe swung at him. Xiang raised his sword to block, but the weapon shattered from the force of the blow. PFFTT. A spear pierced through his chest. The county governor was slain. The walls fell. It took half an hour from the start of the assault to the city's collapse. The gates have been breached. Barbarians pushed apart the heavy city gates, their army pouring in like an unstoppable flood. Kill. Loot. It's all ours. Hell descended on earth. The barbarians kicked down doors, stealing anything of value, slaughtering everyone they saw. Men were struck down with single blows. The elderly and children trampled to death. The screams of women echoed in gut-wrenching despair. The streets ran crimson with rivers of blood. Corpses littered the ground. Homes were set ablaze, their inferno filling the sky with thick, black smoke. Civilians hiding in cellars or corners were dragged out and mercilessly executed. The entirety of Hebei City was consumed in darkness, transformed into a living hell. What was once a lively, prosperous town was now left with nothing but the raucous laughter of barbarians and the anguished cries of despair. From the hillside in the distance, I watched the city struggle in the glowing flames, drowning in pools of blood. This is what chaos looks like. In times like these, the lives of the weak are as worthless as blades of grass. On the main road, refugees formed a black tide, engulfing the entire highway leading south. The barbarian cavalry had already taken 3 counties. The massacre of entire cities spread like a plague wherever they went. Villages burned to ash, families butchered indiscriminately. Those who survived carried only one thought: to flee southward, as far away as possible from the demons of the north. "The barbarians, they're nothing but beasts straight out of hell," shouted an old man, his voice raw with rage. "They kill anyone, even babies still at their mother's breasts." "Move faster," someone urged. "Jing'an County won't hold for long. It's only a matter of time before the barbarians arrive. Where's the Imperial Army? If they don't come soon, the whole north will be lost." Sighs of despair rippled through the crowd. Many had raw, bloody blisters on their feet, their rations long gone. They trudged on with broken bodies, struggling to cling to life as they arrived at the gates of Jing'an City. On the city walls, the defending soldiers gripped their spears tightly, their knuckles turning white. "The barbarians are already at Hebei County," a young soldier said, his voice trembling. "We're next. What do we do? Should we flee?" "Flee." An older soldier slapped him across the face. "Desertion means your family will pay the price. Do you want your parents dead because of you? But staying here is suicide. We're just a few thousand ragged troops. How do we hold back the barbarian elite?" The shadow of death loomed over all of Jing'an. Inside the governor's mansion, Duan paced back and forth, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The imperial troops should have arrived by now, but there wasn't a trace of them yet. Without reinforcements, Jing'an City, it's just a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Guards," he suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Send more scouts to the Hebei region. Find out about the battle situation. Quickly go." The first light of dawn broke over the horizon, pale streaks piercing the lingering mist. Suddenly, cries erupted from the city wall. "Look! At the end of the main road, there's an army." Among the fog, a dark line slowly emerged. The formation stretched for miles, and in its center, the massive banner bearing the word "Chu" fluttered loudly in the morning breeze. It was the Imperial Guard. "Reinforcements are here. We're saved." The defending soldiers were trembling with excitement. Some were moved to tears. Days of suppressed fear exploded into ecstatic joy in an instant. "Quick! Go report to the magistrate immediately. Du Wen rushed out of the government hall, not even bothering to fix his disheveled official robes. Reinforcements are really here? It's the truth. They're just outside the city. He let out a long sigh of relief, the anxiety that had weighed on his heart for days finally dissipating. Outside the city walls, 20,000 Imperial guards were arrayed in formation. Their armor gleamed, and they exuded an overwhelming air of battle readiness, a stark contrast to the ragtag militia of Jing'an City. Du Wen led the local officials to kneel in formal welcome. Du Wen, magistrate of Jing'an, respectfully welcomes the Imperial Guards. I dismounted and strode up to him. Magistrate Du, there's no need for such formality. I am Prince Chu Yun, the sixth prince. By imperial decree, I've brought an army to the north to resist the enemies. The sixth prince? A royal leading troops personally? Du Wen froze in shock. He had only heard about my notorious reputation as a playboy in the capital. To him, a prince was of noble blood and a figure made for luxury, not the battlefield. But now, seeing me here in person, he felt deep conviction that with a prince directly overseeing the effort, Jing'an City was surely saved. Your Highness's presence is a blessing for the people. Please, come into the city. Wang Hu immediately issued orders. The entire army will take over the defenses of the 4 city gates. Fortify the walls. Investigate any spies thoroughly. At once. Like predators, the Imperial Guards swiftly moved to secure the 4 gates of the city. Inside the magistrate's residence, a simple reception banquet was hastily arranged, some coarse dishes and 2 jars of rice wine. Your Highness, Du Wen said sincerely, the food and drink are humble, and I hope you won't find them lacking. I set down my wine bowl, skipping pleasantries and getting straight to the point. No need for formalities. Tell me about the situation in the city. Refugees, defenses, supplies. Explain everything in detail. Du Wen's expression grew grim. Your Highness, the situation is dire. The 3 northern regions have fallen, and tens of thousands of refugees have been flooding in, leaving the city packed beyond capacity. Worse yet, Hebei City has been besieged by the barbarian forces, and there's been no news for days. It's likely. What about the supplies? We had enough grain to last 2 months originally, but with the influx of refugees, we'll be lucky if we hold out for a month. If the flow of refugees continues, 20 days might be optimistic. A shortage of supplies, that was the deadliest threat. The day we ran out of food would be the day the city fell. I turned to Wang Hu. Begin defensive preparations immediately. If the barbarian forces conquer Hebei City, their next move will be to strike directly at Jing'an. We don't have much time to spare. Understood, Your Highness. In the main camp tent, the Jing'an City defense map was spread across the table. Wang Hu used a wooden rod to point at locations on the map as he outlined the strategy. Ma Dong, you will defend the east gate. The terrain there is flat, making it the most vulnerable spot in the city. Prepare the boiling oil and rolling stones. Make sure we have plenty. Replace the gate bars at the west gate and add 2 more locks. Assign this task to Captain Li. Station 3,000 soldiers each at the north and south gates. The remaining 4,000 will act as reserves and follow me to provide mobile support. After issuing these orders, Ma Dong stepped forward and requested, General, allow me to lead the cavalry out of the city for reconnaissance. We'll scout the terrain and gather intelligence on the enemy's movements. Permission granted. Take 100 elite riders with you. Leave quickly and return swiftly. I stood abruptly, declaring, I'm going too. Wang Hu frowned at my decision but eventually nodded. Ma Dong, make sure His Highness is protected. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure His Highness's safety. Ma Dong vowed solemnly. 1 day later, as the sun began to set, the sound of galloping hooves shattered the silence along the northern official road. Gravel scattered, and clouds of dust rose as 100 elite cavalrymen, clad in black armor, surged forward like a rushing torrent. I rode at the front of the formation, with Ma Dong at my side. Behind us, the cavalry moved in unison, lances sharp as needles and curved swords glinting under the dying sunlight. Cruel determination radiated from every soldier's eyes. To avoid detection by the enemy scouts, we directed our horses through forest trails, steadily advancing northward. The further north we traveled, the colder the wind bit. The horrors of the battlefield only grew more devastating the farther we went. Refugees flooded the countryside like a tide, lame men dragging themselves forward, others supporting dying family members on their backs, barefoot children stumbling through the dirt. Every pair of eyes was clouded with despair. Roadside corpses lay rotting, torn apart by feral dogs. The noxious stench of death permeated the air. I pulled back on my reins, bringing my horse to a halt. Spotting an elderly man trembling nearby, I called out to him, "Old man, what news from Hebei City?" At the mention of Hebei City, the man's tears fell uncontrollably. Gone. All gone. The city fell 3 days ago. Lord Xiang was killed defending the walls. The barbarians stormed inside, slaughtering everyone in sight. Then they set the whole city ablaze. Tens of thousands of civilians. Less than 100 survived. Boom. The word struck like a thunderclap. My cavalrymen behind me gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles cracking under pressure. Ma Dong's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He gritted his teeth and spat. These beasts. They even slaughter the defenseless. Worse than animals. I felt the cold glint of fury in my gaze. They'll pay for this in blood, 100-fold. Ma Dong hesitated, his expression conflicted. He knew as well as I did that, given the current state of our nation, such revenge would be easier said than done. We pressed on. Not 2 miles further, a scout rode up in haste, urgently reporting, "Your Highness, ahead in a nearby village, barbarians are massacring the locals. We estimate about 40 to 50 riders." Ma Dong's face darkened. How have the enemy advanced so quickly? My eyes narrowed like blade edges. 40 to 50? Perfect. We'll wipe them out. Every last one. Your Highness, no. Ma Dong exclaimed, alarmed. The northern barbarians are born and bred in the saddle. Their cavalry is vicious and formidable. While we do have a numbers advantage, defeating them without significant losses will be difficult. Even if we win, it could compromise our ability to complete the rest of the reconnaissance mission. Please reconsider. In my humble opinion, perhaps we should take a detour. A detour. I whipped my head around, eyes blazing with fury. The villagers are being slaughtered, and you want me to turn a blind eye? What is a soldier's duty? To defend and protect. With the people suffering right before our eyes, how are we any different from deserters if we do nothing? I swept my gaze across the soldiers, my voice thunderous. You are the elite soldiers of Deqian, well-equipped and battle-hardened. Just 40 or 50 barbarian soldiers. What makes you think we can't defeat them? My words struck like a hammer, landing heavily on everyone's hearts. Ma Dong's face flushed red. He spun around abruptly and roared, "Brothers, His Highness is right. How can we let savages rampage on our land? Follow me. Fight to kill the enemy and protect the people. Kill the barbarians. Rescue the villagers." The cavalry shouted in unison, their war cries echoing and full of determination. Ma Dong then turned to me nervously. "Your Highness, your status is far too valuable. Please stay in the rear to oversee operations." I gave a casual nod, but inwardly had already made up my mind. Stay behind? What a joke. This battle was the perfect opportunity to test my true capabilities. A mere 40 to 50 barbarian soldiers? Not even enough for me to warm up. The smoke rising from Shurtu village blurred the horizon. Flames roared, thick plumes of black smoke spiraling to the heavens. This once serene haven nestled in the mountain folds had turned into a hell on earth. 50 barbarian soldiers charged into the village like demons unleashed. Their blood-stained curved blades glinted in the firelight, their eyes alight with an insatiable thirst for killing. Bang! A wooden door was kicked open. A barbarian soldier stormed inside. With one swing of his blade, the elderly couple there didn't even have time to scream before collapsing into pools of blood. In the house next door, a hunter firmly gripped a hoe, shielding his wife and child. "Get out of our village." He swung his hoe with all his strength, aiming for one of the barbarians. But how could an ordinary villager stand a chance against these battle-trained soldiers? The curved blade cut through the air, followed by a spray of fresh blood. The hunter fell to the ground with a thud. "No, my husband." The woman threw herself onto her fallen husband, wailing in despair. The barbarian soldier grabbed her hair roughly, his face distorted with a cruel smile. Scenes like this unfolded across the entire village. Every door was smashed. Every piece of furniture was destroyed. Grain, money, livestock, anything valuable was plundered, and what couldn't be taken was set aflame. Any young man who dared resist was killed on the spot. Elderly, women, children, none were spared. The village paths ran red with blood. Corpses lay scattered haphazardly. Barbarian squad leader Xiang sat arrogantly atop his steed, watching his men wreak havoc. He threw his head back and laughed wildly. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Everything these Deqian scum own belongs to us. No, leave my daughter alone. A desperate mother's voice rang out. May you all die horrible deaths. An elderly man cursed through his trembling rage. Xiang sneered, grabbing the old man by the collar. Curse me? You sheep can do nothing but bleat. A flash of his blade silenced the elder. Blood sprayed, splattering Xiang's face. He licked the blood from his lips, his laughter growing even more maniacal. From a woodshed, a child no older than 7 or 8 suddenly dashed out, trembling but driven by instinct. Threw himself over the fallen bodies of his parents. Father, mother. A barbarian soldier grabbed the child in one swift motion and slammed him viciously to the ground. Blood spewed from the child's mouth, and his cries ceased instantly. The cellar became a death trap. Barbarian soldiers jabbed their spears into the ground, probing for signs of anyone hiding. Whenever they detected something amiss, they dug in and dragged villagers out one by one. A family of 4 knelt and pleaded desperately, "Please, spare the children." Their only response was the gleam of merciless blades. The fire raged higher. The cries of anguish grew fainter. The laughter of the barbaric soldiers, however, roared louder. Looted treasures were piled into a small mountain. The women were bound to the backs of horses as the marauders delighted in the carnage they wreaked. Some villagers tried fleeing to the nearby forest, but those who managed to reach the outskirts were skewered by spears through their backs. A handful of young men armed themselves with kitchen knives, attempting to fight back. But in mere moments, they were slaughtered without mercy. The once picturesque little stone village had now transformed into a scene straight out of hell. Xiang swung his blade, droplets of blood scattering in the air. Half his face was smeared in crimson, giving him the appearance of a demon risen from the underworld. Look at this, great Qian people. Xiang howled in laughter at the burning remains of the village. A bunch of lambs. Cowards. Sitting on fertile lands they don't even deserve. North barbarian warriors are the true conquerors. Their lives, their possessions, they belong under our boots by birthright. The barbarian soldiers roared, raising their weapons in unison. Slay them all. Take everything. Xiang snapped his whip. Is everything looted yet? Grab the valuables and prepare to move out. But just then, squad commander, a scout galloped frantically on horseback. Qian cavalry spotted outside the village. Xiang's face darkened. How many? Not even 100 riders. 100? Xiang laughed, his sneer dripping with mockery like a venomous serpent's hiss. Warriors, the soft cowards of Great Qian have come right to us. Follow me. Take their heads and claim the rewards. 50 barbarian riders mobilized instantly, their curved blades unsheathed, spears bristling like a deadly forest. Outside the village, dust rose into the air as the sound of hooves thundered. I arrived alongside Ma Dong with our 100 riders. Charge! Xiang led the barbarians forward at full speed. Slaughter these cowards. The barbarians screamed their battle cries. Qian dogs, meet your death. I leaned forward, kicking my stirrup for momentum. My overlord spear spun in my hands, its crimson tassel cutting through the wind. In the blink of an eye, I charged out, initiating the battle myself. General, His Highness has rushed ahead. I heard a horrified cry from behind. Ma Dong's eyes widened. Damn it. All of you charge. Protect His Highness. But my warhorse was too fast. A steed of unmatched quality, swift as the wind. Xiang locked his gaze on me. That's a Qian commander. Kill him, and the glory is ours. The first barbarian rider came barreling towards me, his curved blade raised high. Qian brat, die. My eyes remained icy cold. With a sweeping motion, I swung the overlord's spear. Crack! The spear shaft smashed into his chest. The barbarian flew back like a rag doll. The fierce impact sent the barbarian soldier flying 5 or 6 meters like a rag doll. His ribs shattered, blood poured out from all 7 orifices, and he died instantly on the spot. The second barbarian thrust his spear directly at me. "I'll kill you." With a sweeping motion of my overlord's spear. Crack! His skull shattered, and his head twisted grotesquely to one side. Dead. The third one. The spear tip shot forward like a meteor, piercing through his chest. With a flick of my wrist, I hoisted his lifeless corpse high into the air, blood dripping down the shaft of the spear. Then, with a forceful swing, I hurled him backward, his body smashing into two of his comrades behind him. 3 breaths. 3 lives taken. The battlefield fell into an unnerving silence. How is this even possible? The barbarian soldiers reined in their horses, frozen in place. One strike took down Batu. He was one of our best. Even Zachary's pupils constricted, his arrogance evaporating instantly. In the rear, Ma Dong and our cavalry stared in disbelief. His Highness is this powerful, taking them down in 1 strike each. Unbelievable. I could feel an endless surge of power coursing through my body like a raging river, flooding into my limbs. Passion for battle burned hot in my chest. Exhilarating. This is absolutely exhilarating. I turned my gaze to the remaining barbarian soldiers. A wild grin spread across my face. Who's next to come and meet their end? With my warhorse galloping forward, I closed in on a lone barbarian soldier. The overlord's spear swept across. Crack! His waistbone shattered, and his body flew several meters away. The spear tip flicked upward. Slashing his throat, a mist of blood burst into the air. Crush with the shaft, stab with the tip, sweep and slash. Every single move was swift and simple, yet each one was lethally effective. The barbarian cavalry in front of me collapsed like straw, utterly powerless. Exhilarating. This is what real fighting feels like. The strength inside me kept growing the more I fought, building like a snowball rolling downhill. "Get him! Kill him!" Zachary screamed, his eyes burning red as he led the charge with his blade. But from behind, Ma Dong's voice boomed, "Soldiers! Charge! Protect His Highness! Slay the barbarians!" The morale of the Imperial cavalry soared, and they charged forward with a thunderous roar. Amidst the chaos, I danced through the ranks of barbarian soldiers, the overlord's spear a spinning blade of death. A wide sweep, 2 barbarian soldiers were sent flying. A precise thrust, my spear pierced straight through another chest. An upward swing, skulls shattered and blood sprayed. Now this is a real battle. Unexpectedly, Zachary saw an opening and tried to ambush me from the side. "Die, you bastard." I shifted my stance just in time, holding the overlord's spear horizontally to block. Clang. His scimitar shattered on impact. "What? Impossible." Zachary's face went pale with shock. I spun around, gripping the overlord's spear tightly, and struck with all my might. Boom. Zachary flew 7 or 8 meters before slamming into a tree. Leaves rained down as he coughed up blood, sliding weakly to the ground. The death of Zachary broke the barbarian soldiers completely. "Run. Run for your lives. Run? Think you can escape that easily?" I spurred my horse forward, throwing the overlord's spear with precision. The spear pierced straight through the back of a retreating soldier. "Brothers, leave none alive." Ma Dong rallied our forces as our troops pursued the fleeing barbarians. 15 minutes later, all 50 barbarian cavalry were annihilated. 6 were taken prisoner. I personally had slain 28. Ma Dong and the cavalry gathered around, staring at the ground littered with corpses. Instinctively, they swallowed hard. Gulp. Too brutal. Who could have ever imagined the 6th prince possessed such terrifying power? Long live His Highness. Long live His Highness. The cavalry cheered, their eyes filled with both admiration and awe. With a fierce flick of the overlord's spear, blood droplets splattered off the tip, tracing a crimson arc through the air. The battlefield was a chaotic sight. Mangled bodies of barbarian soldiers strewn everywhere, their blood darkening the earth. Scanning the carnage, I commanded in a low voice. "Search every corner. Do not miss a single surviving villager." "Yes, Your Highness." The soldiers quickly spread out. The burnt-down village was still surrounded by billowing black smoke. Ma Dong approached swiftly, his expression full of shock. "Your Highness, just now, you were like a divine war god descending from the heavens. To take down 28 barbarian soldiers on your own, such unmatched strength." He paused for a moment, lowering his voice. In all my 10 years of service, I've never witnessed such terrifying skill. The rumors back in the capital painted the sixth prince as a useless fool. But the man before him, capable of cutting through armies with a single sweep of his spear, was no fool. He was a hidden prodigy, an unparalleled master. In an instant, Ma Dong came to a realization. His Highness had deliberately concealed his strength all these years to protect himself amidst the ruthless palace struggles. By playing the role of a harmless simpleton, he had evaded suppression from all sides. This level of patience and foresight was truly astonishing. Injuries. I interrupted his train of thought. 9 lightly injured, no deaths. Ma Dong bowed and responded, all thanks to your Highness' valor. The moment you attacked, the barbarians were terrified and their formation fell apart. Bring the captives here. Understood. In the depths of the village, soldiers kicked open broken doors, revealing scenes that made even these battle-hardened men's eyes redden with fury. An elder lay motionless at the threshold. A woman had died shielding her child in the corner, blood splattered across the walls. A small child clung tightly to their mother's cold corpse, tear stains still visible on their cheeks. Monsters. Not even the children were spared. These barbaric dogs deserved to be butchered alive. The soldiers gritted their teeth and carefully moved the bodies as they continued their search. In an underground cellar, a few survivors huddled together, trembling and covering each other's mouths to stifle their sobs. No more sounds now. A little girl whispered through her tears. Wait a little longer. An old man insisted in a hushed tone. A teenage boy clenched his teeth and stood up. I'll go check it out. You all stay here. If I don't come back, don't come out no matter what. He pushed aside the straw and crawled out of the cellar. The sight that greeted him was devastating. Neighbors who had been laughing and chatting just the day before were now cold, lifeless bodies. The once familiar village had become a living hell. Tears blurred his vision. He clenched his fists tightly. He swore he would kill every last barbarian and avenge them all. Stop right there. A voice called out behind him. The young boy's face turned pale, and he spun around, taking off in a run. Don't be afraid. We're the Imperial Guards of Xiang. The barbarian troops have all been slaughtered. The boy froze in his tracks, his legs giving way as he collapsed to his knees, wailing uncontrollably. Hearing the commotion, others in the cellar slowly climbed out. Seeing the bodies of their loved ones strewn across the ground, their cries tore through the air, raw with devastation. At the village entrance, 6 captured barbarian soldiers were brought before me. Their hands were tied behind their backs, faces smeared with blood, yet their eyes remained fierce and defiant. Where is the main barbarian force? I towered over them. When will they reach Jing'an County? Who is the commanding officer? What's the size of their army? The leader of the captives suddenly raised his head and spat bloody spittle toward me. Keep dreaming. Kill me or torture me, but don't think you'll get a single word from me. Deqian dogs. Kill us if you want, but we'll never talk. The others shouted defiantly. My hand tightened around the hilt of my sword. A flash of cold steel. Shink. The blade sliced cleanly across the leader's throat, blood spraying forth. His eyes widened, choking sounds escaping from his throat as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. One strike, swift and decisive. The faces of the remaining 5 captives turned ashen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. I don't have time for patience. My voice was as cold and sharp as the blade in my hand. Speak, and you live. Stay silent, and you die. I pointed to the second captive. You. Talk. Don't know. Even if I did. The glint of metal cut across the air. The sword pierced his throat with precision. His lifeless body crumpled to the dirt. Ma Dong shivered. The 6th prince, who usually appeared gentle and harmless, wielded his sword with ruthless efficiency. You. I turned my gaze toward the 3rd captive. That man frantically dropped to his knees, banging his head on the ground. Mercy, my lord. I truly don't know where the main force is. I'm just a lowly soldier. Don't know? The blade arced once more. Then there's no point in keeping you. A 3rd body hit the ground. The remaining 3 captives broke down entirely, collapsing to the ground in a puddle of their own fear. Out of the 3 of you, whoever talks first gets to live, I declared. I'll talk. I'll say everything. One of them instinctively raised his hand, desperate. The main force has already moved out. They're heading for Jing'an County. The commander is Yellow Aguda. We don't know the exact location, I swear. We're just a recon unit. Another captive quickly added. We're a group of 200 riders, split into 4 squads for scouting and raiding missions. Our camp is in a valley 20 li northwest. Excellent. I nodded, satisfied. My lord, you said if we cooperate, you'd let us live. Can we leave now? Of course. The 3 captives lit up with joy and turned to flee. Shink. Ma Dong's blade flashed, and one of the captives dropped to the ground. You went back on your word. The remaining 2 shouted in anger. I smirked coldly. I promised to spare your lives. But I can't control what others might do. Ma Dong raised his blade again, charging forward. Barbarian scum. Killing innocent civilians on our Deqian soil, and you still think you can leave here alive? Open. Dream on. 2 swift strikes ended the life. The soldiers escorted the survivors to the village entrance. Elders, leaning on withered branches, and women holding their children, faces streaked with tears. The children clung tightly to the adults' clothes, their eyes filled with terror. Your Highness, there are 29 survivors, the captain reported with a heavy voice. 6 elders, 7 women, and 16 children. He clenched his fists. Little Rock Village originally had 413 inhabitants. The rest have all perished. Silence blanketed the scene. Over 400 lives, reduced to merely 29. In the fires of war, the lives of common folk were worth less than grass. And this was just the tip of the iceberg when it came to the northern barbarians' invasion. Are you sure there are no more? We've searched every corner 3 times over. The elders, trembling with age, came forward and fell to their knees. Thank you, General, for saving our lives. Those beasts slaughtered everyone they saw, not even sparing the newborns. One elder choked on his sobs. If it weren't for the general, none of us would have survived. The women and children followed suit, kneeling and crying out, "Thank you, General." The wails of gratitude echoed through the ruin. Please, stand up. I stepped forward to lift them up. It is the duty of soldiers to protect the homeland and its people. There's no need for such thanks. Suddenly, a young boy rushed out and dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. General, I want to enlist. His eyes were bloodshot. My parents, grandparents, and siblings were all slaughtered. I have to take revenge. Please, General, take me in. What is your name? Wang Daniu. All right, I accept you. The boy shuddered head to toe and bowed deeply. I turned to Ma Dong. The village is destroyed, and dangers still linger nearby. Dispatch some injured soldiers to escort the villagers to Jing'an City. As you command. The villagers expressed their gratitude once more, their eyes glistening with the spark of life that had outlasted tragedy. Sometimes, surviving takes more courage than dying. And giving them that courage, that hope, is the very meaning of safeguarding this land. 15 minutes later, the 29 surviving villagers set off for Jing'an City, protected by injured soldiers. Their procession vanished into the depths of the forest. I turned to Ma Dong again. The barbarian vanguard camp lies in the valley 20 miles to the northwest. Their garrison is no more than 150 men, most of whom are out looting. Let's wipe them out. Ma Dong's eyes lit up fiercely. Your Highness, brilliant plan. While their main force is away, we'll crush their camp and capture their centurion alive. He spun around abruptly. Brothers, His Highness has given the order. Wipe out the barbarian scum. Kill. 90 cavalry raised their voices in unison, their battle spirit soaring into the heavens. Move out. The iron cavalry surged forward like wind, charging straight for the northwestern valley. Half an hour later, deep within the valley, dozens of dark tents scattered across the clearing. Barbarian soldiers idly sharpened their blades and fed their horses, completely oblivious to the approaching threat. There are no more than 40 men in the camp, Ma Dong whispered. Perfect, I said coldly, my gaze sharp like a blade. Full charge, attack. Not a single one gets away. At the same time, inside the camp. Damn it. All that effort, and all we got were a few chickens. One barbarian soldier cursed under his breath. The centurion must have hit the jackpot. He hasn't even come back yet. Suddenly, the thunder of hooves filled the air. Huh. The brothers are back. The barbarian soldier stood up with a grin. The sentry's face turned pale. Enemy attack. Deqian cavalry. The camp was instantly in chaos. Huh. Those Deqian weaklings dare to throw their lives away. Mount up. Let them taste the power of the northern barbarian riders. 40 barbarian cavalry quickly assembled, swords drawn, and charged forward. Leading the way, I spurred my horse like an arrow, wielding the overlord spear. No fancy techniques, just sheer, raw strength. A barbarian soldier swung his blade at me. Bang! With a horizontal sweep of my spear, both the man and his blade were sent flying more than 10 steps, his ribcage shattering, dead on the spot. The spear thrust forward, piercing the throat of a second soldier. Blood splattered everywhere. A third enemy tried a sneak attack from the side. I swung backhanded. Crack! His skull shattered. One strike, one kill, every move deadly. Sweeping, thrusting, smashing, each attack brought death. I charged through the enemy like a tiger among sheep. No one could withstand my onslaught. Ma Dong led the troops right behind me. Kill. Avenge the villagers. Kill. The morale of the imperial army was unstoppable. The barbarian soldiers completely collapsed. What kind of monster is this? One spear knocked him 10 steps into the air. He's fiercer than the greatest warrior of the plains. In just moments, all 40 barbarian cavalry lay dead. I had personally taken down 23 of them, with 31 more from the village gate. A total of 54. 2 battles, 54 lives. The soldiers' gazes towards me shifted from shock to fervent reverence. Long live His Highness. His Highness is invincible. The cheers shook the heavens. Ma Dong, take 50 riders and set up an ambush on both sides of the valley, I ordered swiftly. When the main force of the barbarian army enters, cut off their retreat. I'll lure them in with 30 riders inside the valley. Understood. Ma Dong immediately moved out. 50 elite riders silently disappeared into the dense forest on both sides. I stayed behind with the 30 remaining riders, leisurely clearing the battlefield in the valley. One incense stick of time passed. The thunder of hooves returned. Over 100 barbarian cavalry rode in, heavily laden with loot. Belts hung with treasures and chickens and ducks strapped to their saddles. Huh, what a jackpot today. Those Deqian cowards just run at the sight of us. At the front of the group rode Centurion Axar, his plump face brimming with glee. Move faster. Let's get back to camp and celebrate. Yes, sir. The barbarian riders, laughing and cheering, filed into the valley. As soon as Axar entered, the sight of corpses strewn everywhere froze the smile on his face. My camp, my brothers. Deqian dogs ambushed us, a barbarian soldier roared in rage. Kill them. Axar drew his sword. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. The barbarian riders howled as they charged forward. I raised the overlord's spear high. Advance. Horsemen, prepare to fight the enemy. 30 riders rose in unison. I charged forward, leading the attack. Uksha scoffed at the sight, smirking coldly. Just this many men? Suicidal. 30 against 100? Pathetic, the barbarian soldiers jeered. At that moment, attack. Cut off their escape. Ma Dong's furious roar erupted from both sides. 50 elite cavalry burst out of the forest, charging straight at the rear of the barbarian army. This is bad. It's an ambush. Uksha's face turned pale. Uksha yanked hard on his reins. Behind him, there were only 40 or 50 Dacian cavalry closing in. What's there to panic about? He bellowed. They dare come at us with so few men? His barbarian riders, seeing their small numbers, felt their bloodlust ignite. Huh, they're walking to their own deaths. Take down the ones in front first, then clean up the rest. Uksha shouted commandingly, attack. Over 100 barbarian riders turned their spears and charged straight at me. I sped forward, leading the battle with my overlord's spear in hand. The first barbarian soldier in front swung his blade down at me. The spearhead sliced through the air, fast as lightning. His throat was pierced, and blood sprayed everywhere. One strike, one kill. The second and third soldiers rushed up. A horizontal sweep of my spear. Crack. The sound of bones shattering resounded as barbarian soldiers were flung through the air like broken kites. Encircle him. Kill him. Uksha roared. Over 20 curved blades slashed down at me simultaneously. Clang, clang, clang. The blades left only faint marks on my dark armor. Fools. I channeled my strength through both arms, spinning the spear fiercely. 3 heads instantly burst apart. Each move with the Overlord's spear left a trail of corpses. Where the spear passed, the ground was littered with the fallen. What kind of demon is this? Knives can't cut him. Spears can't pierce him. He's a monster, a walking nightmare. The barbarian soldier's arrogance dissolved into sheer terror. Aksha's face went ghostly pale. Despite all his years of battle, he'd never encountered a fighter like me. Everyone, attack. Swarm him. I refused to believe he can't be killed. He was losing his mind. I sneered. Raising the Overlord's spear high, I smashed it down. Rearing up on its hind legs, my warhorse sent barbarian soldiers tumbling to the ground. The spear swept across, and blood mist filled the air. Every strike claimed a life. Behind me, my Imperial cavalry's eyes burned with admiration and fervor. Kill every last one of these barbarians. They charged into the enemy ranks like blades slicing through armor. I fixed my gaze on Aksha. Spurring my horse, I sped forward like an arrow. Surround him. Quickly. Aksha's knees went weak with fear. The Overlord's spear cut through ranks like lightning. Any who dared block my path were flung aside. In desperation, Aksha drew his horned bow and fired an iron arrow, whistling through the air toward me. I swatted it aside with a backhand slash. The arrow split cleanly into 2 pieces. Damn it! He's not human. Run for your lives. Aksha screamed, turning his horse to flee. A barbarian soldier thrust his spear at me. I snatched it from his grip, veins bulging on my arm as I hurled it like a javelin. Whoosh! The spear impaled Aksha's warhorse in the flank, sending both horse and rider crashing to the ground. I leaped down, the Overlord's spear's tip at Aksha's throat. Mercy! Mercy, please! Bind him! I commanded. 2 of my cavalrymen stepped forward to take him away, bound tightly at the front. The fleeing barbarian soldiers scattered in a panic. Chase them! The entire valley turned into a hunting ground. My Overlord's spear became the scythe of death, each thrust claiming a life with precision and efficiency. Run? Weren't you all so good at raiding not long ago? The barbarian troops, terrified out of their wits, spurred their horses desperately. But how could they escape me? The spear shot forth like a dragon, piercing through backs. The shaft swung wide, skulls shattered in bursts. Show no mercy to the fallen. Ma Dong, leading 50 cavalrymen, pursued with relentless ferocity. Avenge our slain villagers. The Imperial Army soldiers had never been this exhilarated. None had ever imagined a day when they could chase down the iron cavalry of the northern barbarians and slaughter them. Exhilaration. Absolute exhilaration. Screams of slaughter echoed through the valley, and bodies piled up like mountains. Not until the last barbarian soldier fell did this encirclement come to its conclusion. The valley returned to its dead silence. Only corpses, blood, and shattered weapons remained. I sat upon a boulder, carefully wiping down my Overlord's spear. The white cloth slid across its gleaming surface, sending a chilling glint into the air. Ma Dong sprinted up to me. Your Highness, the barbarian soldiers have been completely wiped out. Good. Prepare to return to camp. The setting sun dyed the western sky blood red, casting its dim twilight across the land. Though the cavalrymen were weary from the long day's battle, a fiery admiration burned in their eyes as they looked at me. To them, I was no man, I was a god. Today, I struck down exactly 100 enemies. That number thundered through their minds, utterly shaking them. On the battlefield, slaying 5 was already considered brave. 20 could earn a reputation far and wide. Elite captains who accumulated 100 kills across their career would be legends of the army. But me? My first day on the battlefield, and I had slain 100 in just one day? And it wasn't even a close fight. It was a one-sided massacre. The soldiers stared at me in growing awe. After a full day of fighting, I was entirely unscathed, without a hint of exhaustion. My breathing even and calm as though nothing had happened. The Overlord's body is unmatched. Suddenly, War God System 2.0 loading. What? A system? This thing was back. A tide of ecstasy swept over me, almost making me leap off my horse. Night fell, and flames from the camp's bonfire blazed high. I sat alone on a stone, waiting. War God System 2.0, loading complete. Greetings, host. We meet again. You cursed system. Last time, you vanished without warning and left me for dead. Calm yourself. When the system crashed, I tried to inform you that gathering the energy of 100 kills could trigger a restart, but I didn't get the chance. So today, reaching 100 kills reactivated you? Precisely. And not just that, I've undergone an upgrade to War God System 2.0. New core functionalities include attribute points earned from kills, which can be allocated freely to enhance strength, speed, vitality, or spirit. A new quest system, offering tasks that grant rewards upon completion. Quests can be freely accepted or declined with no penalties. You better not crash again this time, got it? With the 2.0 version's reinforced core, the system is nearly uncrashable unless subjected to forces beyond cosmic control. I smirked. This cursed system, still hedging its bets. Hand. Host. You have 100 attribute points to distribute. Open the panel. Host. Chu Yun. Bound template. Xiang Yu. Hegemon King of Western Shu. Strength. 100. Ordinary human limit. 10. Speed. 75. Ordinary human limit. 10. Constitution. 100. Ordinary human limit. 10. Mentality. 80. Ordinary human average. 20. Skills. Indomitable strength. Poison immunity. Attribute points. 100. As expected with the King's template, all stats crush common human limits tenfold. Can I allocate the attribute points however I want? No restrictions. Assign freely. If I keep enhancing myself, could I eventually survive a nuclear blast with just my body? Theoretically possible. Whoa. Infinite growth is nuts. After a moment's thought, it dawned on me. Perseverance on the battlefield matters more than raw burst power. Constitution dictates defense, endurance, and recovery. It's the foundation. Assign everything to Constitution. Enhancing. A warm surge coursed through me as every fiber of my being transformed. My muscles became denser, my skin gleamed with a metallic sheen. My body, once again, surpassed its limits. At dawn, I led my cavalry back on the road. Midway, we regrouped with surviving villagers and advanced together to Jing'an City. By noon, our party arrived at the city gates. The guards recognized us immediately and opened the gates without hesitation. I rode in, first resettling the villagers, then escorting the captured Acacia to the dungeons before returning to the camp. But Ma Dong barged into the command tent without sparing a moment for rest, his urgency palpable. General, he was panting heavily, forgetting even to salute. The sixth prince has been hiding his true strength all along. King Hu set down his bowl of kanji with a frown. What's got you all riled up? Catch your breath first. Ma Dong took a deep breath, his eyes filled with excitement. Word in the capital claims the prince is nothing but a pampered wastrel. It's all lies. You wouldn't believe it unless you saw it with your own eyes. He flailed his arms wildly as he recounted. The prince charged into the enemy ranks with a spear, cutting down one barbarian after another. Not a single one could even get close to him. I've been in the military for over 10 years, and I've never seen anyone fight like this. Yesterday, the prince single-handedly killed 100 barbarian soldiers. King Hu almost spit out his food. A heavy silence filled the entire tent. Ma Dong. King Hu slammed the table, standing up abruptly. Are you out of your mind? The sixth prince can't even lift a heavy weapon. Killed 100 elite barbarians? Even ghosts wouldn't fall for that nonsense. General. Ma Dong's face turned red with frustration. The imperial guards who were with him all saw it too. The severed left ears of the fallen barbarians are outside in 2 full sacks. On top of that, he even captured their centurion, Acacia. We have both witnesses and evidence. King Hu stared intently at Ma Dong, as though trying to detect any lie in his expression. You swear you're not making this up? I'll stake my life on it, General. Hiss. King Hu gasped sharply, shivers running down his spine. That's absolutely insane. The seemingly insignificant and scorned sixth prince, who everyone dismissed as nothing more than a spoiled, useless royal, managed to kill 100 barbarian soldiers all by himself? This isn't just bravery, it's defying the heavens. Ma Dong lowered his voice, murmuring, General, His Highness the Sixth Prince has been biding his time for years, pretending to be worthless. He's hidden so deeply. It's clear someone with this level of foresight has big plans in motion. Wang Hu nodded slowly, his expression pensive and gaze sharp. To endure and stay low for all these years, that's a ruthless, calculating person. With the emperor undecided on the crown prince, the other princes are openly vying for the position. And now, the sixth prince chooses this moment to reveal his strength? It's obvious he's aiming for the throne. He's stabilizing his position within the military, using this victory to accumulate military achievements and pave the way for the succession battle. Wang Hu's thoughts moved quickly. Once the war in the northern frontier ends, the sixth prince will undoubtedly be put in an important role. His maternal family's political influence is no small matter, and his odds in the fight for the throne aren't insignificant. Forming ties with him early on, it's a political investment he cannot overlook. I understand, Wang Hu said solemnly. From this day forth, we'll do whatever we can to support His Highness the Sixth Prince. Show no negligence. Yes, sir. At the same time, word of the Sixth Prince's prowess spread like wildfire throughout the camp. Did you hear? The Sixth Prince killed 100 barbarians on his own. What? That's not just bravery. That's the stuff of legends. In the training grounds, soldiers stopped their drills to gather and discuss, eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of 2 blood-soaked bags filled with severed left ears serving as proof. In all 8 years I've been here, I've never seen someone so fierce. Man, how wrong were we to underestimate His Highness? I used to mock him. Clearly, I was blind. He was playing the long game, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger all along. Anyone who dares call the Sixth Prince worthless again, I'll take him on myself. The entire camp was in a frenzy. Every gaze that turned toward my tent was now filled with a mix of awe, respect, and fear. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. By now, Jing'an City had been fortified into an impenetrable stronghold. The walls were reinforced, ramparts repaired, and the entire population, young and old, threw themselves into the city's defenses with tireless determination. Strong men carried wood and stone, while the elderly and children honed rolling logs and built stone tripwires. Following my suggestions, we enacted a scorched earth policy within 100 miles radius. All grain was moved into the city, houses were burned, and nothing, not a single grain, was left for the barbarians to use. I devised one ruthless strategy after another. Dig horse traps every 3 steps outside the city, 3 feet deep, with sharpened stakes at the bottom. I instructed, pointing to an open plain. 100 meters away, dig horizontal trenches. Fill them with bamboo spikes and cover them with straw mats. Coat the flanks of the city gates in oil. Once the barbarians approach, light it up and burn them alive. Rivers and wells. Seal them off or poison them. I added, voice eerily calm. Not with lethal toxins, just enough to leave them writhing with stomach pain and utterly incapacitated. Wang Hu and Ma Dong listened in stunned silence, their eyes wide and jaws agape. These strategies weren't just cunning, they were downright vicious. Morality? Fairness? Clearly, I had little interest in those concepts. Your Highness, these plans, they're downright cruel. Ma Dong muttered under his breath, though his tone betrayed genuine admiration. I stood atop the city walls, gazing out across the fields under the setting sun. Another idea popped into my head, and I smirked. Gather rotten meat and diseased livestock carcasses. Dump them into the rivers or bury them near the barbarian encampments. Let's spread some plague through their ranks. Your Highness, absolutely not. Wang Hu shouted, his voice laced with alarm. Plagues are indiscriminate. They won't spare ally or enemy alike. If Jing'an City falls back into enemy hands, hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians will perish. If word of this gets out, Your Highness's reputation will be ruined, and the people's trust will be lost. I fell into a brief silence before replying. You're right. We'll abandon this strategy. The room collectively exhaled in relief. It's a good thing I'm one of our own. If I were the enemy, they'd find it hard to sleep at night. When the people heard that the plan was to fend off the barbarians, they were full of enthusiasm. Within days, the outside of the city was rigged with traps, full of deadly intent. I stayed in the military camp, eating and living alongside the soldiers. On the training grounds, I stood barehanded. With one punch, I struck. Boom! The straw dummy instantly exploded, and the thick wooden post behind it snapped in half, splinters scattering everywhere. Every soldier froze in unison, instinctively gulping. If that punch landed on a person, they'd be shattered to pieces. I had deliberately shown this level of strength. To gain a foothold in the army, I not only needed to win hearts, but also to demonstrate absolute power. Meanwhile, in the northern plains, the barbarian army stretched for miles, banners fluttering, their momentum formidable. A scout galloped forward at full speed. Report: Jing'an City has 20,000 imperial guards under the command of 6th Prince of Great Qian, Chu Yun. The barbarian generals erupted in laughter. Ha ha! Only 20,000 men dare block our 200,000-strong force. A prince raised in the palace, leading troops? He's practically delivering his head to us on a platter. I'll bring just 10,000 men and easily capture this so-called 6th prince alive. Yelu Aguda's lips curled into a cruel smile. Since the Emperor of Great Qian is offering us a gift, it'd be rude to decline. Hear me, all troops. March for Jing'an City within 2 days. Once the city is breached, plunder it for 3 days. As for Chu Yun, capture him alive, strip him bare, chain him up, and parade him in the streets. Let every Great Qian citizen witness how pathetic their prince truly is. Take Jing'an City. Capture Chu Yun alive. Tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. What they did not know was the kind of hell awaiting them. And I had prepared everything for their arrival. This time, I would make them understand what it feels like to play the sheep to trap the wolf. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the earth trembled. 200,000 barbarian cavalry surged like a black tide, their dust cloud blotting out the sun. Stretching for miles from north to south, they encircled Jing'an City completely. Yelu Aguda reined in his horse at the front of the formation, looking down upon this isolated city, his lips curling into a cold smile. Set up camp. Build siege works. Tomorrow, we raze this city to the ground. His voice thundered like a storm. On the city walls, I gripped my sword tightly. Beside me stood Generals Wang Hu, Ma Dong, and others. Gazing at the boundless enemy encampments beyond the walls, no one spoke. 40,000 against 200,000. This was a battle where the disparity in numbers alone was daunting. Your Highness, Wang Hu's voice was heavy. We have 20,000 imperial guards, 10,000 county troops, and with the able-bodied men we've conscripted, a full tally brings us to 40,000. A 5-to-1 odds. The distance was already a disadvantage, but even more critically, Jing'an City was situated on flat plains, leaving no natural barriers for defense. The city walls stretched for dozens of miles, and once the forces were spread out, each segment was precariously underdefended. I stepped forward, sweeping my gaze over the crowd. What are you afraid of? Our traps aren't just for show, I said firmly. Exactly. Ma Dong's eyes lit up. The horse pits and bamboo spike arrays are enough to give these barbarians a real nightmare. The stifling tension in the air eased immediately. The soldiers exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter, their fighting spirit rekindled. Inside the barbarian army camp, shortly after dinner, chaos erupted. My stomach. A soldier clutched his abdomen and collapsed to the ground, his face ghostly pale, his body twitching uncontrollably. Then the second and the third. Screams of agony filled the camp. Some soldiers dropped to their knees, vomiting, while others frantically searched for makeshift toilets. The camp devolved into utter disarray. In just half an hour, over 1,000 men were incapacitated. Marshal, we've got a serious problem. A personal guard burst into the central command tent. Yelu Abaoji shot to his feet. Speak. Thousands of our brothers have been poisoned. They're vomiting and suffering from terrible diarrhea. The camp's nearly paralyzed. He stormed out of the tent. Everywhere he looked, soldiers were writhing in pain and moaning. It was a horrifying sight. Investigate. Find the cause immediately, he bellowed. Military physicians rushed about, examining symptoms, testing water sources. Before long, the truth was revealed. Marshal, it's the water. Someone spiked all of the water supplies with a laxative. Yelu Abaoji trembled with rage. Despicable. Those Qian soldiers dared to poison our water. Send word. No one is to drink from the water supplies here. Dispatch men to fetch fresh water from a spring 10 miles away. He glared toward Jing'an City, eyes burning with murderous intent. At dawn, the blaring of war horns shattered the silence, echoing to the heavens. Tens of thousands of barbarian troops swarmed across the fields in black waves, threatening and overwhelming. Yaluabaoji raised his command flag. Vanguard Battalion. Attack the city. Kill. 5,000 vanguard soldiers surged forward like a pack of wolves, cloud ladders hoisted high and curved blades gleaming. On the city walls, our mood was unexpectedly relaxed. They're coming, they're coming. The show's about to begin. The soldiers muttered amongst themselves, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Wang Hu grinned widely. His Highness's traps will finally be put to good use. 100 meters. 50 meters. Suddenly, oh! The lead barbarian soldiers found the ground vanishing beneath their feet and plummeted into concealed horse pits. Sharp wooden stakes pointed upward, skewering flesh in an instant. The screams of the injured were gut-wrenching. Traps. There are traps. But those in the rear couldn't halt their momentum, and one after another, they tumbled into the pit. In the blink of an eye, hundreds lay dead at the bottom, staining the earth red with their blood. Ha ha! Thunderous laughter erupted from the city wall. Keep coming, you barbarians. This is what happens when you invade Great Xiang. Yaluabaoji's face turned an alarming shade of green. Fill the pits. Continue the attack. Under a hail of arrows, the barbarian soldiers painstakingly hauled dirt and stones forward, desperation written all over their faces. More. After toiling for an entire hour and sacrificing the lives of over 100 men, they barely managed to fill the traps. Charge. The vanguard launched another assault. But then, thud, thud, a second layer of traps. Deeper, with denser stakes, even better concealed. This time, even more men fell, their screams of agony more heart-wrenching. The barbarian soldiers lost all composure, retreating in chaos and losing their formation. Damn it, Yaluabaoji roared. How many traps are there? Commander, we can't keep attacking. The generals pleaded one after another. These are layered traps. We don't even know where it's safe. Our brothers are already terrified. Forcing another charge will just be sending them to their deaths. Yaluabaoji took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Sound the gong. Pull back the troops. Send out every scout we have. Check every inch of terrain outside the city and mark every single trap. The loud clanging of the gong echoed through the battlefield. The barbarian soldiers retreated like a tide, disheveled and humiliated. We won. We actually won. Cheers erupted atop the city walls. Long live His Highness. Let the savages see what hell really looks like. I stood atop the wall, gazing at the war-torn land beyond the city, a faint smile on my lips. Round 1. We had prevailed. But the real battle was just beginning. The jubilant cheers on the wall abruptly ceased. I gripped the battlements tightly, my gaze fixed on the distant, disorganized barbarian camp retreating far away. There was no ease in my heart. Rather, a heavier sense of foreboding settled in. General Wang. I turned to Wang Hu, my voice heavy with gravity. The traps were just the appetizer. The barbarians have taken the bait, but they will undoubtedly comb every inch of ground, clearing out all the traps one by one. These tricks won't buy us much time. Wang Hu's face darkened as he nodded. Your Highness is absolutely right. No matter how many traps we have, if the barbarians are patient enough, they can clear a path within 2 days. The real bloodshed is yet to come. Our eyes met, and the weight of the situation seeped into the air like an invisible fog. 40,000 against 200,000. Even with well-prepared defensive works, it was like dancing on the edge of a blade. And then, ding, an icy cold voice suddenly rang in my mind. Defensive siege battle, limited time mission activated. Mission, repel the 200,000 barbarian troops and break the siege of Jing'an within 10 days. Failure consequences, no material penalties. The system will enter a 6-month dormant period. Do you accept? 10 days. Defeat an army of 200,000? Had the system gone insane? What happens if I fail the mission? I asked silently in my mind. The system will simply become dormant for 6 months. There are no other penalties. Just a 6-month pause in the system? I smirked. It was a gamble worth taking. Accept. Countdown has begun. The sunset was a bloody red, dyeing the horizon in its light. Over the barbarian camp, smoke from cooking fires rose into the darkening sky. Within the central tent, Yaluabaoji paced like a caged beast, his expression as dark as ink. The bottom of the pot. Commander, a rough soldier burst into the tent. Speak. Have the traps been scouted? Yaluabaoji's bloodshot eyes stared intensely. It's worse than we anticipated. Outside all 4 city walls, it's littered with traps, horse pits, bamboo spikes, iron caltrops, layer upon layer, dense as a spider's web. The only way is the main road. On both sides, it's all death traps. Bang! Yaluabaoji slammed his fist down, shattering the table. Those despicable Qian dogs, only capable of dirty tricks. His chest heaved violently. Pass my order. Tomorrow, clear out the obstacles at any cost. The day after, launch a full assault and wash Jing'an in blood. The night was deep. I lay on the bed, my mind racing. A frontal assault? Suicide. For 1,000 versus 20,000. Leaving the city would just be sending men to slaughter. The only plan, cut off their supplies. 20,000 troops. Every day they consume a mountain of provisions. Burn their supply depot, and their army will collapse without a fight. But the grain depot must be at the heart of their camp, heavily guarded. Too few men, and we can't break through. Too many men, and the target's too obvious. Every path leads to death. Except burning their provisions, there's no other way. At dawn, the sound of horns tore through the morning air. The barbarian soldiers poured out of their tents like swarming ants, a black tide surging toward the outskirts of the city to begin clearing the traps. One barbarian soldier cautiously probed forward. His foot gave way. Sharp bamboo spikes pierced through his soul, and he hopped on one leg, wailing. Before his nearby comrade could laugh, that one too stepped into a pitfall, tumbling over miserably. On the city walls, the defenders loosed scattered arrows, but to little effect. The barbarian soldiers raised their shields, steadily advancing, slowly filling in the deadly traps. Cowardly turtles, dare you come out for a fight? 3 barbarian generals rode to the walls, pointing up, hurling insults. Hiding behind walls to die like a bunch of weaklings. If you've got guts, open the gates and fight us face to face like real men. Useless chin scum, nothing but cowards. Their shouting echoed like thunder, each word a dagger. The city's defenders flushed red with rage, their eyes bloodshot. A few hot-headed archers fired immediately, but the barbarian generals dodged with ease. That's all you got. The generals jeered louder. Can't even shoot straight? Pathetic. Ma Dong, boiling with anger, turned to me. General, let me ride out and cut down those dogs. No. Wang Hu swiftly rejected. It's a taunt. I sneered coldly. I'll go. The entire scene froze. Your Highness, absolutely not. You're the commander. It's just a few nobodies. I turned to my trusted soldiers. Warm some wine. I'll be back in time to drink. I strode to the battlements, mounted my horse. Bawang spear in hand, my killing intent surged like a tide. Kriya walk. The city gate opened. The 3 barbarian generals were stunned, their minds blank. They had been yelling for so long, convinced the people of Qian would stay holed up like timid turtles. Who would have thought? They actually opened the gates? Must have been driven mad by the insults, coming out to die. In the next moment, a lone rider charged out like a shooting star and appeared. I was dressed in simple attire, looking like a frail scholar. The only thing that betrayed my presence was the overlord's spear in my hand, black, cold, and emanating a murderous aura. Ha! The 3 barbarian generals burst out laughing. They sent out a pretty boy? With those skinny arms and legs, I could smash him into paste with one swing of my club. Go back and call someone who can actually fight. Don't waste my time. At that moment, long live His Highness. His Highness will prevail. The thunderous cheers erupted like a tidal wave from the city walls. The laughter of the 3 barbarian generals froze. This noble-looking youth. Who in the world is he? I reined my horse to a halt 20 paces away, a mocking smirk playing on my lips. Barking all day like a pack of stray dogs. So, are you coming at me together? Or lining up to die one by one? My time is valuable. Arrogance. Confidence overflowing like a storm. The faces of the 3 barbarian generals turned crimson, like cooked pig liver. They had fought on the battlefield for years, but had never been so blatantly disrespected. This seemingly frail, delicate-looking noble had the audacity to call them petty lackeys. Brat, you court death. Today, you'll be torn to pieces. Fueled by fury, their murderous intent became almost palpable. The towering Bailing was the first to act, leading with his massive figure. His warhorse rose on its hind legs, his spiked mace whistling through the air with deadly force. "Pretty boy, listen up. Your grandpa here is Bailing, the North Barbarian Vanguard. Descend from your horse and surrender now, and I might consider letting you leave an intact corpse." Bailing's thunderous roar filled the battlefield. The spiked mace in his hand swirled with fierce energy, drawing cheers from the barbarian soldiers, who already imagined my demise with one blow. I remained emotionless. A slight squeeze of my legs urged my horse forward at a steady trot, before surging forth like a tempest. The Overlord's spear trailed along the ground, its jagged tip striking sparks against the earth, building momentum. A faint tremor ran through the spear's shaft, hiding an explosive force within. In the blink of an eye, the two warhorses clashed. Bailing unleashed his full strength, his spiked mace descending with an ear-splitting whistle. Die! In that instant, my wrist shifted. The Overlord's spear surged forward like a black dragon leaping out of the sea. Clang! A deafening crash erupted. Bailing's powerful attack was firmly stopped midair. His pupils contracted, his face frozen in shock. But I didn't give him a chance to recover. With a swift rotation of my wrist, the Overlord's spear swept upwards. Fast. A speed so quick, it left only a blur behind. Schlick. The spear pierced clean through his throat, blood gushing out in a crimson fountain. With a twist of my wrist, the spear slid free. Bailing clutched his neck, toppling from his horse to the ground, instantly dead. 2 moves. Just 2 moves. The battlefield fell into absolute silence. The defenders on the city walls and the barbarian army outside were all staring wide-eyed in stunned disbelief. The barbarian soldiers, who had been clamoring moments before, suddenly fell mute. Even Yelu Abaoji shot up from his seat, glaring at the battlefield with intensity. Suddenly, cheers erupted once more from the city walls, shaking the earth. "Long live His Highness. 1 strike to kill." I sat tall in my saddle, the Overlord's spear clean of even a trace of blood. My gaze slowly swept toward the remaining 2 generals. "No dithering. Both of you, come at me." The faces of the 2 remaining barbarian generals turned pale, drained of color. They exchanged a glance before charging at me simultaneously. To the left, a broadsword swung in a wide arc. The long spear from the enemy on my right side thrust forward, aiming to block all my escape routes. My eyes turned sharp. No retreat, only advance. Like an arrow released from the bow, my warhorse charged ahead. 3 riders collided. The clash of weapons screeched through the battlefield. With a powerful sweep of my Overlord's spear, its immense force, equivalent to the weight of mountains, struck across the back of a blade. Clang! The barbarian general's grip gave way, his hand split open. His broadsword flew out of his grasp. The spear from the right seized the opportunity to strike toward me. My Overlord's spear retracted and swung again. A weapon weighing 81 pounds felt as light as a feather in my hands. The barbarian general's own spear spun out of his grip instantly. His pupils contracted sharply as he tried to retreat. Too late. Like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, the Overlord's spear pierced through his chest. I exerted force through my arm, flinging his lifeless body several meters away to crash heavily onto the ground. The barbarian soldier whose weapon had been disarmed was petrified, his very soul shaken. Without a second thought, he turned and fled. Raising the Overlord's spear high, I channeled all my strength into it. I threw it. The spear cut through the air, howling like thunder. Thud! The fleeing barbarian was pinned to the earth. From the beginning of the battle to the slaying of 3 generals, all in under 5 minutes. Urging my horse forward, I rode up and pulled the Overlord's spear from the ground, pointing it toward the enemy's massive army. "Who's next?" My voice boomed like a thunderclap, commanding awe and exuding unparalleled dominance. Cheers erupted like a tidal wave atop the city walls. The defending soldiers clenched their fists and yelled in unison, their eyes filled with fervor. On the contrary, the barbarian army fell silent. Every one of them stared wide-eyed, unable to mask their astonishment. "This man is absolutely terrifying." Yelu Aguda's eyes bulged as he roared. "Who is he? Since when does Great Xian have such a warrior?" The generals exchanged uneasy glances, none able to provide an answer. Find out. I smirked faintly. Seeing that no man dared to challenge me, I turned my horse back toward the city. The gates swung open, and I rode through. Wang Hu and the other generals hurried forward to greet me. Your Highness, unmatched valor. One man slaying 3 generals, shaking the battlefield. Ma Dong followed quickly from behind. Your Highness, you must be the greatest warrior of Great Qian. I doubt I'd even survive a single move against you. Wang Hu nodded vigorously. After decades of military service, he prided himself on his martial skills. But compared to me, he was as distant as Earth is to the heavens. Surrounded by the cheering soldiers, their morale surging sky-high, I offered a small nod before striding up to the city wall. One of my personal guards presented a warm cup of wine. I tilted my head back, drinking it in one gulp. Exhilarating. Inside the barbarian command tent, the flickering candlelight cast shadows across Yelu Aguda's stormy face. What was meant to demoralize Great Qian's soldiers through a show of strength had instead backfired. A single man had slain 3 of his generals, shattering their dignity. Commander, we've uncovered his identity, reported a personal guard kneeling on one knee. That youth is none other than Great Qian's 6th prince, Chu Yun. Yelu Aguda's eyes shot up. Is this information reliable? Undoubtedly accurate. It has been verified across multiple sources. The Emperor of Qian has indeed raised a remarkable son, he sneered. But if this child is not removed, he'll become the greatest threat to our tribe. No matter how strong he is, can he alone stop an entire army? Can he hold the entire city by himself? Send out the orders. Work through the night clearing the traps. At dawn tomorrow, we attack the city with full force. The next day, at the break of dawn, the sound of horns blared across the land. There was no testing or probing this time. No challenges were issued. The barbarian army stormed forth in full force, a black, surging tide like a dark wave crashing in. Siege towers and battering rams were mobilized as the deafening war cries tore through the crisp morning air. Release the arrows. Prepare the logs and boulders. Wang Hu's hoarse command bellowed across the walls. A rain of arrows unleashed, and the first line of the barbarian warriors fell. Yet with unwavering determination, the rear ranks trampled over their fallen comrades and pressed forward. Ladders propped against the city walls as enemy soldiers climbed relentlessly upward. Defenders slashed with their blades and sent logs and stones crashing down. The battlefield soaked in blood and carnage. One wave receded, yielding immediately to another. The assault continued from dawn to noon, from noon to dusk, never ceasing. As the sun dipped into the horizon, painting the sky a fiery red, the ground beneath the city was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely. Worst of all were the barbarian archers. Masterful in their craft, their volleys were precise and their range unmatched. Arrows rained over the walls in dense showers, with defenders dropping one after another in their paths. When nightfall came, the barbarians temporarily withdrew. The following 2 days brought even more frenzied assaults. Yelu Abaoji, the enemy commander, tried every tactic at his disposal: night raids, tunneling, in a relentless effort. Wang Hu, however, had anticipated such moves. Water jars were buried along the city's foundation to detect underground movements. As soon as the tunneling attempts were found, Wang Hu ordered the tunnels filled with firewood and set alight, choking the intruding barbarians with thick, suffocating smoke. 3 days of relentless bloodshed. 10,000 barbarian troops killed, 3,000 defenders lost. Yet, the walls of Jing'an stood strong and unyielding, like ironclad barriers, halting every enemy advance. Inside the central command tent, Yelu Abaoji stared at the battle reports with fury, trembling as he struck the table. A teacup shattered on the ground. Fools. All of you are useless fools. 10,000 dead, and not even a piece of their wall breached. His enraged howls reverberated in the tent, his heart stifled with humiliation. 3 days of grueling combat yielded no progress. This was an embarrassment unlike anything he'd experienced in his military career. The generals under his command stood silent, their tension thick in the air. War is merciless, a battle unmeasured by mere numbers. Behind each figure lies the life of a person, Behind every stone piled high on the wall is the will of the defenders. To falter here would spell disaster beyond all imagination. Day 5 arrived. The outside of the city was eerily silent. No drums, no horns, as the barbarian camp sat in a foreboding stillness. Yalu Abaoji ordered his troops to rest. The 3 days of successive battles had left over 10,000 corpses piled up beneath the city walls, and even the remaining soldiers were reaching their limits. On the city's walls, the defenders collapsed wherever they stood, utterly spent. Some bandaged their wounds, others lay gasping for air. But every single one of them understood this was merely the eye of the storm. I stood atop the battlements, my gaze fixed on the distant enemy camp. 5 days already. The system gave me 10 days. We were halfway through. Dragging this out any longer would mean failure. We can't wait any longer. In the afternoon, I donned black battle gear and snuck out of the north gate alongside Ma Dong and 20 scouts. We bypassed the barbarian outposts, climbing to the top of a barren hill. For miles away spread the massive enemy camp, a sea of black tents blanketing the landscape. Soldiers patrolled back and forth, banners whipped in the wind, and the countless army resembled a dark, overwhelming ocean. The sight alone sent chills down my spine. "Your Highness, it's too far. We can't make out much from here," Ma Dong muttered, a frown creasing his forehead. The way. I reached into my robes and pulled out the crystal tube I'd spent 3 days crafting. A crude spyglass of sorts, pieced together with convex and concave lenses, barely functional, but just enough. Through the lenses, the enemy camp, several miles away, drew near in an instant. Patrol routes, sentry positions, the layout of tents, everything was as clear as if it were right in front of me. The supply camp was at the very center, guarded by 3 layers of soldiers, surrounded by wooden barricades and caltrops. A frontal assault would be suicide. But on the western side, there was an overgrown gully. "Your Highness, what kind of divine artifact is this?" Ma Dong took the spyglass, frozen in shock. "Heavens! The enemy camp, it's right before my eyes." "Enough talk." I snatched the spyglass back and pointed toward the gully on the western flank. "Tonight, we'll strike there and make for the supply camp." "Your Highness, this is madness." Ma Dong's face twisted with alarm. "That's a death trap. Continuing to defend the city is just waiting for death." I turned to him sharply. 3,000 men have already perished in 3 days. Morale is shattered. The reinforcements are 20 days away. We won't last that long. Holding the fort is prolonged suicide. A gamble is our only chance at survival. The northern winds are fierce tonight, and the air is dry. Once the fire starts, the wind will do the rest and burn their supply camp to the ground. Ma Dong gritted his teeth, his hesitation dissolving as resolve flared in his eyes. "You're right, Your Highness. Better to go down fighting than to sit here waiting for death." The barbarian army has been on a winning streak for days. They're already overconfident. They won't even dream of us sneaking into their rear lines to set their camp ablaze, I said, an icy glint of determination in my eyes. "Come midnight, we'll burn their supply camp to the ground." Back within the city walls, I confronted Wang Hu directly. "Your Highness must be insane." Wang Hu shot to his feet, his voice thunderous. "Charging into the heart of an army of 200,000 to burn their supplies? That's suicide. If we don't try, how will we ever know?" I locked eyes with him. "You know this city won't hold. At best, we have 7 days before the walls are breached. Give me 200 riders. Tonight, I'll lead them myself. If we succeed, the barbarian army will retreat. If we fail, I'll die with them." The tent fell silent, heavy with tension. Wang Hu's fists clenched, then relaxed, only to tighten again. Finally, he exhaled a long, ragged breath. "Very well. But, Your Highness, you must return alive." A faint smile tugged at my lips. "In this world, there isn't a soul born who can kill me." Ma Dong. "Here, gather 200 elites. Criteria: unmatched riding skills, courage like tigers, the kind who will not hesitate to die. Light armor, saber equipped, and plenty of oil. By midnight, assemble at the north gate." "Yes." Ma Dong's eyes burned with battle spirit. Midnight. The northern wind howled under the pale, merciless moonlight. 200 black-armored riders stood in silent formation, their horses' hooves wrapped in cloth, their mouths tied to muffle any sound. Every pair of eyes gleamed with an unshakable resolve, ready to face death. I rode forward on my horse, clad in black armor with a long spear strapped to my back. Tonight, it's a fight against all odds, I said, sweeping my gaze over them, voice sharp as steel. But once this fire ignites, the 200,000 barbarian troops will have no choice but to retreat. Do you dare to charge in with me? Your Highness, we will follow you to the death. 200 voices murmured low, but the air was thick with bloodlust. A royal prince, leading a night raid on the enemy camp in person. For such bravery alone, he deserved their undying loyalty. Open the gates. The heavy city gate creaked open silently, like the yawning black maw of a beast. I nudged the horse forward with my legs, charging into the darkness as the first one through. 200 shadows followed close behind, vanishing into the wilderness under cover of the howling wind. Meanwhile, at the barbarian camp, Yaluabaoji downed a mouthful of fiery liquor, his brows knit tightly. For some reason, an ominous feeling gnawed at his chest. Someone, come here, he suddenly barked. General, send out orders to strengthen the night watch. Double the patrols. Any sign of trouble, sound the alarm immediately. Yes, sir. He looked upward to the pitch-black sky beyond the tent. The cold wind made the flickering candlelight dance uneasily. I hope this is just my overthinking, he muttered under his breath, unaware that the specter of death was already creeping closer in the shadows. The night was as dark as ink. The wild wind tore through the barren land. With 200 iron cavalry at my back, we moved low and silent, skimming across the terrain. Our horses' hooves were wrapped in cloth, muffling every sound. Skirting around the north side of Jing'an City in a wide arc, we finally arrived at the rear of the barbarian camp. Your Highness, the wind is getting fiercer, whispered Ma Dong. Even the heavens are helping us tonight. Eyes cold as steel, I muttered. Remember, no matter what happens, just charge forward. I'll clear the path. Stay close. Tonight, we must burn the food supplies. Yes, sir. 200 riders unsheathed their blades in unison. Cold steel flickered briefly in the dark like the glint of death. Suddenly, around the corner, we came face to face with a squad of about 10 barbarian soldiers. The air froze in an instant. Enemy attack, one of the barbarians shrieked. A sharp whistle sliced through the night sky. Charge! With a thunderous roar, I spurred my horse forward. It bolted like an arrow from the string, my war spear slashing sideways, a whirlwind of death. 5 barbarian soldiers hadn't even reacted before they fell lifeless to the ground. You have slain 5 barbarian soldiers, earning 5 attribute points. All points into Constitution. A wave of heat coursed through my body as my strength surged even higher. The alarm bells shattered the night, rousing the barbarian camp into a frenzy. Soldiers spilled from their tents, cursing and brandishing their blades as they began surrounding us. Don't get bogged down. Charge straight for the food supplies. Leading the way, I became a reaping scythe of death. Wherever my spear pointed, flesh was torn asunder. Not a single barbarian could survive a blow. Behind me, the 200 cavalrymen carved into the enemy ranks like a razor-sharp dagger plunging into the heart of their camp. We carved our bloody path through sheer will. The food depot was within sight. Piles upon piles of provisions towered before us, surrounded by hay-covered tents packed closely together. Set it ablaze now. The riders dismounted almost in unison, furiously dousing everything with oil. The fire strikers sparked. Flum. Flames roared to life, leaping into the night sky. The wind howled, fanning the flames into monstrous waves of fire. In an instant, the entire grain camp transformed into a sea of flame. The orange-red glow of the fire lit up half the sky, and the searing heat slapped against us, forcing our eyes shut. Retreat. I jerked my horse around, and 200 cavalry quickly regrouped. But it was already too late. From all sides, the enemy swarmed toward us like an unstoppable tide. Every route of escape was cut off, completely sealed. Your Highness, we did it. Ma Dong's face was smeared with blood, but his excitement shone through. Don't celebrate just yet, I said, scanning the growing throng of enemies. Getting in was easy. Getting out will be the hard part. Stay close. We're breaking through. A barbarian commander galloped toward us, his bloodshot eyes locked onto the inferno raging behind us. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kill them all! Hack these Qian dogs into pieces! Leave no one alive!" From every direction, their warriors surged in, tightening the noose. Far away, Yalu Abaoji woke with a start. That instinct honed by years on the battlefield snapped him awake in an instant. Barefoot, he dashed out of his tent, and when his eyes fixed on the blazing camp, for a moment he stood frozen in shock. "Put out that fire," he roared as he leapt onto a horse. "Everyone to the grain camp. Now." But within the camp, the fire was already beyond control. The wind howled, fueling the flames, and the inferno burned brighter and fiercer. Barbarian soldiers scrambled with buckets of water, but the moment they threw it, it would evaporate into useless white steam. And we were utterly surrounded. Masses of enemy warriors surged toward us from every direction. They were so dense that the end of their ranks couldn't be seen. I gripped my king's spear tightly, its weight of 81 gene feeling like nothing in my hands. Wherever its tip swept, flesh was torn, bones were shattered, and blood painted the earth. Within a perimeter of 3 meters, I created a kill zone that no enemy could cross. Yet there were too many of them. No matter how many fell, another wave rushed to take their place. One row collapsed, and another filled the gap. "Your Highness," Ma Dong, his shoulder impaled by a blade, shouted hoarsely, "Leave now. We'll hold them off." "Shut up," I warned. "We leave together, or not at all. I will not abandon anyone." The king's spear spun violently in my grip, its deadly shadow sweeping around me like a coiled dragon. The surrounding 3 meters were cleared in an instant. 2 barbarian commanders, roaring with fury, charged at me. "Arrogant pup, die!" Their twin sabers slashed down simultaneously. I didn't retreat. I advanced. The first strike? A parry. The resounding clash split their grips, blood seeping from their torn palms. The second? A sweeping arc. The one on the left crumpled to the ground, ribs shattered, killed instantly. The third? A stabbing thrust. The spear's tip pierced through the throat of the one on the right, his disbelieving eyes wide as he fell lifeless. 3 moves. 2 commanders dead. For a brief moment, the surrounding barbarians froze in shock. What kind of monster is this? After all this fighting, how is he still so relentless? Blood red suffused my vision as I carved a path straight through their ranks. With sheer will and force, I tore a bloody opening in their encirclement. Night deepened. Flames flickered wildly, smoke churned thick in the air. Chaos engulfed the battlefield as the barbarians trampled each other in the confusion, unable to tell friend from foe. "Stop panicking. Contain the fire first," their commander bellowed, forced to redirect his troops. A window of opportunity. "Follow me." We retreat north. What remained of my cavalry surged forward, riding close behind me, out of the encirclement and into the endless darkness of the night. Behind us, the supply depot was engulfed in an inferno, lighting up the entire sky. The enemy's food supplies? Completely destroyed. And in this battle, I learned a crucial truth. Sometimes, the most insane plans are the easiest to succeed, simply because the enemy would never believe you'd dare to go through with them. The night was as dark as ink. The wind cut like a blade. I stood on the ramparts of Jing'an City, my eyes locked on the enemy camp in the distance. Countless campfires flickered like the eyes of beasts, each glow quickening my heartbeat. Wang Hu's hands were trembling. This iron-willed man now appeared fragile, like a prisoner awaiting his sentence. "His Highness will succeed," he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible. 200 cavalry charging a camp of 200,000. This wasn't courage. This was madness. Suddenly, a soldier's cry tore through the oppressive night. "General, the rear of the enemy's camp, it's on fire." I spun around. The horizon was ablaze in red. A colossal fire painted the sky crimson, and dense, black smoke rose like a dragon roaring into the heavens. It was the enemy's supply depot. Success. Wang Hu's thunderous shout nearly burst my eardrums. His Highness did it. The walls erupted with cheers. Soldiers screamed, hugged, wept uncontrollably. The suffocating fear and despair we'd endured collapsed in an instant, replaced by unrestrained euphoria. Incredible. His Highness is a god of war. 200 men burned the supplies of a 200,000-strong army. Who could pull off something like this? Meanwhile, in the camp of the barbarian army, Yalua Guda's warhorse neighed relentlessly, spooked by the flames. Before him was nothing short of hell. Millions of pounds of grain twisted and exploded in the inferno. Flames devoured everything in their path as waves of heat singed the faces of the onlookers. Soldiers ran around like headless chickens, throwing water, hurling sand, futile efforts in the face of the blaze. General, a soot-covered officer knelt before him. The fire is out of control. All the supplies are gone. Yalua Guda's face darkened like a storm cloud, veins bulging on his forehead as if they might burst any moment. "Where are the attackers?" he growled, his voice like a demon rising from the depths of hell. "They escaped." Bang! With a single kick, the officer flew 3 feet away, coughing blood as he hit the ground. Useless. Worthless. Yalua Guda's roar drowned out the crackling of the flames. "A few hundred of those damn chi dogs burned my supplies and managed to escape unscathed. What am I keeping you idiots for?" His eyes burned crimson, his bloodlust palpable as it spread across the encampment. "Relay the order to the cavalry. Pursue them. Track them to the ends of the earth if you have to, and tear them to pieces." Out on the desolate plain, the sound of horse hooves thundered like a storm. I rode shoulder to shoulder with Ma Dong. Only about 50 riders left behind us. Every man among us bore the scars of clawing out from death itself. He emerged, covered in blood, but his eyes sparkled with light. "Your Highness, we actually did it." Ma Dong's voice trembled with excitement. "Don't celebrate too early." The words had barely left my lips when the sound of galloping hooves filled the air behind us. Torches blazed in the dark, forming a fiery dragon as hundreds of barbarian cavalry swarmed like a tide. "Your Highness, go now. We'll cover the rear." The soldiers tugged at their reins, ready to turn back. I smiled. These barbarians, they're nothing but walking stat points to me. "You all go? I'll stay behind." "Your Highness, no." "Shut up." My voice wasn't loud, but it silenced them all. "This rabble is nothing for me to handle on my own. If you stay, you just get in the way." Ma Dong gave me a deep, conflicted look before gritting his teeth and commanding, "Everyone, move out." In the blink of an eye, the world was reduced to just me, my horse, and my spear. I turned my horse around, facing the fast-approaching horde. Licking my dry lips, the metallic taste of blood only made me more exhilarated. Earlier, I'd held back to protect my subordinates. It hadn't been fun enough. Now, it's my time to shine. The barbarian riders were closing in fast, the ground shaking beneath their charge. I gripped my overlord's spear tightly, my black cloak snapping like a flag in the wind. Come on. A lone rider charging headlong against hundreds. It was bound to be quite the spectacle, like a moth to a flame. The barbarian captain laughed loudly. "Just one guy? He's asking to die? Brothers, cut him down." The distance between us vanished in an instant. 3 barbarian riders swung their blades at the same time. Clang. The overlord's spear swept across, unleashing a forceful blow. All 3 sabers were knocked clean out of their hands. The spear's tip darted forward like a serpent striking. Slash, slash, slash. 3 bursts of blood sprayed into the air, and 3 lifeless bodies toppled from their saddles. The entire sequence lasted less than a heartbeat. "A monster," murmured one of the barbarians, his face drained of color. "Surround him. Take him down," bellowed the captain. Blades flashed like a steel web, coming for me from every angle. I grinned. This is what it feels like with maxed-out physique. It's incredible. The overlord's spear became a scythe wielded by death itself. Sweeping, thrusting, lifting, smashing. Every move was as precise as it was lethal. The sound of shattering bones, anguished screams, and panicked whinnies melded into a symphony of destruction. Ding. Kill the barbarian. +1 attribute point. Ding. Kill the barbarian. +1 attribute point. Ding. The system notifications flooded my mind as I mowed down lives, rapidly assigning attribute points. Physique and spirit alternated as my focus. I could feel strength skyrocketing, sensations sharpening. Within 10 feet of me, nothing survived. The barbarian encirclement broke apart. Fear spread among them like wildfire. Is he even human? A demon. He's a demon. Corpses piled up like mountains, and the earth beneath my feet turned crimson with blood. The barbarian captain's voice quaked as he shouted, Don't run. He's almost done. Look, he's out of breath. I was indeed breathing heavily, but not because I was tired, because I was thrilled. This surging feeling of power, this intoxicating thrill of controlling life and death, made every cell in my body tremble. Come on, I smirked, raising an eyebrow. Who else? Bathed in blood under the pale moonlight, I stood as if a god of slaughter had descended. Blood droplets slid slowly down the tip of my overlord spear. The centurion, his eyes red as blood, swung his blade towards a retreating barbarian soldier beside him. Useless fools. Do you want the reward or not? Attack. Reluctantly, the barbarian soldiers steeled themselves and closed in, their curved blades, spears, and hooks poised to strike from every angle. The overlord spear came alive in my hands. Squelch. The spear pierced flesh and tore through a chest. With a swift twist, I flung the corpse aside. 3 barbarians came at me from both flanks. I sidestepped their blades and drove the spear downward, tearing through one's throat. Turning the shaft horizontally, I swept it across. Crunch, breaking the neck of the soldier to my right, sending him collapsing off his horse. The last one, petrified, flailed his blade wildly in panic. I caught his wrist in a reverse grip and unleashed my monstrous strength, hurling him off his horse like a rag doll and slamming him to the ground with a sickening thud. He let out a scream before succumbing to unconsciousness. Blades flashed around me, but I moved like an unrelenting machine of slaughter. My spear screamed as it tore through the wind, each strike ripping through flesh and bone. Corpses littered the ground. The barbarians swung and missed, again and again, not even grazing the hem of my blood-drenched robes. The bloodlust in their eyes shifted, slowly but surely, into pure terror. He's not tiring out at all. He's taken out 70 or 80 of us already, and he hasn't even broken a sweat. What is he? He's not human. Another barbarian was sent flying with a single sweep of my spear, his body landing lifelessly atop the growing pile of corpses. His final expression mirrored the others, hopeless, despairing. The centurion snapped, losing all semblance of control. All of you, charge. If we don't kill him today, none of you will return alive. Over 100 barbarians surrounded me, charging like moths to a flame. A flash of ice-cold determination flickered in my gaze. With an explosive burst of speed, I swept the overlord spear wide, leveling both man and horse in one vicious stroke. Galloping forward, my spear aimed directly at the centurion. Clang! His curved blade shattered under the force, and the spear's shaft struck his chest like a hammer. The centurion screamed as he was flung several meters away, landing in a crumpled heap, coughing blood before passing out. The remaining barbarians broke entirely. Panic consumed them. They stared at my hellish figure, drenched in blood. None dared come closer. Run, just run. This guy's a freaking monster. They turned to flee in droves. I planted my feet and, with a primal roar, hurled the overlord's spear. A black streak of lightning ripped through the night. Thunk! Squelch! Squelch! 3 deserters fell, pierced through and hanging like skewered meat, their twitching bodies going limp in seconds. Dusting my hands, I nodded in satisfaction. What a massacre! The night grew heavier over the forested encampment nestled in the valley. Ma Dong and his remaining 40 cavalrymen anxiously waited, their eyes fixed nervously on the path behind them. General, why hasn't His Highness returned yet? A young rider asked, unable to contain his worry. He stayed behind alone to cover the retreat against hundreds of barbarian cavalry. Ma Dong raised a hand to calm their unease. Don't panic. His Highness possesses unmatched martial prowess. Tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers couldn't stop him, so what are a mere few hundred cavalrymen? Stay calm and don't cause trouble. Your cooperation is the greatest help. The crowd calmed down slightly, but their eyes remained fixed on the moonlit plains. Finally, a figure emerged under the moonlight. One man, one horse, one bloodstained spear, covered in blood yet standing tall and unyielding. He didn't seem like a mortal returning from battle, but rather like a war god, a spirit of vengeance stepping through the night. It was me. Ma Dong galloped forward. Your Highness, you've returned at last. Are you hurt? I gave a faint smile, brushing off the blood on my armor. Those fools couldn't even lay a finger on me. Around 40 cavalrymen closed in, their gazes blazing with admiration. Soldiers, I addressed them as my eyes swept over the group. Tonight, you have proven your valor. 200 elite warriors charged headfirst into the fray, and not one faltered. Men like you are the blessing of the Daician Empire. This place is no longer safe. Return to the city at once. By burning their rations tonight, we've secured the upper hand. Now, we wait for the barbarian army to fall apart without a single additional fight. We obey your command, Your Highness. The group raced back toward the city. Behind them, the barbarian army's camp was still engulfed in flames. Yalu Agudas stood in the ruins of the burnt supply depot, his face dark with fury. After listening to the scout's report, his throat moved as he swallowed hard. There was no mistaking it. The one who led the raid must have been Chu Yun, a royal prince, personally leading an all-or-nothing mission to burn vital rations. This man had audacity beyond belief. Ruthless and decisive, even in the face of death, he would draw his sword and strike back. Unease churned within Yalu Aguda's chest. This prince would become the northern tribe's greatest nightmare. Outside Jing'an City, the moonlight was stark and cold. It's His Highness. They're back. Soldiers flooded toward the wall, torches blazing. The North City gate opened slowly, with Wang Hu personally leading the reception. Your Highness, you've returned safe and sound. When he saw me unscathed, his eyes glimmered with determination. He made up his mind to place his full bet on the sixth prince. The other 5 pampered princes? Useless. Absolutely useless. Ma Dong strode forward and reported, Commander, the barbarian army's rations have been completely burned. Wang Hu scanned the blood-soaked cavalry. Brave warriors, you've risked life and limb to give Jing'an City a fighting chance. Enter the city at once. I've prepared food, wine, and medicine for you. The sky brightened as dawn broke, sunlight stretching over the horizon. A single piece of news erupted through Jing'an City. Prince Chu Yun, the sixth prince, led only 200 cavalrymen to invade the barbarian army's camp of 200,000, burned all their rations, and returned safely. The streets were packed with townspeople. Impossible. 200 men broke into a camp guarded by tens of thousands of soldiers. An old man's eyes widened in disbelief. I saw the sky light up with flames last night. No wonder, it was His Highness who set the blaze. A middle-aged man stood frozen. The barbarian ration camps are heavily fortified. 200 light cavalry sneaking in. That's practically a death sentence. A young man, heart pounding with pride and excitement, exclaimed, Then that means, Your Highness is truly remarkable. The fire completely obliterated everything. A city guard passing by exclaimed loudly, 200 elite soldiers, and in the end, only 40 returned to the city. His Highness held the rear alone, slaughtering enough barbarian forces that they dared not pursue. The crowd fell into a dead silence, which was followed by an even greater uproar. One man holding the rear, holding off hundreds of barbarian cavalry on his own. This wasn't just a prince. This was a living war god. An elderly woman with white hair clasped her hands together in prayer. Heaven bless us. They destroyed the barbarians' supplies. We still have a chance to survive. A child by the roadside shouted along. His Highness is amazing. His Highness killed the barbarian dogs. 200 soldiers breaking through a camp of hundreds of thousands, burning their supplies and killing their men, and then making it out alive. It's like something out of a legend, someone remarked in awe. The barbarians have lost their supplies. They can't last more than a few days. They'll have to retreat. Jing'an City is saved. The sunlight grew brighter, and the atmosphere within the city lightened with newfound hope. This battle didn't just burn the enemy's supplies. It ignited the hope of the entire city. Sometimes, a desperate gamble in the face of hopelessness can create miracles. When everyone believes something is impossible, be the one who breaks the mold. That's how I've always survived. Meanwhile, in the enemy camp, inside the Central Command tent, a military logistics officer in a ragged gray uniform stumbled inside, his face smudged with ash, hands trembling uncontrollably. My lord. He dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice hoarse as though scorched. The supply camp, it's completely gone. Yalu Abaoji shot to his feet, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely. Explain yourself. The food we managed to save from the fire is barely 10%. The logistics officer stuttered, trembling. The rest, all burned to ashes. The rations for our 200,000-strong army will only last 7 days. 7 days? Bang! Yalu Abaoji slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it into splinters. Sawdust scattered everywhere. 200,000 soldiers. 7 days? Are they supposed to eat dirt? The tent fell into a suffocating silence. No one dared to breathe too loudly. A general braved the tension, forcing himself to speak. "My lord, perhaps we could send troops to raid the surrounding areas for food?" "Raid?" Another officer sneered. "The Qian army has long since cleared everything in a 100-mile radius. You couldn't find so much as a blade of grass. Then we go all out and besiege Jing'an City." A young general shot to his feet. "If we take the city, the food inside will be more than enough to sustain us." "Shut your mouth." An older general cut him off immediately. "If we can't breach the city in 5 days, a rebellion will break out in our own camp. The Qian army won't even need to fight us. We'll destroy ourselves first." The arguments grew louder and louder. Yalu Abaoji shut his eyes, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Unwilling. He was so damn unwilling. But with the lives of 200,000 soldiers on his shoulders, he couldn't afford to act out of anger. Enough. He opened his eyes, a glint of grim determination flashing through them. "We withdraw. My lord, we retreat." Yalu Abaoji snarled through gritted teeth. "Break camp by noon. Take everything we can carry. Anything we can't, burn it to the ground. Not a single trace left behind. Leave not even the grass for the Qian army." "Yes, sir." Afternoon. The barbarian army's camp was like a disturbed anthill, teeming with frantic figures everywhere. Tents were being torn down violently, supplies shoved haphazardly into carts, and soldiers were cursing while scrambling to pack. Their previous arrogance was gone, replaced only by panic and fury. On the walls of Jing'an City. "General, look!" a soldier suddenly shouted. "The barbarians are dismantling their camp." Everyone turned their heads in unison. In the distance, the dense, dark camp was disappearing. Tents collapsed one after another, and carts began to form columns. "They're retreating. The barbarian army is pulling out." That one shout was like a spark igniting a powder keg. "We won. Jing'an is saved." Cheers erupted, deafening and earth-shaking. Soldiers waved their weapons ecstatically, and some even dropped to their knees, crying openly. The news spread like wildfire. In the streets, citizens poured out of their homes. "The barbarians are retreating." The sixth prince drove them off. Men, women, young, and old flooded the streets, beating drums, lighting incense, and bowing in gratitude. The entire city surged back to life, transforming into a sea of joy. I rushed straight to the city walls with Wang Hu and Ma Dong. Looking at the barbarians' disarrayed retreat in the distance, Wang Hu was trembling with excitement. "We did it. Damn it, we actually did it." He slammed his fist on the battlements so hard his knuckles started bleeding. His Highness's fire was ruthless enough. Ma Dong laughed. Yelua Guta, that old dog, finally ran with his tail between his legs. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. Even faster than I expected. Seems like Yelua Guta isn't entirely foolish. He knows staying here any longer only leads to death. "Send the order." Wang Hu bellowed. "Urgent dispatch, 800-mile relay. Deliver the victory report to the capital. Inform them. The barbarian army has retreated. Jing'an has triumphed." Night. At the victory banquet, the aroma of alcohol filled the air. "Your Highness." Wang Hu raised his bowl of wine, his face flushed red. "You're the savior of Jing'an. From today on, this life of mine belongs to you." He tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. Ma Dong, Du One, and all the other commanders rose to their feet. "A toast to His Highness. Drink till we drop." I accepted every toast, downing bowl after bowl. The strong liquor burned as it flowed down, fiery and intense. Yet to me, it might as well have been plain water. These men, on the other hand, were starting to sway after just a few rounds. "Your Highness, how are you not drunk yet?" One commander slurred, his tongue barely working. I picked up another bowl. "Me? I'm just getting warmed up." Tilting my head back, I emptied it in one go. Thud! The first man collapsed. then the second, then the third. In less than half an hour, the tent was littered with bodies. Commanders sprawled out in all directions. Only I remained seated, clear-headed as if I'd just woken up from a good nap. That's it. I shook my head. Late at night, back in the camp, I flopped onto my bed. System, it's time to settle, isn't it? Ding. Mission complete. Reward issued. 2,000 Xuanjia Iron Cavalry and 1,000 Genie Guards, summonable at any time. I bolted upright. What? 2,000 Xuanjia Iron Cavalry? 1,000 Genie Guards? Summon units have 100% loyalty and will permanently obey the host's commands. My heart started pounding wildly. The system panel appeared with a detailed explanation. Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, the Tang Dynasty's strongest heavy cavalry, fully covered in dark steel armor, impervious to blades and spears, mounted on horses capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a single day. Each soldier is equipped with a Mo Dao saber, a horizontal blade, and a short dagger. When 2,000 cavalry charge, they can crush a 100,000-strong army head-on. These aren't just soldiers, they are harbingers of death on the battlefield. Genie Guards, the Emperor's blade, shadows in the night, masters of stealth, assassination, intelligence, and interrogation. Beneath the flying fish robes beats a cold, ruthless heart. When the embroidered spring blade is drawn, it will not return without tasting blood. 1,000 Genie Guards are 1,000 blades struck straight into the enemy's heart. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms. With this kind of power, the Great Xian Empire? The barbarian tribes? Heh, the game has only just begun. System, where are they now? They can be summoned to a designated location at any time. It's recommended to choose a concealed area to avoid unnecessary attention. Got it. I lay back down, staring at the roof of the tent. 2,000 Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, a force capable of sweeping aside armies. 1,000 Genie Guards, enough to put the court under my control. And on top of that, my immortal body. This world is about to flip upside down. Moonlight streamed through a slit in the tent, casting its glow on my face. I closed my eyes, a cold smile tugging at the corners of my lips. The Chu family members, those corrupt vermin in the imperial court, your days of glory are over. On the bed, I couldn't help but grin wider. 2,000 Xuanjia Iron Cavalry. This is it. Too few? In chaotic times, that's more than enough to change the game. You think the Great Xian is in great shape? Think again. The court is as weak as paper. The treasury's so empty you could practically hear mice running in it. Rebellions are popping up everywhere, and the barbarian tribes raid us every single year. The princes? Bunch of backstabbing dogs. Absolute chaos. But what do I have? 2,000 absolutely loyal elite cavalry. Top-tier combat power, the kind that drenches blades in blood. Back when Li Shimin seized the throne at Xuanwu Gate, he needed only 800 Xuanjia soldiers. Me? I have 2,000, fully armed and ready. See the gap? With these forces under my command, who would dare cross me? Anyone thinking about scheming? They better take a hard look in the mirror first. Suppressing my exhilaration, I asked calmly, System, how do I summon them? Just think it, and it will be done. All soldiers have perfectly fabricated identities, records, and backgrounds. No flaws, no gaps. Flawless. Beauty. I lean against the headboard, my fingers drumming lightly on the edge of the bed. Summon them now? No, I can't afford it. 2,000 heavy cavalry, armor, warhorses, weapons, provisions, meat, salaries. It's a bottomless pit every single day. And me? What am I now? Nothing more than a hollow prince. No territory, no real power, no resources. If I suddenly conjured 2,000 elite soldiers, they'd bankrupt me in 3 days. But for this war, the credit would be enormous. Emperor Qian would have to reward me handsomely. At that time, I'll state my terms bluntly: real authority, a military title, and a station command. Once I hold an official position and military power, I can then legitimize those Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, formally incorporating them into the imperial army. Open and justified, with proper recognition and legitimacy. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, an eternal truth. No matter how sharp the words of the civil officials are, without military strength to back them, it's all empty rhetoric. Military power, That's the backbone in chaotic times. With troops in my hands, I'll never feel insecure. No matter how turmoil envelopes the land in the future, whether it's rebels rising in revolt, princes vying for the throne, or barbarians attacking again, it doesn't matter to me. I can stay unshaken, like a fisherman sitting comfortably by the river. Others panic. I remain composed. Others get entangled. I watch idly from the sidelines. As for being emperor, not interested. On the surface, emperors seem glorious, commanders of the realm, wielding supreme authority. But in reality, it's the most miserable job on earth. Up before dawn for court sessions, piles of memorials stacking like mountains. Civil and military officials bickering endlessly, and inter-palace disputes turning into utter chaos. Natural disasters and human calamities, all needing to be addressed. Always running out of money and grain, constantly worrying. Working day and night, with no rest year-round. Make one mistake, and you're cursed for eternity. And the current Great Xian? It's a mess, a broke treasury, weak forces, constant rebellions, powerful foreign enemies. Whoever takes over is doomed. I'm not jumping into that quagmire. Being a prince with a strong army is far better. I wouldn't need to fret over politics or burn the midnight oil approving memorials. Instead, I'd lead troops to battle, train the soldiers, build strength. With wealth, power, and freedom, who'd dare defy me? That life? 10,000 times better than being emperor. 7 days later, in the capital, the morning sun breaks through the light mist, casting a warm glow on the cobblestone streets. The capital is as bustling as ever. Tea houses and restaurants open their doors to guests, streets brimming with vendors' cries. Steam rises from bun shops, aromas filling every alley. Pedestrians rub shoulders. Carriages and horses flow unceasingly. On the opera stage, drums thunder and actors sing sweetly. Wealthy merchants toast in leisure. Commoners enjoy the vibrant streets. Peaceful and prosperous, life burns bright like fireworks. The war in the north? The blood-soaked clashes? Those are concerns of a land tens of thousands of miles away. The flames of war don't disrupt the indulgence of the privileged or touch the everyday rhythms of the capital. Eat, drink, play, revel. It's all business as usual. The survival of the northern frontier is nothing more than a topic for dinner conversations. Apathy, comfort, abandoned in wine and dreams. This is the true face of the capital. Suddenly, clop, clop, clop. Urgent hoofbeats tear through the buzz. A sweat-drenched black horse charges wildly into view. A courier hunched low over its neck, racing. On horseback, his clothes flapped loudly in the wind, and his face was covered in dust. Behind him, a scarlet flag stood straight and towering, an urgent dispatch marking the highest military alert of Deqian. Only in cases of national peril, overwhelming military victory, or rebellion could it be used. 800ly urgent dispatch. Clear the way, all of you. The messenger's hoarse voice thundered, desperate but commanding. The eyes of the city gate's imperial guards turned sharp like blades. Make way. Everyone clear out. Their squad leader drew his blade and shouted in a commanding tone. Peddlers, commoners, and nobles alike scrambled to the sides in panic. In mere moments, the crowded city gate was emptied. All eyes locked on the galloping warhorse. Curiosity, confusion, tension evident in their gazes. An 800ly urgent dispatch was no trivial matter. The black steed thundered across the blue-black cobblestones, dust trailing behind it. As it neared the city gate, the messenger mustered the last of his strength and shouted, "A great victory in the north. Jing'an victory. The barbarian armies are retreating on all fronts." The crowd fell into a dead silence. The next instant, the square erupted in chaos. What? A great victory? The barbarians retreated? Could this be true? A middle-aged woman stood wide-eyed. Just a few days ago, they said the barbarian forces were unstoppable. How did we win all of a sudden? A pale scholar closed his folding fan slowly, brows slightly raised. The barbarians have always been fierce and oppressive, tormenting us year after year. Why would they choose to withdraw now? On the street corner, a grizzled veteran clenched his fists, his eyes welling with tears. Good, good. We've finally won a battle. The people on the northern frontier can finally breathe again without fear of slaughter. The news spread quickly through the city like wildfire. Meanwhile, the messenger did not pause. He galloped through the city gates, heading straight for the imperial palace. Inside the golden throne hall, morning light filtered through intricately carved lattice windows, casting long patterns onto white jade tiles. The hall was deathly silent. Civil and military officials stood in two orderly rows, heads bowed, their faces somber. The air was so heavy it felt suffocating. On the dragon throne, Emperor Qian sat with furrowed brows, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest. The northern campaign weighed on everyone's hearts like a stone. When will reinforcements arrive? The emperor asked in a low voice, heavy with tension. The barbarians have taken 4 prefectures in a row. If this drags on, the entire north will fall. Minister of War Li Wu stepped forward and cupped his hands in a formal bow. Your Majesty, reinforcements from all prefectures are currently being assembled. They shall arrive in as soon as 3 days. The Imperial Guards have already entered Jing'an City to take over its defenses. The city is built with high walls and plenty of provisions. It will hold for the short term. The Emperor leaned forward slightly. Any updated reports from Jing'an? None so far, Your Majesty. Last intelligence was from 7 days ago. Li Wu's face betrayed a hint of discomfort. Judging by my analysis, we can hold the city without issue. The Emperor exhaled slowly, a faint glimmer of relief creeping onto his face. Holding the city was enough. If Jing'an could endure until reinforcements arrived, there was still hope. Issue a decree. His voice rose, firm and unyielding. All reinforcements are to abandon supply carts and travel light. Move at full speed. Any delays will result in punishment under military law. By Your Majesty's command. The entire court replied in unison. The emperor was about to call on the Ministry of Revenue for a status update on grain supplies when, announcing to His Majesty, 800ly urgent dispatch. Great victory in the north. The sharp call from the herald tore through the oppressive silence. The entire hall froze, as if time itself had stopped. The emperor shot upright on his throne, his hand frozen midair. Quickly, summon the messenger. The gilded doors of the golden throne hall swung open. Open. The courier strode into the grand hall, dropped to one knee, and bowed deeply. The entire court of officials, both civil and military, fixated their eyes on him. A great victory in the north? This must be some mistake. Seriously? 20,000 barbarian troops? How could this even happen? Did reinforcements arrive ahead of schedule? Whispers rippled through the court like an uneasy tide. Emperor Qian leaned forward, his voice sharp with urgency. Speak at once. What happened in the northern frontier? The courier drew a deep breath, his voice booming like thunder. The 6th prince led 200 light cavalry troops out of the city in the dead of night. He bypassed enemy watchposts and charged straight into the barbarian camp of 200,000. He burned their supplies. They went up in flames, lighting up the entire night sky. Without rations, the barbarian forces were crippled and unable to wage further battle. As they made their retreat, the 6th prince stayed behind to cover the rear, alone. With only a single spear, he killed 89 barbarian soldiers in combat. The barbarian army fled in defeat. The city of Jing'an has been saved. Dead silence. So quiet, the fall of a pin could be heard. The officials stood frozen, wide-eyed and utterly stupefied. 3 heartbeats passed. Then came the collective sound of sharp intakes of breath. 200 cavalry against an encampment of 200,000? That Chuyin, the useless 6th prince? One man killing 89 on his own? Was such a feat even humanly possible? At the forefront of the court, the 5 other princes sat pale-faced. The crown prince, Xiang, clenched his fists, jealousy and wariness flickering in his eyes. The waste of a 6th prince, now revered as a living legend? The 2nd and 3rd princes looked utterly dumbfounded. The 4th and 5th princes exchanged panicked glances, visibly unsettled. Up on the dragon throne, Emperor Qian appeared just as stunned. He blinked repeatedly, as if doubting his own hearing. Chuyin? His soft-hearted, incompetent 6th son? 200 soldiers breaking through 200,000? One man cutting down 89? This was no useless princeling. This was a decisive and ruthless god of war. Emperor Qian gripped the armrests of his throne tightly, his palms slick with sweat. An eruption of emotions, delight, shock, disbelief, coursed through him. Dead silence blanketed the court once more. Emperor Qian leaned forward, his eyes wide as saucers, the golden dragon carvings on his throne seeming to tremble in resonance. 3 seconds passed. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted from him, shaking loose the dust from the rafters of the great hall. Good, good, my son, my splendid son. Emperor Qian shot to his feet, his voice resounding like a great bell. 200 light cavalry charging into an army of 200,000, setting their supplies ablaze, defending the rear alone. Old Six, you've left me astonished. The court exploded into a frenzy. The same civil officials who had just been dismissing and mocking him moments ago now scrambled to lavish praise. Your Majesty is truly wise, and the sixth prince is extraordinarily gifted. The white-haired Grand Chancellor trembled as he knelt, proclaiming, "This is a heaven-sent warrior, a blessing to the great Qian dynasty." Killing nearly 100 enemy soldiers on his own, a military official pumped a fist. Even we servants of war bow to his might. An unparalleled achievement. The gods smile upon the great Qian. The deluge of sycophantic flattery was so nauseating that excuse me, he almost felt like laughing. Such was the nature of court. Yesterday, they derided you as a worthless failure. Today, they grovel at your feet. The 5 princes at the forefront were frozen with visible discomfort. The crown prince, Xiang, gritted his teeth audibly, his fists crunching as he tightened them. The other 4 exchanged frantic, calculating glances. His eyes were filled with apprehension. Relay my decree. The Emperor Qian waved his hand grandly. The great victory in the northern front. Proclaim it to all under heaven. Let the entire nation know. It was my 6th son who single-handedly turned the tide of battle. Your Majesty, the elderly Prime Minister stepped forward slowly. The 6th prince's feats are unparalleled. He must be greatly rewarded. Naturally, Emperor Qian's eyes glimmered with sharp determination. When he returns victorious, I shall personally elevate his title in the Golden Throne Hall. Personally elevate his title. This kind of honor, one not even veteran war generals had received before, made it clear. This time, the emperor was genuinely moved. As the court session concluded, murmurs spread among the officials on the steps outside. Who could have imagined? The 6th prince concealed his talents this deeply, playing the long game, hiding behind dullness, truly wise and calculated. With the throne at stake, things are about to get interesting now. Some already began recalculating their allegiances. Is it time to switch sides? Don't rush. A seasoned official shook his head. The 6th prince may have shown his brilliance, but his roots are still shaky. Picking sides now is premature. At the forefront, Crown Prince Xiang's footsteps landed heavily, each step as though intending to crush the stone beneath him. Trailing him were his 4 brothers, each wearing a different expression. 6th brother hid well, didn't he? Scoffed the 3rd prince. What does one military victory amount to? Sneered the 4th prince. He lacks influence in court, and he doesn't have noble houses backing him. Xiang abruptly paused, turning back with a cold smirk. Mere brute force. Skilled on the battlefield, sure, but that doesn't mean he'll hold on to the Eastern Palace. This court is no battlefield. He's still too green. With that, he marched off. The 2nd prince, watching his retreating figure, chuckled softly. Looks like Big Brother's feeling the heat. The news spread through the imperial harem like wildfire. Within a quarter of an hour, every palace was abuzz with chatter about the 6th prince. Charging into the enemy camp, burning 20,000 soldiers' grain supplies to the ground. Are we still talking about the notorious playboy of the capital? Lady Consort Li is finally having her moment inside the Empress's chamber. Upon hearing the report, the Empress's hand holding the teacup trembled ever so slightly. The 6th prince. A flicker of cold light flashed in her eyes. To think he hid so well. Seems I underestimated him. At the Qian Palace, his mother knelt before the Buddha statue, hands clasped tightly together in prayer. Ever since he'd departed for war, she had prayed daily, wishing only for his safety. Your Highness, Your Highness. A young eunuch rushed in, completely out of breath. The consort turned sharply, her face pale, voice trembling with dread. What happened to my son? It's not bad news. It's the best news imaginable. The eunuch waved his hands frantically. The sixth prince has achieved a tremendous feat, a grand victory in the northern territories. What? The consort froze, her mind reeling. His Highness led 200 cavalry to burn the enemy's grain supplies, held the rear alone, and killed nearly 100 foes in the process. Because of him, Jing'an City was saved. Boom. The overwhelming news of joy struck the consort like a tidal wave. Her eyes reddened, her hands and body trembling uncontrollably with emotion. My son is not a worthless coward. Years of suppressed grievances erupted all at once as she threw her head back in laughter, her voice carrying a mix of pride and defiance. Who said my son is a nobody? Who dared say that? From this day forth, let it be known, my son is no ordinary man. My son is a hero of the great Qian dynasty, a god of war. Without missing a beat, she issued a command. Let there be rewards for everyone. Court ladies and eunuchs burst into celebration. Their mistress had risen in power. Good days awaited them. Lady Li, a eunuch tasked with delivering imperial edicts, entered with haste, bowing deeply. His Majesty has decreed he will personally visit Shuyan Palace for midday feasts today. Her body stiffened as shock rippled through her. The emperor. How long had it been since he last stepped into Shuyan Palace? For months? 5. This was no ordinary favor. No, this was a signal, a sign of her rising fortune. Quickly, prepare the feast. Every delicacy worthy of imperial taste. Nothing must be missed. Shuyan Palace became a hive of activity. On the other hand, in the Empress's chambers, the news had just arrived, and her rage boiled to the surface. With a swift motion, she smashed the corner of a sandalwood table into pieces. Li Zai, she growled, her tone dripping with venom, using her son to crawl her way back into favor. As noon arrived, the capital streets were abuzz with commotion. Freshly posted announcements had just gone up on the walls, and crowds surged forward, jostling for a clearer view. Sixth Prince defeated 200,000 troops with only 200 men? Is that even possible? It's official news from the court. How could it be fabricated? By a tea house, a burly man slammed his bowl on the table. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. That's next-level heroism. 200 men sneaking into a 200,000-strong military camp. Is this even humanly possible? A fortune teller, gently fanning himself on the side, chuckled while shaking his head. Who would have thought? The infamous rascal of the capital turns out to be a hidden tiger all along, hiding his sharp claws all these years, and when he finally strikes, by heavens, what a thunderous blow. I used to mock the sixth prince, laugh at his frivolity, muttered another bystander. But now, looking back, who's the real fool here? The battle for the heir's throne, this changes everything. In every corner of the city, the streets, the alleys, the tea houses, and the taverns, there was only one topic of conversation. The good-for-nothing, who had shouldered years of ridicule, had transformed overnight into a god of war. The sneers and mockery of his past, all replaced by awe and admiration. Such is human nature. When you're weak, the world steps on you. When you're strong, the world bows at your feet. For the first time in my life, my name echoed through the capital with grandeur and respect. Not for being reckless, not for being absurd, but for a monumental accomplishment. Half a month flew by in the blink of an eye. The winds of autumn turned cold, and the skies above stretched endlessly, a magnificent shade of clear blue. Outside the southern gate of the capital, the main road was sealed entirely. Armored imperial guards stood in tight formation, their spears upright and gleaming, emitting an aura of deadly resolve. And at the very end of the road stood a newly constructed high platform. The imperial dragon flag waved wildly in the winds. Atop the platform stood Emperor Qian himself, his golden dragon robe fluttering against the chill breeze. His keen eyes, hawkish and penetrating, remained fixed on the northern horizon. Civil and military officials lined up on either side of him, their faces a mix of amazement and disbelief. His Majesty actually left the capital and traveled 10 li outside the city? This is madness. He's lifting the sixth prince to the heavens. In the 200 years of the great Qian dynasty, such an honor has never been awarded to anyone before. On both sides of the imperial road, a sea of people had gathered. Men, women, the elderly, and children crowded shoulder to shoulder, leaving no room to spare. Even on rooftops, tree branches, and slopes, there were people everywhere. Every single person stretched their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary army. The emperor's blood surged with pride and excitement. Sixth son, well done. One battle to enshrine his legacy, showcasing the royal family's courage and silencing all doubters. Today, this grand spectacle would demonstrate to the world his son was worthy of the highest honor. Your Majesty, they're here. In the distance, plumes of dust rose high into the sky. A blood-red battle flag tore through the smoky horizon, and the domineering character, Chu, emblazoned on it was glaringly bright under the sun. Riding atop my warhorse, I saw the astonishing scene from afar. The entire city's citizens had come to greet us voluntarily. Even my own father, the emperor, was here to welcome us personally. This kind of honor was beyond anything I had anticipated. Your Highness, Wang, whose voice trembled with emotion. The emperor intends to elevate you to unimaginable heights. Ma Dong swallowed hard. In the last 200 years, which prince has ever received this kind of treatment? I said nothing, merely straightened my posture. Attention, the entire army. Wang, who suddenly bellowed. Stand tall and proud. Let His Majesty see our spirit and vigor. Instantly, the tens of thousands of soldiers behind me straightened their backs like a steel wall, their presence exuding an overwhelming killing intent. They're here. It's the sixth prince. Unbelievable. So majestic. This is the true war god of our great Qian dynasty. The citizens erupted in cheers, their ecstatic voices shaking the heavens. The army halted at the foot of the high platform. Long live His Majesty. The synchronized roar of tens of thousands pierced the sky. The emperor stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. Soldiers, you are the heroes of the great Qian dynasty. I hereby promise this. Those with merit will be rewarded. Those wounded will have lifelong support, and families of the fallen will receive double compensation. This declaration ignited fiery passion across the entire assembly. Dismounting from my horse, I climbed the platform step by step. Your loyal son, Chu Yun, has fulfilled your orders and returned victorious. The emperor personally reached out to support me, his eyes filled with pride and relief. Good child, you have brought honor to me. You've brought honor to the entire great Qian. Suddenly, he raised his voice, which resounded like a great bell. Today, I declare this decree. The sixth prince, Chu Yun, for his unparalleled military achievements in defeating powerful enemies. I hereby bestow upon him the title of King of Qin. Boom. The scene fell deathly silent for a moment before exploding into chaos. King of Qin. For 200 years, an iron rule of the dynasty decreed that no prince could ever be granted the title of king. This was revolutionary. The court officials were utterly stunned, their minds blank. What did being granted kingship mean? It meant I could not only compete for the crown prince position, but also had a fallback. This was a meteoric rise, one that crushed all the other princes effortlessly. Long live the King of Qin. Waves of cheers broke out like a tsunami, shaking the heavens and the earth. Tens of thousands of citizens prostrated themselves in fervent reverence, their passion sending chills down one's spine. In the corner, the other 5 princes had expressions as colorful as a moving painting. The first prince clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked, his eyes red with rage. The second prince's face turned so dark it seemed as though he could drip ink. The third prince's lips twitched. The fourth prince forced himself to stay calm, but a storm roared in his heart. As for the fifth prince, his legs simply gave out beneath him. I knew, starting from this moment, the balance of power in the battle for the throne had completely shifted. The prince's residence, or rather, it should now be called the Qin King's residence. His Highness has been granted a king's title, a title that breaks precedent. A servant ran into the courtyard, shouting hoarsely. Chuntao dropped the handkerchief she was holding, and Xiahe froze on the spot. The entire residence exploded in chaos. The Qin King? Our prince has been granted the title of Qin King. My heavens! He's risen to the top in one leap. From now on, who would dare to look down on us? The sound of hooves approached. I rode back to the residence, and as soon as I reached the gates, I was greeted by rows and rows of people kneeling. Welcome home, His Highness, The Qin King. Chuntao and Sha's eyes sparkled with admiration. Your Highness, you're incredible. Those who mocked you before must be regretting it beyond measure now. I gave a faint smile. Everyone rise. How has the residence been during my absence? All is well. Chuntao quickly replied. Hot water has been prepared, and your meals are ready. Please, Your Highness, come inside and rest. As I stepped through the gates, I glanced back in the direction of the capital. The game has only just begun. To my brothers still reeling in shock, are you ready yet? The next morning, golden sunlight glinted off the glazed tiles as it illuminated the palace. Wearing simple attire, I walked alone toward the Palace of Morning Clouds. Now, the Palace of Morning Clouds was completely transformed. The gates had been renovated, the pillars gleamed like new, and the number of guards had doubled. Palace attendants hurried to and fro, their eyes filled with respect and awe. All of this, because Mother had been promoted to noble consort just the day before. She had ascended straight to the highest rank among consorts, second only to the Empress herself. Everyone understood that this unprecedented promotion was entirely because of me. Emperor Qian's actions served three purposes: repaying the years of neglect, attempting to win my loyalty, and sending a clear message to the court: those with merit will be richly rewarded. Entering the palace hall, a soft and pleasant fragrance filled the air. Mother, dressed in opulent palace attire, sat gracefully on a soft chaise by the window, her fingers idly tracing the edge of a jade cup as her gaze occasionally drifted beyond the palace walls. The moment she saw me enter, a warm smile lit up her eyes. This son greets Mother. Quick, get up, she said, hurrying over to help me. Her eyes roamed over me as if to check for injuries. You must have suffered in the northern frontier. Were you hurt at all? Mother, rest assured. All is well, I replied. She sighed softly and pulled me to sit beside her, pouring tea with her own hands. After a moment of reflective silence, she suddenly looked up, her gaze piercing. My son, you've hidden yourself so deeply that even I didn't see it coming. She paused for a moment before speaking plainly. Now that you've achieved this much, do you want to compete for the position of Crown Prince? If you want to fight for it, well, the Li family, though not the most powerful in court, is willing to support you. My network is vast. As long as you give me the word, I'll set things in motion right away. You've earned great military achievements and won the hearts of the people. The other 5 princes are no match for you. I picked up my teacup and took a slow sip. Mother, I have no interest in the throne. She froze for a moment, caught off guard. The position of crown prince is exhausting, and the throne is a heavy burden. I continued, setting down the cup. One must worry about the entire empire, balance the court, review petitions day after day, with no peace year after year. In contrast, being a prince, one with his own land and command over his troops, is far more appealing. There's no need to be caught in the center of court politics. No constant surveillance, no endless scheming. I can spend my time training soldiers or traveling when I wish. I simply want to live as a carefree prince, with power in my hands and freedom in my lifetime. My mother stared at me in silence, then smiled warmly after a while. All right, if you don't wish to compete, then don't. Being emperor is indeed grueling. Morning court before dawn, reviewing petitions late into the night, spending one's entire life trapped in the palace. If that's not what you desire, I'll support you wholeheartedly in your decision. Now, stay for lunch. I've already asked the Imperial Kitchen to prepare all your favorite dishes. That afternoon, I bid farewell to my mother. As I left the inner palace, I was greeted by a stout figure hurrying toward me. It was Gao Fu, the head eunuch. Your Highness, King Qin, he said with a respectful bow. His Majesty awaits you in the Imperial study. Inside the Imperial study, the Emperor sat in plain robes, shedding the imposing air of an emperor and seeming more approachable. Ah, my 6th son, he said as he looked me over. You've kept yourself well hidden all these years. It's clear you've been keeping a low profile deliberately to avoid being drawn into the Crown Prince selection. Your Majesty sees clearly, I replied. This humble son only wishes to live as a carefree prince. The Emperor sighed deeply. Many think royal power is glamorous, but who truly understands the burdens of this position? Dealing with the aristocracy, managing court disputes, addressing frontier conflicts, Every day begins with trouble the moment my eyes open. Once someone becomes emperor, they lose agency over their own life entirely. His tone shifted, growing more serious. Since you've been granted the title of King of Qin, according to ancestral rules, you're entitled to establish your own office and military command. Of the 36 provinces in the Great Qin Empire, excluding the capital territory, you may choose any for yourself. My heart stirred at his words. Historically, the lands assigned to princes were chosen by the emperor, often the most remote and barren regions. Allowing me to choose my own territory was an extraordinary favor. Your humble son hasn't decided yet, and humbly requests some time to consider. I responded. There's no rush, the emperor said, gesturing at the chessboard before him. Come, play a game with me. The board was set, with black and white stones neatly arranged. I didn't hold back, making decisive moves with calculated precision, steadily pressing forward. At first, the emperor played calmly, but as the match progressed, he became more serious. In the end, he lost to me. Looking at the board, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ah, this feels good. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Others who play with me always hold back, tiptoeing around me. But you give it your all, no hesitation. For this moment, I don't feel like an emperor, and you are not a subject. We're simply father and son. Half a month later, in the imperial study, the doors and windows were tightly shut. The cabinet ministers, 8 high-ranking officials gathered, each with a heavy expression on their faces. In the center of the long table lay a document, a list of the northern barbarians' proposed terms for a ceasefire. They demanded the cession of 3 northern counties, 5 million taels of silver as reparations, and an annual tribute of 200,000 bushels of grain. If these terms were not accepted, they threatened to send an army of 300,000 south before the winter began. The Minister of Revenue was the first to speak. Your Majesty, if I may, I suggest we accept, for now. The northern regions have just emerged from war. Our troops are exhausted and cannot withstand another invasion so soon. Ceding land is indeed humiliating, but it can buy us a chance to breathe. The Minister of War, Li Wu, slammed the table in outrage. Absurd. The barbarian army retreated because we defeated them, and now they dare to demand land and silver from us. If we agree to this, what becomes of De Qian's dignity, of the soldiers who shed their blood in battle? The Grand Chancellor, Xiang, rose to his feet. I strongly oppose the idea. Prince Qin risked his life to turn the tide, and countless soldiers bled and died to push back the barbarian forces. How can we now bow our heads, pay reparations, and surrender our hard-won land? If we concede 3 counties today, they'll demand 6 counties tomorrow. The greed of wolves cannot be satisfied. The pro-peace faction immediately fired back. Spare us the lectures on honor. The national treasury is empty, and the disaster relief efforts are far from over. Where will we find the resources for grain, rations, and soldiers' wages? If we fight another war, the northern regions will be completely devastated, and De Qian will collapse under the strain. The 2 factions argued furiously, voices rising and saliva flying through the air. The imperial study descended into chaos. Seated at the head of the room, Emperor Qian's face grew darker by the moment, his expression stormy like the blackened bottom of a pot. Ridiculous. De Qian had emerged victorious in battle, yet here they were, being forced to cede land and pay reparations. To outsiders, it would surely seem as though De Qian was the one who had lost the war. Life is like a chess game. Sometimes, retreating a step is necessary to advance later. But if retreat becomes habitual, you'll eventually run out of ground to stand on. The northern barbarians' greed was like the insatiable thirst of human desire. The more you appease it, the more it grows. The barbarians' demands were like a slap to De Qian's face, a blow that resounded painfully. Accept them? As emperor, he would forever be branded a traitor in history, a name reviled through the generations. Reject them? The threat of the barbarian army, trampling the southern borders again, was far from empty. Last time, De Qian had managed to defend Jing'an all thanks to one desperate gamble, his strategy of setting the land aflame. Pure luck. That's all it had been. But next time, who could guarantee there'd be another miracle? The treasury was dry. The granaries were nearly empty. The military was still licking its wounds. War required money, endless amounts of money. Grain, weaponry, pensions, every item was a bottomless pit. And currently, Xiang couldn't afford it. The northern lands couldn't endure another wave of devastation. The emperor's chest heaved violently, exhaustion and rage warring on his face. Bang! The sound of his palms slamming the imperial desk echoed through the hall, the force of it shaking the very air. The entire room fell silent in an instant. Enough! Emperor Qian's gaze was sharp as a blade, cutting through the tension. I will not accept their terms. Land cession? Reparations? Humiliation? I refuse to bear such disgrace, and Qian cannot afford to lose its honor. He paused for a moment. At that moment, the deep voice echoed like thunder. But who can tell me, if the barbarian army comes again, who will stop them? The hall plunged into dead silence. The ones who had been shouting the loudest mere moments ago now kept their heads bowed the lowest. The capital erupted. It didn't even take half a day before the barbarians' unreasonable demands spread across the streets and alleys. The ceding of 3 prefectures, 5 million in reparations, annual tributes. At a tea stand, a rough man slammed the table violently. What kind of nonsense is this? They clearly lost. Prince Qin crushed them completely. And yet, they still dare to make demands. A scholar's face turned red with fury. Those barbarian dogs are too arrogant. If we agree to this, everyone will think they can walk all over us from now on. The streets churned with crowds. Not an inch of land will we give. Not a single tael of silver as compensation. Better to fight again than beg for peace. The people's sentiment surged like a tide, their cries for resistance deafening. Prince Qin's manner. I held the messages I'd gathered from the streets. After reading them, I stayed silent for a while. Then, I let out a mirthless chuckle, more anger than joy. How utterly shameless. They lost, and still dared to make outrageous demands. It was obvious they were taking advantage of Qian's current weakness. Ding. System task. Defend the northern frontier. Assume governance of northern Liang. Proceed to northern Liang prefecture to officially assume command. Accept task? Yes/no. Northern Liang? I furrowed my brows as calculations raced through my head. The farthest northern military outpost into Qian, a bitter and desolate land. Sandstorms, poverty, and ceaseless warfare. It had it all. The officials in the court avoided it like the plague. Being sent there was akin to exile. But up in the north, the skies were high, and the emperor far away. No one to monitor me. No one to control me. If I wanted to train troops, I could train troops. If I wanted to expand my forces, I could expand my forces. Military and administrative power would be entirely in my hands, a local sovereign in all but name. And the best part? The barbarians were right next door. With external threats looming, I had every justification to raise armies, stockpile supplies, and forge weapons. All above board, no suspicion aroused. Elsewhere, the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry might be seen as a threat. In northern Liang, they would be a protective sword for the nation. I understood now. What others shunned as a desolate wasteland, I saw as the perfect opportunity. The turbulent waters of the capital didn't interest me. It was the untamed fields of northern Liang that called my name. System, accept the task. Task confirmed. Rewards will be issued upon assuming governance. I looked toward the north, determination blazing in my eyes. So what if it's northern Liang? So what if it's the barbarians? In chaotic times, military power is the ultimate truth. The next morning, inside the Grand Golden Throne Hall, the court officials were split into 2 factions. The atmosphere was as stifling as the moments before a thunderstorm. The Minister of Revenue stepped forward. Your Majesty, the barbarian envoy waits outside the city. The longer we delay, the greater the risk of unforeseen complications. In my opinion, we should temporarily concede. Absolutely not. The Minister of War, Li Wu, interrupted sharply. If we concede today, their demands will grow even larger tomorrow. The arguments reignited once more. Father, I stepped out from the crowd, my voice cutting through the noise like a blade. Your son, I request to be entrusted with Bailiang. Boom. Gasps of shock filled the grand hall. Bailiang, has the Prince of Qin gone mad? That desolate wasteland. Whispers spread like a tidal wave through the court. The faces of the imperial princes were a spectacle in themselves. Grand Prince Chu Xiang clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, unable to comprehend my motives. Sixth son, Emperor Qian leaned forward, his sharp eyes fixed on me. Do you know what Beiliang is? A land ravaged by endless sandstorms and barren soil. A place riddled with bloody conflict and rampant bandits. A region harsher and more perilous than anywhere else in the empire. I know, father, I said, raising my head to meet his gaze directly. Precisely because no one else wants to go, I will. The barbarians dare to make outrageous demands because they see a weakness in our unmanned northern borders. If the court remains divided on this matter, then let your son take up the task. My voice rang out powerfully. I am willing to guard Beiliang and stand against the iron hooves of the barbarians. The hall went silent. The hawkish faction's eyes glimmered with hope, while the dovish faction looked visibly ashamed. Emperor Qian stared at me intently for a long moment, his emotions flickering in his eyes. Do you understand what this means? Leaving the capital behind, facing death head-on, knowing you may fall in battle at any moment. I understand. My gaze was resolute. In times of chaos, comfort is useless. The borderlands may be harsh, but they'll sharpen one's blade. Sooner or later, the barbarians must be dealt with, and the northern borders must be defended. Rather than waste my time in vain luxury here in the capital, I'd rather head to the frontier to serve the country. Emperor Qian drew in a deep breath, his expression softening into something akin to relief. Permission granted. The sound of his palm striking the armrest of the dragon throne reverberated like rolling thunder. Beiliang, its entire territory along with both military and civil authority, shall be entrusted to you. The Ministry of Revenue will allocate 3 million taels. The Ministry of War will provide 5,000 sets of armor, 20,000 weapons, and 2,000 war horses. Furthermore, I grant you unrestricted authority to recruit troops as needed. Such generosity in provisions and absolute authority left the court ministers stunned. I concealed a smile of triumph. I'd only planned to ask for 1 million at best, but my royal father had been unexpectedly generous. With these resources, I could establish a firm foothold in Beiliang within 6 months. The hall remained dead silent. Then, the next moment, the officials erupted in unison. His Highness, the Prince of Qin, is truly noble. Prime Minister Xiang was the first to step forward, his voice roaring like a bell. To willingly volunteer for what many would deem a death sentence. This courage is truly admirable. I am thoroughly impressed. Well said. Minister of War Li Wu's eyes shone with admiration, willing to pick up the sword himself rather than let the common folk bleed. This is what it means to be a real man. The entire assembly buzzed with excitement. Forsaking the splendor of the capital for the hell of the wilderness. What incredible spirit. Volunteering to guard the nation's borders. Unprecedented patriotism. I must have been blind before. Now I see His Highness is the epitome of a hero. Praise surged like a tidal wave, drowning out all doubt. Everyone's gaze on me changed. Where once there had been disdain, there was now awe. Where there had been dismissiveness, there was now reverence. The world fears death and covets comfort, yet here I stood, embracing the call of duty, doing the exact opposite of what they expect, ignoring the mountains of gold and silver behind me, but instead, heading straight for the desolate hellhole of Huangsha. Among the ranks of princes, the faces of my 5 brothers were a spectacle to behold. The eldest prince, Chu Xiang, clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked loudly. Jealousy filled his heart, sharp enough to squeeze out lemon juice. Why? Why does this worthless waste suddenly become a hero? Why is the entire court of officials suddenly groveling at his feet? But in the next moment, a sly grin crept across his face. He began to relish the thought. Great. Let him go to Beiliang. That godforsaken place, so far removed from the central power of the empire, a land where even the emperor's authority barely stretches. Far from the power struggles over succession. Perhaps one day, he'll lose his head to the blades of the northern barbarians, and that will be the end of him. The other 4 princes? They thought exactly the same thing, speaking brotherly platitudes on the surface while secretly hoping I'd die on the frontier. 6th brother, you are so noble. Chu Xiong forced out a mocking chuckle. I admire you deeply for your sense of duty. Sixth brother will undoubtedly smash through the northern barbarians and awe the entire world. The second prince smiled, though his expression was more twisted than crying. The remaining three quickly chimed in, each honeyed word sweeter than the last, sickly sweet to the ears. I watched this group of hypocritical brothers with cold detachment. Keep faking. Go ahead, keep up the act. Once I establish myself in Baelyang, let's see who gets the last laugh. The morning court session had barely adjourned when the news exploded. In less than half a day, the entirety of the capital was buzzing about me. In all my years, I've never seen a prince so bold. While the other princes are breaking their backs fighting to stay in the capital, he's willingly going to his death. That's a true prince. That's a real man. The admiration of the common folk came like a tidal wave. Yesterday, I was a spoiled wastrel. Today, I'm a heroic military legend. My reputation skyrocketed overnight. For the next 7 days, my estate, Prince Qin's manor, was swarmed. Officials from the 6 ministries, noble families, regional leaders, they lined up outside my door to pay their respects. Some came with genuine intentions, some to curry favor, others with gifts to probe where I stood. My steward was busier than he'd ever been, running himself ragged. Your Highness, there isn't enough space to store all these gifts. I accepted everything and refused no one, yet kept a subtle distance from them all. Keeping others at arm's length allows me to hold control over the situation. The most urgent matter now is assembling a capable team for Baelyang. That region's bureaucratic system is a complete mess, and frankly, I don't feel like painstakingly cleaning it up. Once I arrive, I'll suspend all current officials and assess them one by one. The corrupt ones will be arrested, the clean ones can stay. Brutal and efficient. In Baelyang, I am law. I'll hold absolute authority over both government and military. No one will be able to interfere. The elite Xuanjia Iron Riders have already been reassigned directly as my personal guards. These crack troops are the foundation of my power, and I won't let them slip from my grasp. Oddly, during these 7 days, my mother, the imperial consort, has been unusually silent. Normally, if there's even a hint of trouble, she's the first to send someone to inquire. But now that I'm about to march straight into a potential death trap in Baelyang, she hasn't said a single word. It's unsettling. Meanwhile, within the rear palace at the Chuyan Pavilion, 2 rows of young ladies, over 20 in total, stood assembled, each one a vision of grace and charm. Daughters of high-ranking ministers, noble ladies from aristocratic houses, and heiresses from prestigious families, all handpicked from the most elite circles of the capital. The treasured gem of her palm, Li Ziwei sat at the head seat, her gaze as sharp as a blade. She cared little for the politics of court, focusing singularly on one matter: choosing the crown princess for her son. If you wish to be the official consort of Prince Qin, your family background, character, talent, beauty, and temperament must all measure up. Her voice was icy. Now, step forward one by one. Those who are suitable may stay, the rest can leave. Young ladies showcased their skills one after another. Some played the zither, others danced or composed poetry, each more extravagant than the last, vying to outshine one another. Li Ziwei yawned. These girls, pampered flowers nurtured in a sheltered greenhouse. Who among them could hold up the weight of running the Qin mansion? Who among them could survive in the harsh and frigid lands of Baelyang? Then, a woman stepped forward, wearing a plain dress, with no powder or rouge. Her posture was upright like a sharp blade, her gaze as cool as frost. In a crowd of delicate beauties, she stood out like a crane among sparrows. Minister's daughter Li Wanqing, daughter of the Minister of War. Her voice was clear and resolute. I am versed in literature, proficient in military strategy, and skilled in horseback archery. She finished her introduction, then unsheathed her sword. Her performance was not the typical Danish sword dance, but a sharp, battle-ready swordsmanship meant for lethal combat. Sword light flickered like a rainbow, her moves bold and unrestrained. Li Ziwei's eyes lit up. She had found the one, the capital's most beautiful woman, the daughter of the Minister of War. Not only did she possess beauty like a celestial maiden, but she also understood military affairs and was skilled in martial arts. Marrying her into Baelyang wouldn't mean bringing along baggage. It would mean gaining critical support. Most importantly, her father, holding the reins of the Ministry of War, was deeply connected throughout the military. This marriage would pave a strategic road for her son in the army. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Within half an hour, all other contenders were dismissed. In the hall, Li Wanqing alone remained. Wanqing, Li Ziwei got straight to the point. Are you willing to marry Chu Yan? Li Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her gaze was firm. I am willing. Your Highness, Prince Qin is a true hero. To marry him would be an honor for me. But, she bit her lip, hesitant. I wonder what his thoughts on this are. Li Ziwei's domineering aura cut through. Dare he object? I'll break his legs. That rascal may be Prince Qin now, but he still has to listen to me. His dear mother. Let him try saying no. Li Wanqing nearly laughed, but quickly lowered her head to hide it. She hadn't expected the dignified and elegant noble consort to be so brash in private. Rest assured and wait at home. Li Ziwei patted her hand. The imperial decree will arrive within 3 days. From this moment on, you are the official consort of Prince Qin, the Lady of Bailiang, at the Li residence. The afternoon felt unusually quiet at the Li mansion. The moment the horse-drawn carriage pulled to a stop, my mother, Li Wanqing, stepped out in haste. The steward was already waiting by the front gate and directly led her to the main courtyard study. Inside, the Minister of War, Li Wu, clutched a military text but couldn't read a single line. He anxiously awaited news. Today was the day of the noble consort selection, a decision that would determine not only his daughter's future, but also the fate of the entire Li family. The sound of footsteps approached. Li Wu snapped his head up. So, how did it go in the palace? Did the noble consort? Has there been a conclusion, Your Grace? Father, Li Wanqing gracefully curtsied. Your daughter has been chosen. Excellent. Li Wu's eyes lit up. You must understand, the current Prince of Qin is no longer the idle prince of the past. His victory in the Northern Front earned him a direct promotion to king, granting him significant military and political authority. His Majesty holds him in the highest regard. His future is limitless. He paused, his expression softening. Wanqing, I know that political marriages are unfair to you. If we were an ordinary family, I'd only wish to find you a peaceful and caring husband. But as members of the court, our lives are not our own. The court is filled with intertwining factions, and the covert struggles over the crown are intensifying. We must align ourselves early. Chu Yun is the optimal choice, brave, resourceful, and resolute. He is destined for greatness. By marrying him, you won't suffer grievances. Li Wanqing listened quietly. Father, I understand. The Prince of Qin is a protector on the battlefield, proud and unyielding. To marry him is my honor. Good girl. Li Wu exhaled in relief. Spend these next few days resting in the manor. The imperial edict will arrive shortly. Prepare yourself to be the main consort of the Prince of Qin. Back in her quarters, her maid Qing, he immediately rushed up to her. Miss, what happened? Were you chosen? Li Wanqing smiled faintly. Yes, it's settled. That's wonderful. Qing, he squealed with excitement, practically bouncing. Right now, every young lady in the capital dreams of marrying the Prince of Qin. He's handsome, honored with military achievements, and even willing to defend the northern borders. Everyone calls him the god of war. She leaned closer to Li Wanqing with a teasing grin. Miss, you're so lucky. Soon, you'll be the mistress of the prince's household. You'll have everything you wish for. Stop talking so much. Li Wanqing's ears reddened as she lightly tapped Qing he on the forehead. Soon after, Lady Li entered the room. She dismissed the maids and took Wanqing's hand. The imperial decree will arrive shortly. Chu Yun is not like other princes. Once you marry, you will be his sole main consort. However, remember this, you must not act impulsively. Be considerate of your husband and maintain harmony in the household. Her mother's cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice dropped to near a whisper. And, after your wedding, when it comes to the matter of sharing a chamber with your husband, you must not be shy or avoid such duties. Men endure hardship outside, fighting battles. At night, you must be gentle and thoughtful to win his heart. Li Wanqing's pale neck turned scarlet to the tips of her ears, her heartbeat quickening. The image of that black-armored young man involuntarily surfaced in her mind. I'll remember, Mother, she replied softly, her voice barely audible. Silly child. Lady Li brushed her daughter's hair fondly. Chu Yun is a reliable man. You will have a happy life. In the study of the prince's residence, I was busy reviewing documents, finalizing the personnel list for the northern expedition. Suddenly, two figures burst into the room. Spring Peach and Summer Lotus, their hair disheveled, were panting heavily. Your Highness, something major has happened. What's the panic? I set down my brush. The sky hasn't fallen, has it? Not coming down? Your Highness, the Emperor has arranged a marriage for you. Chun Tao's voice trembled with excitement. The noble consort personally made the selection. I shot up from my chair, its legs screeching unpleasantly across the floor. What? An arranged marriage? On whose decision? Why am I the last to know? The entire palace is buzzing about it. Chun Tao nodded fervently. In that moment, it all clicked. No wonder my mother, the noble consort, had been uncharacteristically quiet these last few days. Turns out, it was because she was busy behind my back, selecting me a wife. Massaging my temples, I opened my mouth to respond, but Chun Tao beat me to it. Your Highness. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Do you know who the noble consort chose for you? The most beautiful woman in the capital, Li Wanqing. Her image immediately floated into my mind. A long, elegant dress, delicate but striking features, and a clean, noble aura about her. Yet her commanding energy while practicing swordsmanship left the deepest impression on me. I had to admit, she was exactly my type. Pure, poised, graceful, and just a dash of an untouchable sharpness. A dream woman, through and through. The initial thought of resisting this arrangement suddenly dissolved without a trace. Your Highness. Xiaohe covered her mouth as she chuckled. You're in for trouble. Miss Li has countless admirers across the capital. Young masters from noble families dream just to catch a glimpse of her. And now with this royal decree for your marriage, they'll be livid. I settled back into my seat, wearing a faint smile. My woman, they wouldn't dare. News of the emperor's decree spread like wildfire, flooding the capital in an instant. Prince Qin is marrying Li Wanqing. The most beautiful woman in the capital is getting married. Every street corner buzzed with the announcement, and countless scholars and poets were beside themselves. Li Wanqing was their untouchable muse, the epitome of ethereal beauty, the sacred goddess they could only admire from afar. Why him? Prince Qin's luck is outrageous. Military power, lands, and now, the girl of everyone's dreams. At the crown prince's residence, his expression was as dark as a storm cloud, his eyes burning with jealousy. Impossible. Chu Xiong gritted his teeth. Li Wanqing, someone as proud and unattainable as her. How could she marry that sixth brother? The crown prince had long admired Li Wanqing, but he had hesitated to propose, biding his time for the perfect moment. Now, she was snatched away right under his nose by Chu Yun. The next day at noon, the imperial decree arrived simultaneously at both the Prince Qin's mansion and the Li residence. By the emperor's grace, an imperial edict is proclaimed. Prince Qin, Chu Yun, has achieved outstanding military accomplishments and is deserving of merit. The daughter of General Li Wu, Li Wanqing, is virtuous, gentle, and talented. As such, it is decreed that the two shall be wed, the marriage to be celebrated on an auspicious chosen date. Henceforth, Li Wanqing shall hold the title of princess consort of Prince Qin. So it is ordered by the emperor. The decree sparked another wave of fervent gossip across the city. Countless young noblemen were utterly heartbroken, their spirits crushed. It wasn't uncommon to see defeated heirs wandering dejectedly along the streets. My muse. She's gone. Military power, a stunning wife, the emperor's unwavering favor. How does he have it all? By the third day following the decree, the entire capital was abuzz with preparations for the wedding. Time was tight. I was set to depart for Bailiang in less than 10 days. The emperor himself ordered the matters to proceed swiftly, ensuring I would not leave the capital alone. Though the wedding itself would be modest, every detail adhered to royal standards. Imperially bestowed wedding robes, jade-embroidered flasks of palace-prepared wedding wine, and the complete renovation of Prince Qin's manor within just 3 days. Red lanterns lined the streets, marking the occasion in splendor. The wedding day. Inside the Li residence, in the boudoir, Li Wanqing sat gracefully in front of the mirror. Her hair was adorned with a phoenix-shaped golden hairpin, and she wore a bright red bridal dress embroidered with golden dragons and phoenixes. Her usual icy demeanor, cool as snow, now seemed captivating without being ostentatious, a beauty that rendered one unable to look away. "Miss, you look so gorgeous." He stared in a daze. Li Wanxing gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her heartbeat quickening slightly. She and Chu Yun had barely spoken before, but for some reason, when she thought of the prince who dared to defend the northern frontier, she felt an unusual steadiness in her heart. At noon, the wedding procession arrived in grandeur. The Qin prince's residence was packed with distinguished guests, the ministers of the 6 ministries, influential court officials, aristocrats from prominent families, military generals, and scholarly civil servants. Anyone who mattered had come. The most astonishing of all, the emperor himself graced the occasion. Dressed in a robe adorned with dragon patterns, he sat at the head of the main table, an unmistakable display of favor for all to see. Next to him sat Li Ziwei, who looked at her son glowing in red attire and her dignified new daughter-in-law. A rare sense of peace filled her heart. Bow to the heavens and earth. Bow to the elders. Husband and wife bow to each other. Thunderous applause erupted as the court officials raised their cups. Congratulations to the Qin prince. Wishing the newlyweds a lifetime of happiness together. Morning. The sunlight pierced through the gauze window like a sword. I opened my eyes, feeling refreshed. After the intense events of the night, the beauty beside me lay limp and still. Li Wanxing's jade-like legs casually rested against my waist, her breathing slow and steady, her cheeks still bearing a faint blush. Last night, beneath the flickering red candlelight, she had gone from shy to yielding, her soft voice pleading for respite still echoing in my ears. A rush of heat surged within me. Reason whispered she needed rest. Carefully, I moved her legs and began to get up. "Ah, it hurts." She woke up, attempting to sit, but pain shot through her waist. "Don't move. Just rest here today." I leaned over, looking at her. She bit her lip, her voice as soft as a whisper. You're as strong as an ox." Her ears turned crimson, avoiding my gaze. I chuckled. "Your husband is young and vigorous. How could I not be strong when faced with such a delicate wife?" "Your Highness is too much," she murmured seriously, with her head lowered. "From now on, perhaps you should take 2 concubines." The intensity of last night had clearly taken its toll on this pampered lady of high birth. "There's no rush." I tucked the blanket carefully around her. "Having you alone is more than enough." Afternoon. In a side hall of the Qin prince's residence, 4 wooden tables sat arranged in a simple and solemn manner, with 2 rows of chairs. Seated in pairs were 4 individuals, each carefully selected by mother consort from the Li family, reliable and capable talents. Su Zhe, 40 years old, calm in his plain robe, an expert in civil administration and household registers. Gao Bing, 35, his gaze sharp as a blade, specializing in rooting out corruption. Zhou Meng, broad-shouldered and strong, an ideal enforcer against bandits. Wen Yan, the youngest of the 4, a scholarly face but a financial genius. All 4 came from impeccable backgrounds, loyal to a fault with ties to the Li family. I sat at the head, my fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of my chair. The biggest challenge in the North Liang region wasn't warfare, it was the bureaucracy, with its deeply ingrained corruption and tangled networks. No one on our side to take over civil affairs. Military power would just be empty words. The military and civil authorities must be separated. I'll command the troops, and they'll govern the civilian administration. I'll get straight to the point, I said bluntly. In 3 days, I will depart for Beiliang to take up my post. The 4 of them sat upright, their backs stiff. All current officials in Beiliang will be suspended and undergo investigation. The 4 of you will accompany me north and assume key positions. Su Zhe, you'll serve as the governor of Beiliang. Gao Bing, deputy governor. You will root out corruption. Zhou Meng, you'll take charge of city defense and public order. Wen Yan, oversee the treasury and taxation. Understood, Your Highness, the 4 of them replied in unison. Remember, separation of military and civilian responsibilities, I said sharply, my gaze penetrating. Military command is mine. Civil matters, including official appointments, laws, and finances are yours to decide. I demand only one thing. Tear down the old system and cleanse the ranks of corrupt and entrenched officials in the shortest time possible. The hall fell silent. Don't worry about the court or the aristocratic families. Short on money, grain, or manpower? Just send me a message, and I will provide full support. I leaned forward, my voice resolute. The 3 million taels of silver granted by the emperor. I'll allocate 30% directly to you. Be bold, do what needs to be done. If there's fallout, I'll take responsibility. Real authority and tangible resources. Their blood surged with excitement. These four were originally minor relatives of the Li family, and in their lifetimes, they might never have imagined holding such high positions in a provincial government. Now, they were rising to unprecedented power, commanding an entire region. You can count on us, Your Highness, Suja declared, bowing. Within a year, the administrative structure of Bailiang will be fully organized. With Your Highness backing us, no corrupt official will remain. Gao Bing said firmly. We'll eliminate every bandit and rogue soldier. Zhou Ming declared with clenched fists. The treasury will flourish. We won't let Your Highness down. Wen Yin pledged with a deep bow. Excellent. That determination was exactly what I wanted to see. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the fourth day, outside the north gate of the capital, the procession began to assemble. A fearsome march of 5,000, 2,000 black armored cavalry leading the way, 100 civil servants in the middle, followed by countless artisans. 1,000 carriages brought up the rear, loaded with provisions, silver, military supplies, and medical materials, all packed to the brim. The convoy stretched for miles, exuding unstoppable momentum. Inside a carriage, Li Wanqing pulled back the curtain to gaze at the city walls of the capital growing smaller in the distance. She'd never been more than 100 miles from the capital in her entire life. Her eyes betrayed traces of unease and longing. She didn't know when she would next set foot in this imperial city, nor could she imagine what life in Bailiang would be like. Gently, I reached out and pulled her into my arms. You're reluctant to leave, aren't you? She admitted, without hiding her feelings. I've never left the capital in all my life. Bailiang is so far away. I don't even know when I'll be able to return. Silly girl, I murmured, my nose brushing against the crown of her head. It's not that you can't come back. It's just a temporary parting. Other vassals can't enter the capital without an edict, but I'm different. The northern frontier is in constant turmoil, and with the military command in my hands, Father granted me special privileges. As long as you want, you can return within a year. Come back once or twice, it's all up to you. She leaned into my arms, her panicked heart gradually calming. Outside the carriage, a long, resonating horn echoed. Set off, head north. 5,000 soldiers surged like an unstoppable tide, the wheels of the carriage turning as we embarked on the path to northern Liang. The capital faded into the distance. Northern Liang lay ahead. A new battlefield, a new journey. I, Chu Yun, have arrived. Deep in the grasslands, in the northern barbarian royal court. There were no brick walls there, only an endless sea of grass. A massive black stone palace stood like a mountain peak, its walls decorated with animal bones and fangs, exuding primal ferocity. On the colossal throne made of beast bones, Yalu Qi loomed like a wild beast ready to strike. Standing over 6.5 feet, draped in a black bear pelt, his bronze muscles seemed as if forged from iron. His triangular eyes glimmered coldly, each glance carrying the stench of blood. This was the king of the northern barbarians, the butcher who swept across the grasslands. My lord, a trembling envoy knelt before him. The great Qin Empire rejected all our terms. The Emperor of Qin declared that if the northern barbarians dare attempt another invasion, they'd rather die fighting than submit. Crack. The wolf Fong in Yalu Qi's hand shattered. Defiant, are they? His laughter was like a blade scraping against stone. If it hadn't been for the burning of our supplies last time, Jing'an City would already be mine. The temperature inside the great hall dropped sharply. A mere sixth prince dared to burn my provisions? Yalu Qi suddenly stood, the massive black stone throne cracking under the force. And now he dares to head to northern Liang? He's begging to die. His roar reverberated throughout the palace. Send the order. Every spy we've planted in northern Liang. Keep a close eye on Chu Yun. Murderous intent surged in Yelu Qi's eyes. I want him captured alive, his legs broken, and enslaved on the grasslands for the rest of his life. Let the entire world see the fate of those who dare provoke the northern barbarians. A month later, at the border of northern Liang, the wind cut like a blade, and the yellow dust storm obscured the skies. My convoy trudged slowly through this wasteland. From the capital to the northern border, prosperity had gradually been replaced by desolation. Here, there was no rising smoke from chimneys, no vitality, only land scarred and charred by the fires of war. My lord, northern Liang is far too harsh, Li Wanqing whispered, her voice trembling. I gazed out at the barren, skeletal trees outside the window. This is the truth of the borderlands. People here survive under the blade's edge, while the court turns a blind eye. Lord, Zhangbin rode up on horseback. We're 2 days' journey from northern Liang City. Speed up the pace, I said, my gaze sharpening. I have a bad feeling. Sure enough, news from the scouts soon arrived. 3,000 northern barbarian cavalry had crossed the border and were heading straight toward us. The northern winds howled, and yellow sand churned in the air. 3,000 barbarian cavalry moved like a black tidal wave, trampling this unclaimed land. Leading them was Hack, a towering figure over 6.5 feet tall, with 3 jagged scars stretching across his face, a devil that seemed to have clawed his way out of hell. Soft-bellied worms from the central plains. Hack's furious roar split through the heavens. The expansive sky stretched wide, and a deafening shout pierced the tension. Surrender and die like obedient lambs. The barbarian riders roared with bloodthirsty laughter, their faces twisted with savage glee. To them, we were nothing more than sheep ready for slaughter. The treasures and women in our caravan were already as good as theirs, their spoils of war. 2,000 versus 3,000, we've got this. Take everything from them. Women come with us, the men will be slaves. Ha ha, we're gonna make a fortune. Crude, arrogant laughter echoed through the air as though victory was already in their grasp. In the desolate plains at the center of the standoff, the two armies stood starkly opposite each other. I stepped out of the carriage, my dark battle armor glinting coldly under the harsh sunlight. Behind me, 2,000 elite Xuanjia iron cavalry soldiers formed into a silent array, their killing intent palpable, pressing down like an invisible weight on our enemies. For a moment, the barbarian leader, Hake, appeared stunned. Then he burst out in even more deranged laughter. So it was you, a wet-behind-the-ears brat, who burned down our granaries. It was me, I replied, my voice calm, like the surface of stagnant water. Kid, today will be the day you die. Hake bellowed, raising his curved blade high above his head. Charge. Crush them. Leave nothing standing. At that command, 3,000 barbarian cavalry charged with a thunderous roar, shaking the earth with their pounding hooves. Their eyes gleamed with greed and murderous intent, already seeing the blood, treasures, and the spoils of their conquest. I slowly unsheathed my long sword, its blade gleaming coldly in the daylight. Xuanjia cavalry, hear my command, I said, my voice quiet yet cutting through the chaos with clarity. Today, let these barbarians understand. Whoever dares to invade Deqian, no matter how far, must be destroyed. Kill. Like an erupting thunderstorm, 2,000 iron cavalry charged forward as an unstoppable black torrent, smashing directly into the barbarian army. In that moment, the barren plain turned into a battlefield of carnage and fury. Who said the Central Plains army was weak? Who dared to claim that I, Chu Yun, was merely a useless prince? Today, I will cleanse all their scorn with the blood of these barbarians. The battle ignited in an instant, with dust clouds blotting out the sun, leaving only the glint of blades as chaos engulfed the land. Enemy attack. Stop the convoy. Prepare for battle. Zhang Bin's shout tore through the tension like thunder across the desolate plains. The Xuanjia cavalry instantly reined in their horses, pivoting into formation, rifles raised in sync. Clang. In unison, 1,000 soldiers moved like one. The metallic clash of iron armor was deafening, sending waves of steely resolve through the air. Among the caravan's ranks, thousands of craftsmen huddled together, Looks of panic and dread etched across their faces. When their eyes fell on the surging black wave of barbarian riders approaching from the north, everyone went pale as death. It's over. Those are barbarian riders. Attacked by barbarians in the wilderness? We're doomed. A blacksmith's legs gave out beneath him as he stuttered. If I'd known Northern Liang was this dangerous, I wouldn't have come no matter how much they paid me. Panic spread like wildfire, infecting and paralyzing the group. Pulling aside the curtain of the carriage, I stepped out boldly and climbed onto the carriage frame, casting a long, steady gaze ahead. The dense swarm of barbarian riders surged forward like a black tidal wave. Behind me, Lady Li Wanqing's face had lost all color, and she clutched my sleeve with a trembling grip. My lord, barbarian soldiers, it's a whole army. What do we do? Turning my head slightly, I offered her a faint smile. Stay hidden. Don't come out. A bunch of brainless mongrels looking for death doesn't deserve any anxiety from me. Her eyes welled with tears. My lord, don't go. The battlefield spares no one. You're too young to. At her husband, she was speechless. I chuckled lightly and said, the title War God of the Northern Territory is no empty flattery. Guards, prepare my armor. Clad in the Overlord's battle armor, I swung onto my steed. Jinyui remained to guard the camp. 1,000 Xuanjia cavalry, stay on standby. Protect the convoy and everyone here. Should anyone attempt to flee, kill. Understood. The black-robed Jinyui scattered in all directions. I spurred my horse forward, charging toward the front line. Behind me, thunderous cries exploded. Long live Prince Qin. Victory for His Highness. Slaughter the barbarian dogs. I arrived at the battlefield's edge as Zhang Bin quickly approached and reported. My lord, the barbarians number 3,000, light cavalry only. No heavy armor, just curved blades and short spears. A cold sneer crossed my lips. 3,000 light cavalry? They dare come courting death? All units, charge. Across from us, the barbarian General Hark grinned savagely, baring his yellowed teeth. Warriors of the grasslands, kill all the men, take the women, and divide the spoils amongst yourselves. Capture Chu Yun alive, and there's 1,000 taels of gold waiting for you. Rhea, the barbarian force of 3,000 roared in frenzy. Charge! The earth quaked under the pounding iron hooves as the barbarian cavalry surged forward like a pack of wolves. 200 yards, 100 yards, 50 yards. I raised my overlord spear. Xuanjia iron cavalry, charge. Boom. The two forces collided. The barbarian light cavalry crashed into the Xuanjia heavy cavalry, like eggs shattering against a boulder. The frontmost barbarian soldiers and their horses were sent flying, the crunch of pulverized bones piercing the air. Some swung their blades against the black armor. Clang. Sparks flew, their blades chipped and bent, while the iron armor remained unscathed. The barbarian soldiers froze in shock, realizing too late the terrible truth. This wasn't mere light cavalry they faced. This was an elite heavy cavalry unit clad in impenetrable armor. The Xuanjia soldiers, expressionless, thrust their long spears with precision. Squelch. Spears tore through leather armor, piercing flesh and bone. I plunged myself into the heart of the enemy ranks. The Overlord's spear, weighing 81 pounds, felt light as a feather in my grip. A sweeping strike. 3 enemy soldiers had their chests shattered, their bodies flung aside like ragdolls. A thrust. The tip of my spear pierced through a throat, spraying blood in a crimson arc. A downward smash. 5 or 6 barbarian soldiers flew backward, tumbling lifelessly to the ground. No fancy techniques. Each move was lethal. I tore through the barbarian ranks, my black armor drenched in blood. Within a 3-meter radius, anything that approached met a swift end. The barbarians surrounding me lost their nerve, their blows faltering. What kind of monster is this? Nothing can harm him. He takes out whole groups with a single strike. Fear spread like wildfire. None dared come closer. Back at the convoy, pandemonium broke out. Oh, my God. The blacksmith's eyes bulged out of his head. I thought the Prince Qin's war feats were overblown. Turns out they were underestimated. The chef grabbed fistfuls of his hair. One swing of that spear sent 5 or 6 flying. That's not human. It's insane. A young carpenter trembled from head to toe. He's a god descended to earth. The true god of war. Everyone's eyes remained locked on the dark figure wreaking havoc in the battlefield. Their astonishment and awe were beyond words. On the carriage, Li Wanqing stood frozen in the wind, staring dazedly. Watching, the man fought like a demon, drenched in blood, and her heart was utterly captivated. Yellow sand filled the sky, blood staining the desolate land. The black-armored war god, unstoppable and invincible. This was a hero. This was her man. Hack stared at me through the crowd, cold sweat pouring down his face. Finally, he was certain this had to be the legendary Chu Yun. Too terrifying. With one savage sweep of his spear, multiple enemies were sent flying. Bathed in blood, unyielding, relentless. Not even the mightiest warrior among the barbarians could compare. Surround him. Kill him. Hack roared in desperation. Hundreds of barbarian soldiers closed in layer by layer. I smirked coldly, my eyes cutting through the crowd, locking onto Hack. I didn't have the patience to waste time with mere foot soldiers. Kicking my steed into a gallop, I charged straight forward. Hack's face turned pale. Bodyguards. Stop him. Dozens of bodyguards surged forward to block me. The Overlord's spear swung out in a wide arc. Bang! 3 bodyguards, along with their horses, were sent flying. I pressed forward, crushing everything in my path. No one could stop me. Hack's hands were drenched in sweat. This couldn't be real. How could a man be this powerful? In his years of conquest, he had never witnessed such an absurd level of strength. It defied all logic. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, drag this out. Wait for him to exhaust his stamina. That will be the moment to strike back. No matter how strong Chu Yun was, he was still made of flesh and blood. His strength couldn't be infinite. The encirclement tightened. The barbarian troops surged forward like rabid dogs, throwing themselves into the fray recklessly. Blades flashed, spears struck like vipers. Suddenly, a short spear found its mark, stabbing deep into my warhorse's neck. Blood spouted like a fountain. With a thunderous crash, the horse collapsed to the ground, dust billowing into the air. But my movement didn't falter. I pushed off with my toes, launching myself into the air, abandoning the fallen horse. The instant my feet touched the ground, I charged again, now on foot. 2 barbarian cavalrymen charged at me, intending to trample me with the momentum of their mounts. Courting death, the Overlord's spear swept upward. Wham! The spear struck one horse square on the head. The crack of bones echoed sharply. The horse's skull caved in, and it collapsed on the spot, instantly dead. The barbarian rider on its back was flung 10 meters away by the sheer force. One strike. Both horse and rider were annihilated. That moment shattered the morale of the barbarian troops. He still has strength? That spear must weigh at least 80 pounds. How is he not tired? Did you see that blow? That was over 1,000 pounds of force. This isn't human. This is a monster. The barbarians began retreating, trembling as they clutched their curved blades. In the rear, Hack's face turned red with rage. His bloodshot eyes blazed as he glared at his hesitating troops. Roaring furiously, he shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Kill him. He's just one man." No one moved. The barbarian soldiers averted their gazes, their legs visibly shaking. Hack's eyes hardened with brutality. Drawing his blade, he slashed down on the nearest soldier. Thunk! Blood sprayed as the soldier collapsed lifelessly. Holding his still dripping curved blade, Hack's venomous gaze swept over the crowd. If you retreat, you die. If you fear battle, you die. Either charge forward for glory, or die right here by my hand. It was pure, naked coercion. No retreat, no surrender. Death looms in every direction. The barbarian warriors had gone completely feral, howling and charging at me once more. Waves of bodies came crashing from all sides, blades flashing and spears bristling like a forest of death. Gripping my spear with both hands, I swung wide. A fierce gale accompanied my strike, sending 3 of the barbarians flying through the air. Thrusting left, piercing right, sweeping forward, striking back, no matter how many came, none could withstand the force of just one swing of my weapon. My black-armored figure weaved through the throng, colliding, slaughtering. With every sweep of my spear, the battlefield was left with another trail of blood and bodies. Hawk watched with his heart hammering in his chest. He didn't dare approach. My power far exceeded anything he'd seen before. Snatching his longbow from his back, he knocked 3 iron-tipped arrows with trembling hands. The bow bent like a full moon, the tips of the arrows aimed at me. Whoosh! The sound of wind being torn apart reached my ears. Danger! At the brink of death, my instincts took over. I twisted aside. Clang! One arrow grazed my armor and continued forward, piercing through the chest of one of Hawk's own men. A friendly kill. Hawk's face went pale. He dodged it. I turned my head slowly, my icy gaze locking onto him. Reaching down, I seized a long spear from a fallen enemy. My fingers gripped the shaft tightly, veins surging with strength. You want to strike without reply? That's not how this works. Whoosh! The spear shot forth like a thunderbolt, faster and deadlier than his arrows. Hawk's eyes widened with terror. Desperately, he yanked one of his personal guards into the way. Thwack! The spear impaled the unfortunate soldier, nailing him to the earth. Hawk escaped death by the thinnest of margins. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he descended into madness. All archers, fire! Kill him at all costs. But General, our own troops, they'll be hit. I don't care. If Chuyin isn't killed, we're all finished today. To kill me, he would sacrifice his army without hesitation. A storm of arrows rained down. On the battlefield, the barbarians shrieked, scattering like frightened rats as bodies fell in droves. The projectiles clanged harmlessly off my dominator's armor, bouncing away without leaving so much as a dent. They couldn't penetrate my defense. I ignored the rain of arrows and charged ahead with my spear. Run, General. He isn't human. We can't hold him. If this continues, we're all going to die. Retreat, cried another trembling guard, his voice cracking. Hawk's eyes swept over the battlefield. Scattered corpses littered the ground. Of his 3,000 elite warriors, more than half were gone, dead or fleeing in disarray. In the distance, the black-armored heavy cavalry advanced like an unstoppable steel flood, mercilessly crushing the fleeing remnants of his army. It was over. Completely over. 3,000 elites against 1,000, with a 3-to-1 advantage, and they had been routed, utterly defeated. Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. In over 10 years of warfare, Hawk had never suffered such disgrace. Clenching his trembling fist, he blew the horn of retreat. Oh! The forlorn sound of the horn echoed across the plains. The barbarian army immediately turned north, fleeing en masse. Their morale was shattered beyond repair. Meanwhile, the black-armored cavalry pursued relentlessly, cutting them down as they ran. The battle was one-sided now, a complete rout. My gaze locked onto Hawk as he fled with his remaining guards. Leave. After this? Not a chance. Grabbing a hold of a cringing barbarian soldier, I yanked him off his horse and vaulted into the saddle. Without delay, I gave chase. Looking back, Hawk saw me rapidly closing the distance, and his soul nearly left his body. He's coming. That demon is chasing us. Frantically, he whipped his horse, driving it harder. Ahead, the plains stretched vast and barren. At the original fork in the road, I just had to charge forward. The murderous intent behind me was closing in fast. I grabbed a nearby iron spear and hurled it with all my might. You're not going anywhere. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air, landing squarely in the hindquarters of Hack's steed. The warhorse let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground. Hack was thrown off, rolling several times. He struggled to get back up, but the sound of hoofbeats had already stopped right in front of him. I looked down on him from atop my warhorse, my gaze as cold as frost. Hack was utterly deranged now. Chuyin, I'm taking you down with me. With a wild leap, he swung his curved blade at me. I raised my battle spear with one hand to block. Clang! A massive, mountain-like force reverberated through, and Hack's blade flew from his grip. Before he could react, my overlord's spear thrust forward. Thud! The spear's tip pierced through his chest and stomach. Blood sprayed into the air. Hack glared at me with hatred, unwilling to accept defeat. Xiang King, even as a ghost, I won't let you rest. Reincarnate into a better person next time. I pulled the spear out. Hack collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The fight was intense and exhilarating. I gained 110 attribute points. The outcome of the battle was clear. Without their leader, the barbarian soldiers scattered like sand in the wind. Call off the pursuit. No need to chase them. Our heavy cavalry wasn't suited for long pursuits. The troops regrouped systematically, cleaning up the battlefield. At the rear of the caravan, thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd. We won. We really won. Long live the Qin king. He took on an army single-handedly. Is this what God's fighting looked like? That felt amazing. Finally put those barbarians in their place. Seeing it in person is 100 times more breathtaking than the legends. The god of war of the northern frontier, truly deserving of the name. Beside a carriage, Li Wanxing had been quietly watching the blood-soaked figure standing at the center of the battlefield. She could no longer contain herself. Lifting her dress, she ran toward me. Hearing her footsteps, I dismounted my horse. She stopped in front of me, slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. My lord, you were incredible just now. One man against 1,000, a god descending upon the earth. Noticing my bloodied armor, she immediately called out, "Bring water and a towel." Quickly, taking the towel herself, she stood on tiptoes, carefully wiping the blood from my face. Looking at my gentle wife, I couldn't help but smirk. "Wanxing, tell me, was your lord impressive just now?" She nodded vigorously, her gaze sincere. "So impressive. My lord is the strongest man in the entire world. If it weren't for you today, we would have been completely wiped out. My lord isn't just the guardian god of Deqian, but also my personal hero." The scent of blood still lingered in the air as time passed. "Master." Xiang Bin strode over energetically, his voice booming like thunder. "Killed 2,327 enemies. The barbarian cavalry is in full retreat. Our side only lost 14 men. 14 lives, exchanged for over 2,000 enemy cavalry. Crushing victory. An absolute annihilation. A surge of heroic grandeur. The invincible iron cavalry of the black armor. Bury our fallen brothers with honor and record their deeds of valor." My voice was steady and commanding. "All forces, listen to my order. Next target, Bailiang City. Set out." 1,000 horsemen roared in unison, the iron hooves shattering the earth beneath them. The dark tides surged once again, directly heading toward Bailiang. One day later, at the south gate of Bailiang City, the blazing sun hung like a ball of fire. The local governor, along with over 30 officials of varying ranks, stood waiting outside the city gates in immaculate robes. Their demeanor was outwardly respectful, yet whispered skepticism filled the air. "I just don't get it. Why leave the comforts of the capital to come to this godforsaken place?" murmured a young scribe under his breath. "Exactly," replied an elder clerk with a resigned shake of the head. "Bailiang suffers disasters year after year. Anyone who comes here has the worst luck. Coming here right after achieving a great victory on the battlefield? Could it be some form of demotion? Impossible. Driving back the barbarian army with such a feat of valor, getting demoted is out of the question." The officials exchanged puzzled looks. Probably just going through the formalities. Won't be long before he's back in the capital. In their eyes, noble young masters from the capital knew nothing of the hardships at the borders. Dust billowed in the distance. Our forces approached, a grand and imposing sight. The governor and his entourage were about to perform ceremonial bows when, "Seize them!" Jinui warriors, fierce as wolves, surged forward, blades glinting in the sun. Clank, clank, clank. More than 30 shining swords pressed against the throats of every official present. Subdue them all. In an instant, everyone was forced to the ground, their official hats rolling away, scattering like fallen leaves. Stunned, utterly dumbfounded, I stepped down from my carriage, ascending from my lofty perch to look coldly upon this group of parasites. "From today onward, Bailiang is my fiefdom," my icy voice cut like a blade. "All of you are dismissed and will be investigated." The governor struggled to lift his head, trembling. "Your Highness, what crime have we committed?" "What crime?" I let out a cold laugh. When the barbarian army approached the city, the people here trembled in fear, awaiting death. And you? You took the city's supplies and fled with your families into the mountains. This crime alone. I let my killing intent flare through my gaze, sharp as steel. Every one of you deserves to die. Silence fell like a heavy shroud. Faces drained of all color. No one dared utter another word. Take them away. Isolate them and investigate thoroughly. The Jinui dragged the humiliated officials away, unrelenting. Inside the carriage, Li Wanqing spoke softly. My lord, isn't this a bit rushed? The workings of officialdom often follow a gradual process. I turned to her, my gaze unwavering and firm. Precisely because I've just arrived, I must cut through the chaos with swift precision. The vermin plaguing Bailiang, all of them deserve to perish. Corruption, dereliction of duty, oppressing the people, their crimes are endless. My eyes landed on the battered city gates beyond, my voice teeming with conviction. Other people's officialdom speaks of compromises. But in Bailiang, my word is the law. They say a dragon from afar can't suppress a local serpent. That may hold true for others. But in my domain, those who defy me die. The northern barbarian tiger. Eyes watching closely, I don't have time to play petty political games with them. Bailiang needs a swift rebirth. Anyone who dares to drag us down, executed without mercy. Adoration flickered in Li Wanqing's eyes. She finally understood. This wasn't arrogance, but a race against time. This was unyielding responsibility. The news spread like wildfire. The county governor had been arrested. The local tyrant who had ruled unchecked for over a decade was taken down on the spot by the new Prince Xiang. At first, no one dared believe it. Until a squad of imperial guards paraded disheveled officials through the streets. Leading the procession was the county governor himself, bound and humiliated like a defeated dog. The city erupted in cheers. Serves them right. A grizzled elder tightly gripped his staff. Those dogs are finally getting what they deserve. They were the first to flee when the barbarians attacked, leaving us behind to die. A woman cursed angrily. Who are these bold soldiers? It's His Highness, Prince Xiang, the very one who torched the barbarians' supplies. What? Him? The crowd exploded. I heard he volunteered to guard the frontier. To protect us, he gave up the luxury of the capital. In this instant, the hearts of the people turned to me. With Prince Xiang here, the barbarians won't dare march south again. We're finally saved. Cheers scattered like waves through the streets. Before I had even officially assumed power, I had won the devotion of the entire city. The carriage moved slowly forward. Lifting the curtain, I furrowed my brows. Bailiang City was in ruins. Collapsed houses, broken walls. Rutted streets, smeared with bloodstains. Shops abandoned, lifeless, hollow. It was 10 times worse than I had imagined. Qinglong. I gave orders without hesitation. First, seize every corrupt official's private assets. Second, summon all city officials to the county governor's office within half an hour. Those who fail to report on time will be treated as deserters and dealt with accordingly. Yes, sir. Imperial guards dispersed rapidly. A grim tension blanketed the entire city. In less than an hour, the county governor's office plaza was filled with a sea of people. Civil officials, clerks, minor functionaries, everyone had shown up. All were trembling. It's over. The county governor's already been taken down. This Prince Xiang is ruthless. Do you think he'll come after us too? Maybe not. We're just minor functionaries. Who knows? They say he kills without flinching. Panic spread like an epidemic. No one knew what fate awaited them. The storm was about to crash down. And I was the very center of it. I stepped up to the stone platform, my gaze as sharp as a blade. The plaza fell silent. Hundreds of officials froze instantly, standing stiffly in line, sensing the suffocating pressure. From this day forward, there is only one rule in Bailiang. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly. Every corner was silent. That's me. Simple, direct, dominating. A faint gasp rose from below. Knees trembled. Sweat drenched some faces. You embezzled, you slacked off, and you oppressed the people. I sneered coldly. Don't think for a second that I don't know. A few portly officials almost collapsed to their knees. But I shifted the tone of my voice. We'll leave past sins in the past. From today onward, if you work diligently, I'll safeguard your future. If you continue courting death. A 3-second pause. The fate of the former magistrate will be your tomorrow. Am I clear? Yes, my lord. Hundreds of voices roared in unison, shaking the heavens. Good. A balance of firmness and benevolence. These parasites didn't need reason, they needed fear. Suja, at your service. You will become the magistrate of Northern Liang. The livelihood of the people, grain supply, all governmental affairs. It's all on you. Suji's eyes sparkled with determination. I will not fail you, my lord. Gaobing, oversee the judiciary. Corrupt officials, execute first, report later. Your orders. Gaobing's gaze was as fierce as a starving wolf. Zhomeng, city defenses are yours. Bandits, rebels, not one spared. Consider it done. He shouted so loudly it echoed through the air. Wenyan, manage money and grain. Every coin must be accounted for. Understood, my lord. For appointments. Swift and decisive. I scanned the room. 3 days. I want a full report on every issue in Northern Liang. If it's not done, I left the sentence unfinished, but everyone understood. Yes, my lord. Returning to the main hall, Li Wanqing had already prepared hot tea. Thank you for your hard work, my lord, she said, her smile soft as water. I took the tea, ready to speak when, ding, task completed. Reward, improved infinite seeds times 1 million immigrant population. What the? I nearly spit out the tea. Forcing myself to calm down, I asked in my head, what are these seeds? Can grow in any harsh environment, extremely high yield, infinitely reproducible. My heart raced in my chest. This could change everything. Northern Liang's greatest crisis was its inability to grow enough food. But now, the 1 million population will arrive in batches as refugees, including professionals from various industries. This is unreal. Simply unreal. My lord, Li Wanqing looked at me in concern. Nothing, I replied with a mysterious smile. Northern Liang is about to change. 3 days later, in the main hall, the 4 of them looked grim. Speak. I sat in the chief's seat, composed. Suja took a deep breath. My lord, Northern Liang's total population is under 1 million. 9 out of 10 households are empty, and farmlands lie in complete disarray. The people are barely clothed and starving, he said, voice trembling. It's worse than we imagined. Wenyan followed. The granary is nearly empty. At best, we have enough to last half a month. The treasury is empty, not a single coin left. The previous officials embezzled everything they could and sold off whatever was left. Gao Bing clenched his teeth. The bureaucracy is rotten to the core. Cases are piled like mountains. Injustices are everywhere. Zhou Ming delivered the finishing blow. The city defenses are practically non-existent. The garrison soldiers are old, weak, or sick, and they don't even have decent equipment. Even the bandits in the mountains are more formidable than the troops. Silence. An absolute, suffocating silence. What mess is this? This isn't just a mess. It's hell mode from the very start. The most critical issue, Suja's voice was bitter, is people. Without people, we can accomplish nothing. And those who are here are fleeing. If this continues, Bailiang will turn into nothing but an empty, dead city. The light in the 4 of their eyes dimmed. This was truly an unsolvable dilemma. I stood up, clasped my hands behind my back, and paced a few steps. The issue of people should not concern you. The 4 of them snapped their heads up, their eyes filled with shock. Very soon, there will be a large influx of refugees coming in. I smiled mysteriously. As for the numbers, they won't disappoint. Your Highness is saying. Suja's voice trembled with excitement. Make preparations. Register them. Organize them in batches and settle them. My tone was firm and confident. Farmers will go reclaim new lands. Artisans will help build the city. Bailiang City will be rebuilt. We'll tear down the old walls and construct a new city. I turned to face them directly, my gaze burning with resolve. I will transform this place into the greatest stronghold in the northern frontier. The 4 of them rekindled their fighting spirit. They didn't know where His Highness's confidence came from, but they chose to believe, because this man standing before them had already created far too many miracles. Their hearts were pounding as I delivered another heavy blow. Famine. I chuckled coldly. Impossible. Relief grain will be entering the warehouses tonight. Tomorrow, set up porridge stalls across the city. No discrimination by age. Everyone gets their share. And one more thing. I paused, observing their astonished expressions. I hold in my possession an improved strain of grain. Cold-resistant, drought-resistant, matures in 3 months, and yields 1,000 pounds per acre. Open up all the barren land in Bailiang. From this moment on, we will never lack food again. Boom. The 4 of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Not enough people. Refugees are on their way. Not enough food. The new crops yield 10 times more. Famine. Porridge is served tomorrow. A broken city? It will be rebuilt at once. What seemed like unsolvable problems were broken through in mere moments. Their minds were fixated on one thought. His Highness is a god. In 3 days, my voice turned icy. Bailiang must be fully mobilized. Understood. The next morning, the mist had yet to clear, but there was a hive of activity at Bailiang's four gates. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of hammers echoed through the air as hundreds of workers carried timber to construct shelters, sweat pouring off their brows. Why the rush? A young worker wiped his sweat. I heard that something big is happening. The prince is distributing porridge. The old man lowered his voice. Distributing porridge? Shoo, just get back to work. Having porridge is already a blessing. 2 hours later, four massive porridge distribution sheds were erected. By mid-morning, bang, bang, bang. The sound of gongs echoed through the streets as officials marched through, spreading the word. Prince Qin is distributing porridge. All 4 city gates are open. No age restrictions. No household registrations required. Porridge for everyone. Free and unlimited. Boom. The entire city erupted. Distributing porridge. It's true. A woman, clutching her emaciated child, wept uncontrollably. My child hasn't had a full meal in 3 days. The new prince is like a living Buddha, yelled the old man with a cane, sprinting as fast as he could. Crowds surged towards the 4 gates like tidal waves. By noon, the aroma of porridge wafted for miles. A sea of people waited in long lines, orderly and patient. No one fought or jostled. Everyone knew there was enough for all. Gigantic vats of porridge bubbled and steamed, the scent overwhelming. The starving masses watched, their eyes lit with hunger as their stomachs growled fiercely. The first bowl was handed out. An elderly man took it with trembling hands and immediately knelt to the ground. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life. Stand up. I stepped onto the high platform, my black robes flapping dramatically in the wind. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Citizens of Northern Liang, hear me now, I began. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried, commanding the full attention of everyone gathered. With me here, these porridge sheds will remain open. In 1 year, there shall be no barren fields, no starving families, no homes left to the cold in Northern Liang. You'll eat your fill, wear warm clothes, and live well. Silence. And then, the crowd erupted. Long live Your Highness. The cheers were deafening. I raised my hand, and silence returned. Starting today, the royal palace is recruiting workers. Repair the city, farm the land, build roads. 3 full meals a day, all provided. Boom. The crowd went wild. 3 meals a day, all provided. This wasn't just a job offer. This was a lifeline. I'm in. I've got strength to spare. Count me in. I'll work for the prince with my life. My father and I will both join. Northern Liang, which had been deathly quiet, was suddenly alive and bustling. Within 5 days, Northern Liang underwent a complete transformation. The streets were smooth, dilapidated homes were rebuilt, barren fields were tilled. The entire city was a hive of activity. Inspired by the promise of 3 meals a day, the people worked as if their lives depended on it. Just then, report. A large group of people has been spotted outside the city. At the southern gate, dust clouds rose as a seemingly endless procession surged towards the city. From a vantage point, Suge's eyes lit up with joy. They're here. The refugees His Highness said would come are here. Quickly, register them properly and bring them into the city in an orderly manner. However, as the registration process continued, the clerks found themselves increasingly confused. You're a physician? Practicing for 10 years, replied the middle-aged man calmly. The clerk froze, bewildered. With your skills, why would you end up as a refugee? And it wasn't just physicians. Blacksmiths, carpenters, weavers, bookkeepers, school teachers. Everything the city needed was here. Suja snatched the registry book and scanned it over, his jaw dropping at what he saw, completely stunned. All young and strong adults. From 20 to 40 years old, not one more, not one less. Every single one of them was well-built, with clear and focused eyes. No elderly, no infirm, no children, no one over 50, not a single one. These can't be refugees. One subordinate gasped audibly. This is clearly an army of elites. All young, all skilled. This is too strange. It feels like they came here on purpose. Suja took a deep breath. Doesn't matter. What Bailiang needed was people. Take them all in. He waved his hand decisively. Craftsmen to the workshops. Farmers, assign them farmland. Doctors go to the medical bureau. Accountants to the government offices. Properly settle them and get them to work immediately. Wave after wave of refugees flooded into Bailiang. This desolate city came alive overnight. Standing atop the prince's residence tower, I observed the changes within the city, a faint smirk forming on my lips. The system's arrangement truly lived up to the task. These refugees were no ordinary people. They had all been carefully selected talents. The foundation for Bailiang's rise has been firmly laid. 10 days later, Bailiang City was bursting at the seams. The streets were teeming with people, endless crowds spanning from the eastern city gate to the western city gate, swarming like ants in migration. Just 10 days ago, this border city had a population of just over 40,000, and most of them were the elderly or women and children. The streets were desolate, houses dilapidated, and vast areas left barren. But now, for 100,000, a whopping 400,000 people crammed into a city designed for just 200,000. From the city walls, I looked down at the main roads, completely gridlocked. Once abandoned houses were now occupied. Temporary tents lined up along the base of the city walls, and even the riverbanks were crowded with people. The system's efficiency was terrifying. The first day, a few thousand people. By the second day, the number exceeded 10,000. All of them aged between 20 and 40, with talents across every trade you could imagine: blacksmiths, carpenters, farmers, merchants. The quality of people was unbelievably high. It's madness. Absolutely insane. At a tea stand, an old man slapped his thigh, exclaiming, 60 years I've lived, and this is the first time I've seen refugees running north. The South is prosperous and warm. What's wrong with these people's heads? A woman nearby lowered her voice, whispering, I heard over 10,000 people came in just yesterday alone through the Western Road. The line of people stretched as far as the eye could see. I was saving up to move down south. A young and robust man scratched his head, but now it's like tens of thousands of people are scrambling to squeeze into this shabby place. It's downright eerie. Within the crowd, someone muttered their fears. With so many people, do we have enough food to eat? If there's a grain shortage? The sentence was left unfinished, but the surrounding atmosphere turned silent instantly. Hunger. Something ingrained in the bones of the people of Bailiang. No matter how capable Prince Qin is, food doesn't appear out of thin air, a middle-aged man said gravely. With tens of thousands of mouths to feed, can you even fathom how much grain is consumed every single day? In case we can't support them when the time comes. The side hall of the county governor's office. For people sat around the table, none of them speaking. Su Zhe, Gao Bing, Wen Yan, and Zhou Meng, the four pillars of northern Liang, all wore grim expressions. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine it would come to this. Su Zhe rubbed his temples, slamming the statistical report onto the table. For 100,000, a tenfold increase. Gao Bing leaned back in his chair. The streets are completely overrun. People are everywhere. Arguments and fights are breaking out dozens of times a day. My men are operating nonstop and still can't manage it all. Wenyan looked even more distressed. Feeding hundreds of thousands is a staggering cost every single day. Even if His Highness has food reserves, at this rate, they'll be depleted in no time. Prices have already started to skyrocket. Zhou Meng spoke in a deep voice. City defenses are under immense pressure. With so many people from every walk of life, who knows what kinds of dangers are hiding among them? If a riot breaks out, my small garrison won't be enough to hold them back. For a moment, there was silence. Then, Su Zhe voiced the question on everyone's mind. In all my years, I've never seen anything this bizarre. Refugees usually flee south. Why are they heading north to northern Liang instead? And the composition of this group? He spoke each word deliberately. They're all young and capable. No elderly, no frail individuals. They include skilled workers from various trades, and their quality is leagues above regular refugees. How did they suddenly end up as displaced people? And why are they all pouring into northern Liang? Gao Bing frowned. It must be His Highness doing. No one argued. Besides the young Prince of Qin, who else could pull off something on this scale? Either way, the problem is right in front of us now, Suja said, taking a deep breath. Let's go see His Highness. Main hall of Prince Qin's residence. I sat at the head seat, casually fiddling with a teacup while staring at the four troubled faces before me. Your Highness, the city's population has exceeded 400,000. Suja reported gravely. The old city was only built to support 200,000. Now it's doubled. The streets are overcrowded, housing is critically insufficient, and local citizens are beginning to panic. Wanyan added, the daily grain consumption is staggering. At this rate, our stockpiles will run out in less than half a month. Gao Bing interjected, disputes are breaking out everywhere, and tensions are mounting. Any spark could ignite a full-scale riot. Zhou Ming concluded, we still don't know where these refugees came from, if there are spies or troublemakers among them. Finally, Suja voiced the long-held suspicion. Your Highness, these refugees are far too unusual. Tens of thousands of them have gone against the grain to move north. They're young, skilled, and capable. Where did they all come from? I gently placed the teacup down with a crisp clink. It doesn't matter where they came from, I said, sweeping my gaze across the four of them. You only need to understand one thing. Northern Liang's greatest shortage isn't food or wealth. It's people. Fields need farmers to cultivate them. Cities need workers to build them. The army needs soldiers to fill its ranks. Human resourcefulness is the foundation upon which Northern Liang will rise. You're seeing a burden, but I'm seeing millions of future citizens. The four people in the room froze. Suja, hear my command. At your service. Launch the new city plan immediately. Use the old city as the core and expand outward into 4 surrounding districts. Gradually relocate the surplus population and designate lands for farming. 1 group per 1,000 people under centralized management. The city is overcrowded? Then expand it. Wanyan, don't worry about the food situation. Whether it's 40,000 or 1 million, I will ensure provisions for all of them. Wanyan's previously tense expression suddenly relaxed. Gao Bing, increase patrol efforts. Anyone who stirs up trouble, deal with them swiftly and decisively as a warning to others. Zhou Ming, redistribute troops to the outer districts and conduct rigorous checks on suspicious individuals. With the plan set in motion, I stood up and declared, remember this. Others may fear refugees flooding in, but I do not. Bring them all. The more we gather, the stronger Bailiang will become. The four exchanged glances, then saluted in unison. Understood. After they left, I stood alone by the window. On the system interface, the population number continued to grow at an unprecedented pace. This was just the beginning. There were greater surprises waiting for them ahead. That night, the new orders were issued like a thunderclap. All refugees must complete registration within 3 days. People will be classified by skill: blacksmiths, carpenters, masons, farmers, each to their respective groups. Young, able-bodied men willing to enlist will receive double military pay. The commands were relayed efficiently and executed with precision. By the following morning, construction broke ground simultaneously in all 4 directions outside the city. Tens of thousands of refugees were organized for tasks, clearing the land and setting up temporary shelters. Skilled craftsmen were immediately assigned to oversee the layout and planning of the new city. I personally inspected the site. Your Highness, an older man, his face weathered and darkened from years of hard labor, knelt before me. I'm a stonemason. I can build houses. Just give me food, and I'll work as hard as I can. Stand up, I said, helping him to his feet. In Bailiang, as long as you're willing to work, no one will go hungry. The surrounding refugees' eyes lit up at my promise. Really? We'll have enough food to eat. Not just enough to eat, I said, my gaze sweeping over the crowd. Those who work well will even be granted land. The crowd erupted in stunned murmurs. Land, that was something refugees could scarcely dare to dream of. Gao Bing leaned toward me, whispering a quiet warning. Your Highness, granting land to this many people may not. Bailiang's greatest resource is in used land, I interrupted. The key is finding people to cultivate it. In just 3 days, 400,000 refugees completed their registration. Among them, 3,000 blacksmiths were sent immediately to the weapons workshops. 5,000 carpenters were assigned to construct the new city. 200,000 farmers were organized into waves to begin cultivating barren land. Meanwhile, 20,000 youths volunteered to enlist in the military. Holding the long, densely filled roster in his hands, Su just swallowed hard. Your Highness, with so many people working simultaneously, the consumption of resources, it's already on its way. Sure enough, that very afternoon, over 100 large wagons arrived from the south, loaded with food, farming tools, and construction materials. The convoy stretched on endlessly, continuing through the night. Wenyan stared at the mountainous piles of supplies, completely dumbfounded. Where did all of this come from? You don't need to know, I replied calmly. All you have to do is manage their distribution properly. The construction of the new city was in full swing. However, some people were always looking to stir up trouble. Why should these outsiders get a share of the land? We've been living here for generations, and we get nothing. In the Western market, a thug, leading a gang of more than a dozen ruffians, openly incited the local residents to cause unrest. Brothers, these outsider dogs are stealing our jobs and our land. If we don't teach them a lesson today, there'll be no place for us in Bailiang anymore. Soon, hundreds had gathered, holding sticks and shouting as they marched toward the refugee settlement. I was patrolling the worksite when the news reached me. Your Highness, there's trouble in the Western market. Zhou Ming hurried over to report. Bring the soldiers. Follow me. By the time I arrived, chaos had already taken over. The local thugs and the refugees were brawling, blood spilling everywhere. Stop. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Everyone froze in place. It's Prince Qin, someone exclaimed, recognizing me. I walked to the center of the crowd, my gaze cold. Who started this? The lead thug tried to argue defiantly. Your Highness, these outsider lowlifes. Thud. My sword pierced through his chest before he could finish his sentence. In Bailiang, there are only two kinds of people. I pulled the bloodied blade from his body. Law-abiding citizens and criminals who deserve to die. I don't care if you're local or from elsewhere. If you dare disrupt the order of Bailiang, the penalty is death. His body collapsed into the pooling blood, and the crowd fell silent in terror. Gao Bing, at your command, investigate this matter thoroughly. For those involved in the unrest, locals are to be exiled and outsiders expelled. As for the leaders, behead them and display their heads. Understood. The brutal crackdown had an immediate effect. That same day, 13 ringleaders were executed, and over 100 instigators were exiled. When news spread, no one dared cause trouble again. But I knew that repression alone wouldn't solve the root issues. That night, I convened a meeting with the elders of the local villages. All of you have been part of Bailiang for many years, I began warmly. I understand your concerns. But you need to realize that these refugees didn't come to take your livelihoods. They came to help make the pie bigger. For Bailiang to thrive, the current population of 40,000 is far from enough. A larger population means more commerce, and that means your businesses will prosper. And 不会成为威胁. I shifted the tone of my voice. Local residents will also be given special privileges. Everyone's eyes lit up. All those with local registrations will have preferential rights to operate shops. In the new city's commercial zone, locals will have priority in leasing properties. Furthermore, for local youths joining the army, their pay will be increased by an additional 20%. A combination of carrot and stick worked wonders. The locals' resistance greatly subsided. 10 days later, the outline of the new city began taking shape. For major districts rose from the ground, with neatly arranged makeshift homes. Though crude, they were sufficient to fend off wind and rain. Progress was also visible in the agricultural zones, where 200,000 farmers plowed vast stretches of land. Meanwhile, the army camp housed 20,000 recruits undergoing training. Their movements were clumsy, but their morale was high. Your Highness, another 50,000 refugees are on their way. Scouts delivered the latest news. Su Zhe and the others showed slight alarm, but seeing my composed expression, none dared speak out. Very good, I said as I stood up. Send the word. Receive and resettle them as per the original plan. Your Highness, Su Zhe couldn't hold back. If this continues, won't Bailiang? Won't what? I interrupted. Won't it become too powerful? Suja fell silent, unable to argue. Indeed, with more people comes more strength. How could they not grasp such a simple principle? You all. I shook my head lightly. Your vision is far too narrow. Bailiang's goal was never to cling tightly to this meager plot of land. Our goal is, I cast my gaze northwards, to break out. The four of them stiffened. Break out. To where? The northern barbarians? Or, even farther beyond? Observing their shocked expressions, I smirked inwardly. This is just the beginning. Once our population surpasses 1 million and our army grows to 100,000 strong, you'll come to understand what true ambition looks like. Bailiang is destined to become a legend on this continent. And that legend is only getting started. After the four left, silence returned to the hall. The sound of footsteps broke the stillness. Li Wanqing lifted the curtain and entered, approaching my side with worry in her eyes. My lord, I heard everything you said just now. I set down my teacup. Oh, 40,000 people crammed into the city, with more refugees still pouring in. Her brows furrowed. The risks are too great. I've seen it myself over the past couple of days. The old city is overcrowded, temporary shelters are everywhere. There's a water shortage, prices are rising, and conflicts have begun between locals and the refugees. Her tone grew heavier. If food supplies are cut off, a riot will break out immediately. At that point, it won't just be the refugees causing trouble. The locals will also fall out of control. Historically, refugee uprisings were always a death knell. People without roots, once starving, are the first to rebel. I gently patted the back of her hand. Don't worry. These refugees will absolutely. There'll be no trouble. What? She froze, stunned. 400,000 people of unknown origin. What gives you the confidence to guarantee that? I chuckled. Because I've already nipped every potential problem in the bud. She stared at me for a long while before choosing to trust me. If your highness is certain, I won't ask further questions. Having followed me for so long, she knew I never speak empty words. As Su Zhe and the other three departed the Wang Manor, the entire administrative machine of Bailiang sprang into high gear. Su Zhe oversaw the entire operation, drafting the blueprints for the new city layout. Wen Yin managed the allocation of resources to ensure steady supply lines. Gao Bing mobilized the constables to fortify and defend both cities. Zhou Ming sealed off vital routes, taking charge of external security. Mandates were issued like thunderbolts, resonating throughout the city in mere moments. 2 days later, the population relocation officially began. Everyone was waiting for chaos to erupt. No matter where, moving tens of thousands of migrants was bound to cause mayhem. And yet, what unfolded next completely overturned expectations. The colossal waves of migrants moved with astonishing organization. If they were told to go east, they didn't stray west. When asked to set up shelters, construction began immediately. If assigned to cultivate farmland, teams assembled without delay. There was no quarreling, no resistance, no disturbances. The irony? It was the local residents who caused over a dozen disputes while fighting over supplies. One seasoned constable rubbed his eyes in disbelief. 40 years I've lived, and I've never seen migrants this obedient. These aren't refugees, they're trained soldiers. His companion shook his head repeatedly. Something's not right. In the past, people fought to the death for a bag of grain. But this group? It's like they're too disciplined. On the ground, every last constable shared the same question. Where in the world could you find migrants like this? After witnessing it for themselves, Su Zhe and the other three finally felt the weight lift off their shoulders. The feared riots? Non-existent. The dreaded disorder? Never came. With full confidence now, they pushed forward boldly, enacting sweeping reforms. Bailiang, a cold, barren wasteland avoided by all, was transformed overnight. The million migrants all found their place. Farmers, craftsmen, blacksmiths, medics, warriors, every profession imaginable was accounted for. The immense influx of manpower hit this lifeless border town like a surge of energy, accelerating development tenfold. In the old city, dilapidated structures were demolished and rubble was recycled. Narrow, worn-out streets were completely overhauled. Foundations reinforced, gravel domains laid, topped with solid bricks. Streets became straight, wide, and level. And then, there were the underground projects. ambitious to the point of madness. Thousands of craftsmen dug in unison, connecting ceramic pipes piece by piece. Systems for drainage, waste disposal, and clean water ran side by side underneath every street, deeply buried out of sight. No expense spared. Lay it all across the city. Those were my exact words. To the public, this wasn't mere urban development. It was sheer insanity. The outer city was equally astounding. Using the old city as a nucleus, construction radiated outwards. Construction sites sprawled in every direction. Tens of thousands of craftsmen set to work wherever needed. Carving stone, firing bricks, logging timber, compacting soil. A relentless wave of motion, energy, and transformation. The sound of hammering, sawing, and workers' chants echoed day and night without pause. Scaffolding enveloped the construction of new residential districts, and row upon row of neat homes rose from the ground. The inner city was designated for administrative offices, royal residences, markets, and barracks. The outer city was divided into zones for housing, workshops, and warehouses. The city's roads were straight and orderly. Underground utilities were pre-installed. The entire city planning seemed a step ahead, like something from an era yet to come. Beyond the city walls, in the surrounding countryside, a different scene was unfolding. A vast and magnificent transformation of the land. Hundreds of square miles of plains that were once overgrown with wild grass lay dormant. In the bitter climate, crop yields had been abysmal, and no one was willing to cultivate the land. That was until I introduced improved seeds, cold-resistant, drought-tolerant, short-cycle, and high-yield, an agricultural breakthrough. I decreed, open the land to everyone. Whoever cultivates it will own it. No taxes for the first 2 years. At the break of dawn, tens of thousands of farmers surged out of the city gates, each with a hoe over their shoulder, forming a procession that stretched for miles. No one had to force them. Every hand was driven with motivation and purpose. To the common folk, land meant everything. It was the dream of a lifetime. Elsewhere, land was monopolized by powerful aristocratic families. No matter how hard ordinary people worked, they could only ever rent farmland from landlords. But in Bailiang, things were different. I've lived over 20 years, and I never dared to dream I could own my own land, one middle-aged farmer exclaimed, laughing as he swung his hoe. A younger man nearby chimed in. In other places, the government sides with the powerful landowners. But here in Bailiang, it's not the same. His Highness makes the rules. An old farmer glanced at the fields being cultivated and couldn't suppress the swirl of emotions welling inside him. He had resigned himself to living out his days in a barren, unchanging land. Yet here they were. Within weeks, roads were built, a city was rising, and land was distributed. This young prince was turning a dead land into one of prosperity and promise. No other official could have pulled this off. In the imperial court, everything was about balance. No one dared challenge the interests of the powerful families. But in Bailiang, I was the law, unshackled by the court's constraints and unbound by the noble family's interference. I could act decisively. A single command, and new policies were implemented. A single order, and 1,000,000 farmers marched to reclaim the land. The rising sun bathed the plains with a golden glow, where tens of thousands of farmers bent their backs, toiling with boundless energy. The once desolate, overgrown wilderness was transforming into neat, fertile farmlands at a pace visible to the naked eye. That day, I walked with Su Zhe to the southern city wall. The wall had been fully restored, its blue bricks solid and its structure neat and fortified. Standing atop, I surveyed the city below, which buzzed with activity and life. The power of a workforce 1,000,000 strong was on full display, raw, overwhelming, and unstoppable. Not long ago, with just 40 or 50,000 locals, renovating the city would have taken years. Now, labor itself was the greatest engineering machine of this era. The inner city was already halfway through its transformation. Dirt roads had been replaced by brick-paved streets arranged in a clear grid. The underground sewer and water systems extended to every neighborhood, with separate pipelines for drinking water and waste disposal. Ruins and dilapidated homes had been cleared out, replaced by new, identical residences arranged in precise rows. The outer city was an even grander sight. Numerous construction sites operated simultaneously, with houses rising like sprouting seeds of hope. Entire residential districts were so orderly, they brought an overwhelming sense of satisfaction just by looking at them. From atop the city wall, I looked down on the seething, monumental construction sites at my feet. Hundreds of thousands of hands wielded tools, moving and working tirelessly, like an unstoppable, organized swarm of ants. "Your Highness," Suja said. Suja took half a step forward. "The inner city renovation is now fully completed. The underground pipeline network covers the entire region, and 30% of the outer city new district has been developed." He pointed into the distance. "With the support of 1 million laborers, the entire project will be finished within 6 months. By then, Northern Liang will truly become the great stronghold of the northern frontier. Build a city for 1 million people in just half a year? In Xiang, it'd be nothing short of a miracle, but in my hands, it is within reach. How's the farming outside the city?" I gazed toward the expansive fields stretching to the horizon. Suja's spirit lifted. 100,000 acres of fertile land have already been cultivated. With improved crop varieties, we're achieving 600 pounds per acre and can harvest 3 times a year. Annual yield is enough to feed 1 million people. Good. I turned. "Accompany me for a stroll. Let's see how the people are really doing." The streets had taken on a brand new look. Cobblestones paved the ground, and there wasn't a trace of filth to be seen. People bustled about, their faces no longer painted with the apathy of the past, replaced instead by a newfound hope for the future. A dozen workers were laying stone slabs. When they noticed me approaching, they scrambled to bow. No need for formalities. I waved them off. "Are you worn out from the work? Are you getting paid on time?" An older stonemason, rubbing his calloused hands, grinned. "Not tired at all. Now we get 3 proper meals a day, and we're paid too. This is better than anything we ever dared to dream of." "Exactly. Full stomachs and wages. What more could we ask for?" Another chimed in. "Simple satisfactions. Pure joy. Keep working hard," I said, sweeping my gaze across the group. "I promise, in Northern Liang, anyone who works diligently will have food to eat and a roof over their head." Just a few short words, and I saw an astonishing gleam of determination light up their eyes. We passed through the inner city and entered the newly developed outer district. Brand new single-story houses lined up neatly, already inhabited by former refugees. Smoke curled from the rooftops, and the sound of children laughing carried through the air. Life had returned to this land in ways it never had before. Outside the city, farmers were hard at work weeding the fields. "Your Highness, your grain seeds are almost magical," one elderly farmer said, voice trembling with emotion. "They resist the cold, they thrive in poor soil, and they just keep growing with only a bit of water. But the best part is, this land belongs to us. No more paying rent to greedy landlords. I've lived my entire life, and this is the first time I've ever owned my own land." Farmers around him nodded in agreement, their faces brimming with gratitude. I raised a hand to quiet them. "This land is yours to keep, permanently. Grain seeds will be provided for free, and any surplus harvest will be bought by the royal house at fair prices. Just focus on farming, better days are ahead." Cheering erupted across the fields, a deafening roar full of life and hope. 5 days later, south of the city, a massive military camp had risen from the ground. Watchtowers stood tall, their presence imposing and vigilant. This was the cradle of the new Qin army. The morning mist had yet to lift as I rode my horse into camp. 50,000 new recruits were in the middle of their drills. The pounding of their boots thundered like the rolling of drums, matched by the sharp glint of their spears. Commands were followed without a hitch. Their movements were precise and unified. "How's the training progress?" "How is it?" I asked Zhang Bin. "These new recruits have incredible potential. Their physical fitness far surpasses that of ordinary people," Zhang Bin replied. "They can develop combat readiness within a month. Talent is one thing." I locked eyes with him. "But they've never seen blood, never killed anyone. Once they step onto the battlefield, they'll crumble all the same." "Your Highness means actual combat," I declared firmly. "There are dozens of bandit groups entrenched within Beiliang's borders. Use them as training. Let the recruits see blood. War nourishes warriors. This is the fastest way for them to grow." Zhang Bin's eyes lit up. "Understood, Your Highness." There's something even more crucial, I said, pointing northward. We must reactivate the border fortresses, push the defensive line up to the border itself, and stop the enemy outside our gates. For years, Liang has endured blow after blow, suffering due to weak border defenses. The barbarians treat this place like their backyard, coming and going as they please. That ends now. Seal off every southern pass. My voice carried the weight of iron. Let the barbarians come to know. Liang is no longer land they can trample on as they wish. Xiang Bin saluted deeply, his fist to his chest. Within 3 days, I'll complete the recon and deploy troops. We'll rebuild the northern defenses. The wind began to rise. Battle flags flapped fiercely, heralding the awakening of a mighty dragon. Liang's counterattack starts now. Black Wind Mountain. This jagged terrain holds towering cliffs that shoot skyward, as if carved by blades. Dense forests stretch like black beasts, devouring every glimmer of light. Spanning 100 miles, this hellish expanse is riddled with countless peaks and hidden death traps. The moment Liang's defenses faltered, this place became a haven for outlaws. Dozens of bandit strongholds rooted themselves into the mountains like tumors, feasting on the lifeblood of the innocent below. They'd raid merchant caravans, slaughter villages, and traffic people, committing every imaginable atrocity unchallenged for years. And Black Tiger Fort stands as the undisputed king of these devils. I stood at the base of the mountain, gazing up at the colossal fortress perched halfway up its slope. Its 20-foot-high stone walls hugged the mountainside like steel, lined with rolling stones, cauldrons of boiling oil, and giant crossbows at the ready. Over 800 hardened fugitives were holed up within, every single one with blood on their hands. Their leader, Black Tiger, was a 40-year-old hulk of a man and a deserter from the northern border forces. Cruelty ran in his veins, and countless souls had fallen beneath his sword. Every attempt the local authorities made to raid Black Tiger Fort ended in disaster. Troops either got lost in the treacherous terrain or were ambushed and annihilated. Over time, the officials gave up entirely, and the bandits only grew bolder. Dusk had fallen. Inside Black Tiger Fort's Grand Hall, the air was thick with smoke, the smell of alcohol, and the stench of rotting meat. Dozens of gang leaders lounged around a long table piled high with plundered gold, grain, and cloth. These beasts had just raided 3 villages and were now reveling in their spoils. To hell with it. Black Tiger stood shirtless, his chest scarred and grotesque like the ugly, twisted body of a centipede. He tilted back a large jug of strong wine, gulping it down, his eyes aglow with ferocity. Only primal instinct. Big brother, I must say something. The skinny second-in-command put down his drinking bowl. The new Duke of Northern Liang, Prince Qin, has arrived. Word has it he just defeated over 10,000 barbarian soldiers up north, and upon entering the city, he purged the officials in a bloodbath. We'd better. Afraid of what? A stocky lieutenant with a face full of scars smashed his fist on the table. What kind of god of war nonsense is that? I'll cut him down myself. Exactly, another bandit sneered. This is Black Wind Mountain, not Northern Liang City. These winding mountain paths. How many they send up here is how many will die. How many times have Imperial troops tried conquering us? Didn't we always kill them and send them packing? The hall erupted in chaotic cheering, the voices of raucous outlaws echoing like a chorus of demons. Black Tiger slowly rose to his feet, his voice like rolling thunder. Second brother, stop talking them up. He scanned the room, his gaze sharp as a blade. And who the hell is Prince Qin? His soldiers may prance around the plains, but in these mountains, they'll meet their end. We hold every advantage. Anyone who dares come here will die. Keep looting, keep killing. And if Prince Qin has the guts to send troops up here. Black Tiger clenched his massive fist, his knuckles cracking like dry wood. I'll make sure he never comes back alive. Yeah. The bandits roared in agreement, their bloodlust boiling over. Several days later, deep into the night, 5,000 Qin soldiers crept like phantoms into Black Wind Mountain. I led an elite force of 500 straight to Black Tiger's stronghold, while General Xiang Bin commanded the remaining 4,500 troops to simultaneously assault 16 surrounding mountain outposts. The Jinui had infiltrated the area 3 days prior, acquiring precise intelligence on every camp's defenses, hidden posts, and escape routes. Tonight, these beasts would pay their blood debt. Around midnight, under a pitch-black sky, we silently advanced to the outer edges of the stronghold. The hidden sentries had already been dispatched by the Jinui, their throats slit so cleanly their corpses were still standing upright where they'd been posted. Go! Grappling hooks soared through the air, latching onto the walls with a metallic bite. Our shadowy figures ascended like geckos, landing on the other side with the silence of stalking cats. Inside the barracks, snores thundered from the sleeping bandits. They could never have imagined the Reaper had already descended upon them. A drowsy bandit stumbled out to relieve himself. The moment his eyes fell upon the black-armored soldiers, his pupils dilated in horror. SHNK? A dagger pierced his throat. A geyser of blood erupted as he clutched at his neck, unable to utter a sound before collapsing in a heap. Kill. 500 elite soldiers scattered instantaneously, wolves unleashed among sheep. Inside the barracks, the slumbering bandits couldn't even wake from their dreams before their throats were sliced open. Some managed to stir, reaching for their weapons, only to feel 3 arrows embed themselves into their chests. Soldiers. It's the soldiers. Run for your lives. Screams ripped through the night sky. Torches flared to life, illuminating a hellish scene. The Qin soldiers moved with utter precision, their expressions cold and detached. Blade after blade fell with deadly accuracy, like a butcher hewing animals for slaughter. This was no battle. This was an execution. Behind the main hall in the inner courtyard. Chief, the soldiers have breached the stronghold. Black Tiger bolted upright from his drunken stupor, the alcohol instantly evaporating from his mind. His face turned pale. King Qin had truly arrived. Go. Escape through the secret path in the back mountain. He knew the tide had turned. Such is the way of bandits. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Who would truly risk their lives for anyone? Black Tiger, clutching gold and silver treasures, scrambled toward the back mountain with a few trusted subordinates. That was his prearranged escape route, known to almost no one. However, at the secret tunnel's exit, dozens of Imperial guards were already waiting, bows drawn tight, arrow tips glinting coldly. No! Black Tiger let out a desperate roar. Release the arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down like locusts. Black Tiger was struck several times, his blood soaking through his clothes. His eyes widened in unwillingness as he collapsed slowly to the ground. In his final moments, he saw his fortress ablaze, fire lighting up the night sky, screams echoing in waves. The once mighty kingdom of bandits was reduced to ashes overnight. At the same time, the entire Black Wind Mountain was engulfed in flames. All 17 fortresses were attacked simultaneously. The bandits scattered like headless flies, only to find every escape route sealed. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. I'll give you money. Cries for mercy and desperate screams reverberated through the valley. But the soldiers of Qin followed one rule. Those who take up the blade must perish. Those who surrender will live. These new recruits shook as they shed blood for the first time. But as they looked around, the women and children who had been taken captive, the piles of stolen goods soaked in the tears and blood of innocence. Rage hardened their resolve, and their blades seemed sharper than ever. By dawn, all 17 bandit fortresses on Black Wind Mountain had been obliterated. The cancer that plagued northern Liang for years was finally eradicated. Villagers at the mountain's foot fell to their knees, weeping uncontrollably. They had finally lived to see this day. And I know, this is only the beginning. Across the land of northern Liang, many more devils remained to be uprooted. But tonight's victory sent a clear message to all. A new era has begun.